51 Giant swing. Prepare for the crossbow, the bearded said loudly. At the same time the arm rises. She waved his arm. More than 300 arrows were sent out again. The Who people have another group of people down, regardless of life or death. All were trampled into meatloaf by the people behind it. Keep the formation. Keep the formation. The beard repeatedly emphasized that there was still some distance from the enemy. Nearly, two teams of unequal numbers are about to collide violently. Brothers, kill. The bearded man holds a halberd in both hands and clamps the horse with his legs. The first contact with the enemy, between lightning and thunder. The big beard halberd thrust forward fiercely. A bully's chest was poked. Then the beard slashed across the enemy's chest. The flesh taken out by the euphorbia splashed on the person behind. At this time, the euphorbia swept across the throats of the left and right Huron. Blood spattered for a while. The outside of the Kin army's formation were all soldiers with halberds. Who people have their own scimitars. It's simply out of reach of Kin Jun. In terms of distance, Kin Jun took advantage of the advance. And the man in the middle, constantly throwing grenades to the left and right rear, forming a vacuum belt in the entire plastic contact area for a while. The place that touched is the Kin's long halberd constantly poking, cutting, and slashing, knocking the Huron off his horse. Unknown people in the back trampled to death the husky who fell to the ground in front. The Huron who was a little further away was stunned by the grenade thrown over. Huron's horse has not undergone explosive adaptation. For a time, the formation that had just been lined up in the charge became a mess again. Countless people trampled to death, because Huron did not have a stirrup to provide support. The army was in chaos and squeezed into each other. Horses are difficult to control, and even the nomadic tribes on these horses can barely control them. Kin Jun saw this even more brazenly, run rampant in the Hu people's army. All of a sudden, the best players on the horse were squeezed off their horse, trampled to death by one's own people. The beard sees his own formation, especially the application on firearms has taken a big advantage. Playing horses in the Huron's position. Come in a loop, where Kin Jun said. Huron became chaotic. Natulu clamored and ran after Kin Jun. At the beginning, when meeting the enemy, Kin Jun relied on a halberd. Natulu didn't get in at all. When I finally turned around, there was a grenade explosion. The horses were frightened again. Natulu is a good horseman on the prairie. Even so, a frightened horse is difficult to control. And it wasn't just this horse that was frightened, but many horses are frightened. Rao is a top player and can't get rid of such a chaotic scene. Natulu, who was eager for revenge, was cruel. In this chaotic situation, decisively wielding a big knife to block the people in front of him, all hacked to death. In the end, as long as there is a living, dangling in front of my eyes, they were all wielding big swords. Cut off their horse directly. For a time, there are a lot of nonchalants who are too late to control the horses. Died by Natulus' sword. In such a crazy move, many soldiers tried their best to wait until finally control the team. The cone-shaped formation led by Beard has teased back and forth twice. In the Huron's formation, Rampage. The bullshit at the back did not dare to follow up. As soon as he followed up, he was blown into a ball of rotten meat. Huron didn't dare to chase in. Can only wait to see Kin Jun's individual praise. Seeing Huron began to avoid everywhere, the Beard began to rush towards the crowded areas. After breaking up a group of people, Beard had ordered to retreat. Lead the enemy into the ambush. The Hu people were killed and scattered. It's difficult to get together into a whole at a time. Natulu himself led only a small part of the team. Most of it became a piece of loose sand, everywhere. Najili watched angrily as his men were killed and fled. It's hard to get together now. The Kin army began to retreat. Looking at these horrified people, I really don't have the courage to pursue it. Najili had no choice but to begin to gather his men and horses. The grasslands are full of corpses stepped on into a mass of muddy flesh. The body can only be identified by wearing it. I can't tell who it is at all. 20,000 horses suddenly lost 60%. Then Jilly didn't have the confidence to fight again. In order to preserve strength, start to gather the remnants, plan to retreat and join Wang Khan's army. Natulu has killed the Red Eye. Everywhere on his body was his own blood, not a bit of Qin's blood. Because he himself didn't catch up with Qin Jun at all. Just keep chasing in the back, and meet my own people from time to time. Still have to hack. Vengeance. I want revenge. Looking at the Qin army team who retreated calmly. Natulu is extremely hot. Kill. Kill with me. Saying that, Tulu drove his horse and rushed towards Qin Jun. Saw his coach rushing towards Qin Jun. Some soldiers began to follow in pieces. Still others stay where they are. That is the Jilly people. There are only less than 3,000 people left on the grassland. Many of them were seriously injured. Captain 1, are we going to chase the Qin people too? Said a wounded little leader. We withdraw. Hearing such an answer, the little leader was very happy. Show the joy of difficulty after the war. Let Natulu be sent to death. Let's go. Najili began to retreat. Those people on the grassland begin to gather sparsely into a not very neat team. Drive towards the east. Charge. Natulu pursued frantically. There are not many people around to follow. 3,000 people followed. Behind this team, there is also a Qin 100 team. Qin people continue to follow. Bite. Put a cold arrow in the back. Some people in the 3,000 hordes of Hu people were constantly falling off their horses and being killed. But it has always been ahead, because their coach has been chasing. Natulu has no reason to think about it. He only rushed forward. The team behind wants to clean up this team of hundreds. But you can't put aside the coach. And after the scents were separated, soon it disappeared inexplicably. Therefore, as long as the Huron's team continues to chase without thinking, we're at the ambush now. Everyone, follow along. The beard ordered. Qin Jun maintained a neat formation. Go through the ambush area. These areas are passable. The people behind the broken man used a grenade bow and crossbow to disturb the Hu people's team, make them unable to follow the route through the ambush area. Those were caught by the crossbow, or it's been chased too quickly and killed, or just to escape and enter the minefield. The number of people in the Huron's ranks is constantly decreasing, constantly being killed, and the formation is out of the question. In order to avoid stepping on the buried grenade, the humiliated people crowded together by coincidence. Those who were alone unfortunately stepped on a grenade and were blown into the sky. No, we are in an ambush. We have to withdraw. A little bully leader realized that something bad had happened. 52 hot air balloon. In an ambush. Quickly withdraw. The Huron who realized that it was bad began to exclaim. However, this time is already too late. Rockets with smoke began to appear on the southern and northern slopes. Although small, its lethality is not weak at all. The roaring rockets fell intensively. The dense team forms a good target. A small area was repeatedly hit by rockets. Natulu, who hadn't finished speaking, was directly concentrated by the flying rockets. The whole body was shattered. Only 2 legs are still hanging on it diagonally. The entire upper body is gone. Then the falling rockets completely smashed the remaining rotten meat into meat sauce. Boom boom boom, round after round of rocket bombing. The only team that will be Huron. All blasted to the ground, after a thick smoke. Only horses are left alone grazing on the battlefield. I thought I could kill a few more people. I didn't expect all of them to be killed. This is also why free, said a sergeant. Commander, an enemy ran away. Are we going to chase? A centurion asked Big Beard. Clean up the battlefield. Send scouts. Keep a close watch. The commander waved his hand and said, here. The centurion began to arrange manpower. The rest, go down and cut their heads. Shang Wen slapped the beat on his leg, thinking about how to solve this problem of wanting to break the big sky. Obviously this problem is difficult to solve. The first is that Qin Jun's expansion speed is very rapid. The First World War completely solved the problem of the Northern Huns. There will be no such thing as repairing the Great Wall in the future. And you can get a large piece of grassland for no reason. The soldiers of the Qin army can eat beef in the future. Maybe you can still eat canned beef in the future. Secondly, almost all the Huns were arrested as slaves. But leaving such a large vacuum, it is really difficult to fill in a short time. This is also a problem. Mainly people. My own Guiyang iron factory has just been established. Need a lot of people, and with demand. In particular, the amount of iron required for the train is astonishing. It is another problem. At last, the market is big. The population is small. A fast communication system is needed. Take the current post as a system communication system. Can't meet the requirements anymore. The site is too big. This battle expanded at least 1,000 miles of territory. And this number is still growing exponentially. The problem. Shang Wen thought about these things. I have a headache. I thought that when the cannon rang, the gold would be 10,000 tals. I haven't seen a penny now, only saw the infinite land. There are still a lot of bad things. Expansion too fast is also a problem. Forget these to the politicians to solve. It seems that we have to send another group of scouts. After speaking, Wang Jian had already stood up. Go out and order. Meng Tan is also sad. It seems that the situation ahead is not known at all. You can't send troops without knowing it. It would be great if it could fly like an eagle in the sky. This can transmit information quickly. Meng Tan said to himself, fly. Heavenly. Heavenly. Shang Wen heard Meng Tan say such a sentence. Suddenly there was a hint of inspiration. I thought about it. I thought about it. Shang Wen shouted, clapping his hands. What? Meng Tan immediately stood up and said, I think you can order people to catch some eagles and train them. Those eagles can help you pass the news. Besides the eagles, there are also flying pigeons, Shang Wen said. Flying pigeon. I have heard it before. But it's not safe and I haven't tried it. Meng Tan said, this is no problem. Flying pigeons can fly very well. It's not safe. You can set up a password. For example, you can divide the development for the same sentence, or it is wrong development, or just add a word to become that word. After speaking, Shang Wen realized, at this time, it was not because of the letters. That's Mole's code. This is enough. I'll try it. After speaking, Meng Tan turned and left. Heaven. Originally I planned to build the internal combustion engine. I gradually build the airplane. Now it seems there is no need to build the airplane. I have to build a hot air balloon. Shang Wen said to himself. What hot air balloon? Wang Jian suddenly came in from outside. Ouch! Shang Wen was taken aback. I'm almost scared to death. Shang Wen patted his chest and said, Mr. Qin, what is the hot air balloon you mentioned? Wang Jian asked. This is what can fly to the sky. With this, you can see the situation in the distance. Just build more. It becomes a beacon of activity. With clairvoyance, we can see more things. Shang Wen explained. God, this thing can go to the sky. It can fly like a bird. Wang Jian's stout hand gripped Shang Wen's hand tightly and cried. Shang Wen struggled free of Wang Jian's hand. Realized that it hurts Shang Wen. Wang Jian hurriedly let go. Sorry, Mr. Qin, I forgot when I heard it. Wang Jian quickly apologized. Nothing. This hot air balloon is made of expanding hot air. It forms buoyancy. Just use fire to heat the air, Shang Wen explained. What? Buoyancy? Buoyancy is not only in the water. How come to the sky? Wang Jian continued to ask. Shang Wen collapsed somewhat. Do you still have knowledge of popular science? So, I'll make one. When it's done, can you go and see it? Shang Wen said. Okay, hurry up. The military situation is urgent. Wang Jian said. I'm going now. He ran away like flying. This Wang Jian's hand is too strong. My hands are almost broken. Shang Wen relaxed his flushed hands. Air Force. He even wanted to establish an Air Force. It's still a hot air balloon. At this time, It seems that there is no cotton thread. Also, the paper is not so light and thin. Well, solve this problem. I have to run one more time. Fuel. This is easy to say. I want to build a road, and I have started to extract oil on a large scale there. And for processing, put a lot of diesel, gasoline, kerosene, aviation kerosene. There is also asphalt. The most important thing is oil. Now it's turning the cart before the horse. For the highway, those proposed oil don't know what it can do. It's good now, just right. Can be used on hot air balloons. I'm afraid the burning will not finish. Fire device. This seems to have to use iron. At least it has to be made into gadgets like kerosene lamps. Row. That's it. Shang Wen thought about the composition of the hot air balloon, and any material that can be found. I gradually formed a rough composition in my mind. After thinking about it all, Shang Wen got into the car quickly, went to Guiyang Iron Factory to make a hot air balloon. As for the iron factory, leave it alone. 53. Needlework. Shang Wen was looking for special materials that could go to heaven. Almost the entire camp has been rummaged, but still nothing. The main reason is that the materials are not very qualified. Not too soft. It's too hard, or the gap is too big. Unable to envelop the heat, Shang Wen was about to collapse. All the materials have been found, but just the right fabric. Shang Wen simply returned to his camp, lying in bed. All the materials he found were still flashing in Shang Wen's mind. Linen is the best, but the gap is a bit big. Silk is very good, but it's too expensive. It cannot be used in large quantities at all. Is there nothing else? Yep. What else? What else? Shang Wen scratched his head, looking at the top of the tent. Hee. Shang Wen suddenly laughed. I'm such a fool. I forgot. Isn't the tent the best material? Ever since, in the camp, the scene of demolishing the tent began to appear. Then there is stitching. I was embarrassed at this moment. The army is full of big men. Not much can sew clothes at all. Shang Wen sews himself. I pierced myself and my hands were full of blood. At this time, Meng Tan just entered Shang Wen's big account. Seeing Shang Wen sewing and mending like a young wife, laughing, I said, Shang Wen, when is it like a woman? Sewing and patching. Meng Tan said with a smile. Don't be kidding. Will you be needlework? No, just stay there. Shang Wen said angrily. Then began to pierce the needle. Don't mind, I'm just kidding. I said, what are you doing with this? What are you doing? Meng Tan looked suspicious. Nothing. Make a hot air balloon. Shang Wen did not raise his head and continued sewing. What is it? Meng Tan asked. Hot air balloon. It's something that can fly. I said don't bother me. My old man. Just sew and repair. Is it easy for me? Shang Wen dropped the needle and thread in his hand. I should be serious about it. I have a way. Meng Tan said with a smile. What is the solution? Hurry up. Shang Wen stood up eagerly and said. It's very simple. Find a woman to work. Meng Tan said. If I can find it, I don't have to sew it myself. Shang Wen said angrily. I have. Meng Tan hasn't finished. Where? How about the craftsmanship? Show me quickly. Shang Wen said. I haven't finished that yet. My people are sweeping the Xiongnu tribes everywhere. It happened to rescue a group of Central Plains women. These people are all from the Zhao country. I'm worried that I can't arrange them. If you want, I will give you all. Meng Tan said in a magnificent manner. Don't say so much. Take me to have a look. Shang Wen said as he pulled Meng Tan out of the big tent. Well, the technique is not bad. It's still dense. Shang Wen took a piece of sewn fabric and looked at it. You people, do you have such a technique? Shang Wen asked while watching. Back to the general. My lord. The servants and maidservants all have this kind of craftsmanship. But, I just hope the general, the lord will take us in. The woman who helped Shang Wen sew knelt to the ground. The women behind also knelt to the ground. A cry of crying sounded. I said, what are you doing? Get up quickly. Get up. Shang Wen quickly helped the woman who had fallen on her knees. I still want to use yours. Not only do I use it, but I will pay you back. Shang Wen hurriedly said modern vocabulary. Salary? The leading woman heard Shang Wen say to take the Ming. What kind of salary is paid back? Asked for a while without understanding what it meant. Just give money. With this money, you can support yourself. Live well. Shang Wen lifted up the woman and said, heard such words. Those women stopped crying all at once, started to laugh out loud. Women really change quickly. All of a sudden it turned cloudy. What the Lord can say is true. The woman said boldly, yes, I will arrange food and accommodation for you first, then, the place to live. There are differences between men and women. Just give you a few tents separately, Shang Wen said. Master Xi said that the woman fell to her knees. Then there was a large group of women kneeling on the ground behind Master Xi. I said why I fell on my knees again. Get up quickly. Get up, Shang Wen said, bending over to help them up. In the future, there is no need to be so polite, Shang Wen said with some impatience. If this is kneeling like this, I'm so annoying. By the way, what is your name? Shang Wen pointed to the leading woman. The servant is called Yingzhe. The woman replied, okay, just you. These things. I asked you to do it, Shang Wen said. Mengtan, you can arrange it next to Guiyang Iron Factory. You must arrange it separately, Shang Wen said to Mengtan. This is easy to say. Mengtan replied, you go and rest with General Meng first. He'll arrange some things later, Shang Wen said. Yes, Yingzhe, you stay, Shang Wen said. Yingzhe wanted to let herself stay. Suddenly felt a little uneasy. Shang Wen didn't notice it. Instead, he quickly took out his pen and ink. Sketch the draft. Yingzhe looked at Shang Wen with some anxiety. What the hell is this person going to do? Yingzhe stood in place with cold hands and feet. Finish sketching. Shang Wen shouted, come here. Take a look. Can you sew something like this? Ah. Yingzhe listened. Relax all at once. It turned out that I didn't call myself that one. Yingzhe agreed a little awkwardly. Step forward quickly. Blushing, he looked at Shang Wen's draft picture. Look, can you sew something like this? In some places it is oval. This place needs to be open. The place to be sewn must be sewn with at least 3 threads. When sewing, it should be tight. Do not breathe. It's huge. Are you sure? Shang Wen pointed to the drawing and said, is there a problem? Shang Wen said while looking at Yingzhe who was sluggish. No, that's okay. Yingzhe, who had recovered, said quickly, okay. You take it and arrange it yourself. I have marked the dimensions above. You follow the diagram above. Just so, Shang Wen said. Get the drawings. Yingzhe retired and walked for a salute. The slave and maid retire. Shang Wen looked at this. Some want to speak. However, forget it. I can't change it for a while. How can there be so much etiquette in the world? My eyebrows are almost burning. Anxiously getting angry. Ugh. Forget it. Let's talk about it later. A big rock finally fell in Shang Wen's heart. These women's hands. Better than a sewing machine. I just don't know how the speed is. Now it is on the battlefield, where the Guiyang Iron Factory was established. Right where the camp was originally attacked. If this place is beaten down by a bully, everything was in vain. The last time was a sneak attack. If people come blatantly, I don't know how sure. After all, that is an army of 200,000. 54 Fly. Mr. Qin, Mr. Qin. The old man is here. A voice from a distance reached Shang Wen's ear. Shang Wen took a look. Elder Zai. Why did you come here? So far, Shang Wen said, holding on to Elder Zai. Hey, it's okay, said Zai Lao, waving his hand with a smile. This is King Qin's order to send some skilled craftsmen to the north. I have nothing to do in Xianyang. I am here. Come. I see if I can help you. Elder Zai said happily. Why are you that? Shang Wen hurriedly helped Zai Lao. Although the old man is old, but the heart is not old. Zai Lao said with emotion. Yes, the heart is not old. Shang Wen helped Zai Lao to quickly go to rest. The next morning, as soon as Shang Wen woke up, he saw Yingzhe standing at the door of the tent. His eyes were flushed. Mister, how? The two said at the same time. Let's talk about it first. Shang Wenqian made it. Sir, we have completed the production of the thing you asked to do. Go over and take a look. If it's not good, we will change it. Yingzhe whispered. Look at your eyes. I haven't slept all night. Okay, "I'll go and have a look," Shang Wen said. The two came to Yinger's residence. I saw that the airbag designed has been placed on the ground. The overall effect is almost the same as the one designed by myself. Shang Wen walked in quickly, picked it up and looked at it. The pins are not ordinary dents. On every road there are 5 ways. Such a large amount of engineering. It all depends on these weak women. I really don't believe it. Shang Wen couldn't help shook his head. Why, sir? Isn't it appropriate? The slave and maid will change it now. Yingzhi saw Shang Wen and said, shaking his head, "No, number. I just didn't expect it. You weak women. I rushed out overnight. It's really hard to imagine. This is a miracle." "A miracle," Shang Wen said with emotion. "Sir, this is what the servants should be," Yingzhi said with a smile. "Okay. You stayed up all night. Hurry up and rest. Eat some food. I'll try it out." As he said, Shang Wen began to call for people outside. "Here," Yingzhi said with the weak women. "No need to be polite. Hurry up and eat and rest," Shang Wen said again. On an empty meadow, several people gathered around the airbag. "Fire up again," Shang Wen said anxiously. A soldier quickly refueled. The fire was a lot violent all at once. The airbag just got up at the entrance. The rest of the place, nothing happened. "Add more," Shang Wen said. "Can't add more." "Add more. The iron rings are all red," said the soldier. "That's all right. That's it," Shang Wen said dejectedly. "How could this happen? Could it be that there is a problem with that piece? The airbag cannot be inflated. Is the firepower too small?" Shang Wen hugs his arms. One hand is holding his chin and thinking about the problem. "Shang Wen, I don't know what you are doing, but I think it's not right to do this," Zai Lao said from the side. "Oh, Zai Lao, what do you think?" Shang Wen stopped thinking and asked. "I think it should be a shelf lined inside. That's much better." Zai Lao pointed to the airbag and said, "It can be. But the weight," Shang Wen said while looking at the airbag. "This is no problem. I made it with bamboo. The cut is very thin, very light." "That's fine," Zai Lao said. "I'll try this. Then I will trouble you." Shang Wen hesitated, but considering the advantages of the shelf, he agreed. "Hi, old man. Go and make a stand. I'll improve the fire-breathing equipment," Shang Wen said. "Okay. Okay." Elder Zai said happily. Increasing the fire-breathing equipment requires a certain amount of oxygen supply. You can't just cheer. And to provide it in a short time, what should I do? Shang Wen thought while walking. Yes, using the same principle as a pump. Combine oil and gas. Compress one piece to the spout. In this way, a large flame and high temperature can be generated in a short time. Continued Xing. Gears can be used. This will be gradually improved later. Thinking of this, Shang Wen immediately found Zai Lao. I told myself a preliminary idea. After listening to this whimsy, Zai Lao did what Shang Wen meant, was pondering for a day. Finally saw the real thing, a long big bamboo tube. A lever is attached to one end. When the lever drives the air plug downward, a certain amount of oil is mixed with air into the bamboo tube, then began to compress upwards. At this time, all of a sudden there was a big fire boom. Look at the fire that burst into the sky. Shang Wen smiled happily. Zai Lao was taken aback. Since all this is done, it is already midnight. Shang Wen is still thinking about experiments. But it seems that it is no longer possible. I had to go to bed and rest. On the next day, Shang Wen got up before it was bright. Shang Wen didn't fall asleep all night yesterday. Excited, the soldiers beat hash. Moving reluctantly, Shang Wen can do nothing. Several soldiers carried a behemoth and moved to the experimental site. The weight is not very heavy. 4 people easily complete it. Taking into account the characteristics of bamboo, Shang Wen still asked more than 100 soldiers to carry it. But the volume of the airbag is too large. It's as high as 3 stories. The length is about 7 feet. This is what they said. Shang Wen doesn't know how long this length is. Put it on a makeshift wooden platform. Set up the air inlet. Shang Wen refueled himself. Shang Wen shook his lever warmly. The fire, whooping rising up. Many people saw such a fire and thought it was on fire and came to fight the fire. But he was stopped by someone who knew the inside story. The fire started to increase. The airbag is slowly rising. The big basket that Shangwen rode in began to lift slowly. The onlookers at Xilao were a little surprised, but more of them were delighted. Yingzha also saw so many people walking out. Come out with the sisters to have a look. I saw the thing called an airbag that I had sewn was flying. As for Mr. Qin, he was shaking his handle hard. Yingzha exclaimed, "It's flying." The hot air balloon was already 20 steps away from the ground, and it's still rising. With Yingzha's exclaim, all the talents were relieved from shock. Oh, a sound. Everyone started pointing to the flying hot air balloon and said, "It's flying, it's flying." For a while everyone began to yell, "It's flying, it's really flying, it's flying to the sky, it's flying to the sky." Everyone began to cheer. Meng Tan hurried to hear the movement of everyone. Before dismounting, I saw the hot air balloon flying up. All of a sudden, I was shocked. Almost pulled out the saber. This guy is too God. He can even go to the sky. It's just God. 55 Uncontrollable. The soldiers in the camp began to run wildly amidst bursts of exclamation. Everywhere shouted, "Fly up, fly up." Many soldiers ran under the hot air balloon. Start to see what happened. Many soldiers are very excited. The same is true for those generals. What happened? It's so noisy outside. Wang Jian was awakened by the exclamation. "General Qin, Mr. Qin." A guard came in and reported. "What is he? Say it quickly." Wang Jian thought there was an emergency military situation. The enemy hijacked Shangwen or killed him. "He's flying." The guard finally said, "Because this is considered impossible among the guards, as well as most officers and soldiers. Only gods can do it." "What? You say it again?" Wang Jian listened, immediately grabbed the guard's collar and asked sharply. "It's true, the little one." The little one just saw it. The guards had never seen Wang Jian so severe. "Prepare the horse." "Forget it. I'll go by myself." After listening, Wang Jian immediately walked out of the big tent. "Go and see for yourself what's going on. How can people fly? Could it be that Mr. Qin is a god?" At this time, the hot air balloon that Shangwen had already piloted had risen to a height of about 100 strides or more. Shangwen thinks it's okay. Start to slow down the frequency of the joystick. Shangwen looked at the ground. "Good guys. There are dense crowds underneath, just like ants. Many people keep pouring out of the camp." "Hi!" Shangwen waved his hand and cried out loudly. The soldier underneath raised his head and looked at the #1 man in the Great Qin Kingdom. Perhaps this moment is the first person to lift off into the sky. Many soldiers did not believe it. In their world, only gods can have this ability. Except for the gods, there are only those birds flying in the sky. But now, the soldiers have polished their eyes. See it in person. Go up alone. It's still flying so high. It's almost as high as a hill. The soldiers have already started to question each other. "Didn't you wake up in the morning?" Seeing hysteria, the result is that he is sober. Many soldiers are awake now. It is indeed true. People can fly to the sky like birds. For a time, the soldiers reached a new height on the ground. Wang Jian rushed out of the camp on horseback, and from a distance he saw a huge creature floating in the sky. Wang Jian was shocked at first, but then began to calm down. After all, it is a person who has fought a war. "This is the hot air balloon that Mr. Qin said." "Mr. Qin is really a god and man." Wang Jian sighed. He picked up the binoculars and looked at Shangwen in the sky. "I saw Shangwen waved to the underground people constantly." Wang Jian cried and laughed. This guy, Shangwen, was extremely happy. If this matter goes down in the annals of history, he will be the first person in the world to lift off. Unexpectedly, the unintentional move created a world #1. When Shangwen is happy, did not forget to check some other situations. But as it continues to lift off, Shangwen began to perceive a trace of evil. Got windy. It's normal to have wind on the grassland. But this is an experimental model, in order to pursue the best results. I didn't have time to design any cooperating system at all. Even if there is a little motivation, Shangwen didn't even think about it. Shangwen quickly lowered the small flame. Reduce frequency, but not too fast. Otherwise, you will fall directly to death. I don't want to be the first person to be recorded in the history books. He also became the first person to fall to death after God. Shang Wen quickly adjusted. The wind is still up. Not small, but still acceptable. But the hot air balloon drifted in the wind. Begin to drift slowly towards the place where the wind is in the same direction. Shang Wen began to feel a little anxious, but slowly adjust. The hot air balloon began to descend slowly. The people underneath, seeing Shang Wen flying back and forth like a bird in the sky, all chased the hot air balloon and cheered. Shang Wen saw a mess on the ground. He cried and smiled and said, "Oh my God, I almost can't get down." These guys thought they were ascended to heaven. Shang Wen began to shake the joystick. The hot air balloon can maintain a certain amount of hot air, will not lead to disastrous results. The wind blows more than before. The distance of the hot air balloon is getting farther and farther. Shang Wen was really scared in his heart. There is no motivation. Just like this, fluttering with the wind. No surprises. Shang Wen was shocked in a cold sweat on his back. Under the blowing of the wind, the hot air balloon rose somewhat. Shang Wen's heart jumped out. Joke. This is killing people. For a great God, I am still going down. Never dare to play like this anymore. Please let me go. Shang Wen began to talk about all the gods he knew. Fortunately, the wind is not very strong. The hot air balloon began to descend slowly. Shang Wen is also constantly adjusting. At this time, the hot air balloon has floated to an unexpected place in Dang Bali. There were quite a few people who followed. Shang Wen checked the height visually. There are almost 100 steps away. I have to adjust slowly. At this time, Shang Wen was already sweating all over. In order to be able to land safely, the arm that was shaking the rocker was constantly shaking. 80 steps, Shang Wen said silently in his heart. It's about 50. It's almost on the ground. Shang Wen continued to reduce the temperature. 30. I can see clearly when I recognize the face. The people underneath are all excited faces. But Shang Wen's face turned pale. It's scary. 10 steps. It was 10 steps away. It's very close to the ground. Shang Wen planned it in his mind. If it rises at this time, Shang Wen would rather jump down and break his leg. 5 steps. Shang Wen has begun to relax. The calf began to tremble unconsciously. Finally landed. Shang Wen's hanging heart finally landed. Shang Wen doesn't care about the hot air balloon. Jump down quickly. The foot hasn't landed yet. He was thrown up happily by the crowd. Then toss it again. Shang Wen is going crazy. I just came down from the sky. This group of people don't know the depth. What to do if you fall? There are cheers all around. Deafening. Shang Wen was thrown away and didn't know the east, west, north and south. Quickly let me down. Quickly. Quickly let me down. Come down. Shang Wen exclaimed. But the crowd was extremely excited. Cheers are everywhere. What I said, I can't hear it at all. Mr. Qin, you are really a man of God. Wang Jian looked at the hot air balloon that could go to the sky. A thumbs up praised it. Shang Wen didn't appreciate it at all. I was thrown dizzy. Now the feet can't feel the firmness of the earth. I just feel like I'm constantly swaying up and down. Mr. Qin, this thing is really like a fetish. It can go to the sky. It can also bring people down easily. Or else, you take me to try. Wang Jian said with a leap. I heard Wang Jian said he wanted to give it a try. Shang Wen shook his head quickly. Don't dare. This thing is not reliable yet. Something needs to be added. It cannot be controlled in the sky. It was a fluke for me just now. I will improve it. When it is safe, I will take you on again. Shang Wen said quickly. I'm afraid this guy rushes up when he is happy. 56 Flying Eagle 1. I want to show King Qin about this matter, so that the king will know. Wang Jian said excitedly. Check out other things from time to time. Shang Wen is not thinking at all now, and he has just returned from the death line. Let's take a break first. I'll take a rest first. I was almost scared to death just now, Shang Wen said without energy. Meng Tan quickly help Mr. Rest. Wang Jian ordered. General, now anyone can touch this thing. You can't let it go to the sky easily. Otherwise, there will be problems. This thing is very difficult to make. Don't dare to go to heaven. Shang Wen repeatedly asked. Don't worry. I'm ordering. Let people be taken care of. Wang Jian signaled Shang Wen to rest at ease. Shang Wen finally lay down on the big warm and safe bed. I can intimately touch the thickness of the earth. Soon Shang Wen fell asleep. Good news. Good news. A messenger rushed into the camp on horseback. Good news. Quan Lingbing shouted loudly from time to time. Many soldiers gathered after hearing the good news. Guess each other where there is a good news. The Huns who have been beaten are only weak, no longer has the ability and is not qualified to fight the tycoon. The messenger dismounted quickly, run into the Chinese army's big account. The messenger knelt on one knee, both hands presented a victory. Report to the general. A good news. Wang Jian quickly took the good news and opened it. Good, good. Wang Jian said happily. The generals saw each other in doubt. Wang Jian handed the victory report to a general. Said, 1,000 people. Decapitation of the Huron 15,000. It is a great victory. Wang Jian happily returned to the position of the main general. The generals listened. Such a great victory. Yes, yes, it is very happy. 1,000 people. Beheaded 15,000. What kind of feat is this? Yes, such a battle example. Even when the god of war was alive, there was no such big hand. It is said in the battle report, the main reason is that the firearms are used very well. Hurinma was frightened. Many people died from trampling. Oh, let me see. For a moment, the generals discussed with each other. Wang Jian was a little unhappy. The sound underneath is very noisy. Cough cough. Wang Jian coughed gently. The generals realized the problem and became quiet. What do you think? Wang Jian asked in a deep voice. Finally, the general thinks that our army will hit the Hu people with 1,000 troops this time. The Hu people will definitely break out. Our army should take the initiative to retreat. Moreover, the firearms are consumed very much. It is difficult to replenish for the time being. A lieutenant stood up and said. Wang Jian nodded. Obviously approved this statement. Finally, I think that under an organized retreat, you should take the initiative to attack from time to time. So disturb. A school captain boldly said. The final general also thinks that this can be done. This will not only train the newly formed cavalry team of our army, it will also frustrate the spirit of the Hu people army. A school lieutenant also stood up and said. At the end, I think it's okay. The final general also thinks it is possible. The generals agreed unanimously. Wang Jian nodded and said, everyone is very good. Wang Jian said in a summary, order the front stronghold 1,000 team to quickly organize an evacuation. In addition, Wang He, you led 5,000 troops to attack, waiting for the opportunity to disturb the Hu people's army. Wang Jian paused. Zhang Die, I order your scout team, disperse quickly, constantly spying on the military situation and reporting quickly. Wang Jian looked at the door and said a school lieutenant, Baimo, you dumped the 1,000 man team at your headquarters, and went out to meet the stronghold of the 1,000-man team. The men and horses that have not been spotted. Seize the time to train. Keep vigilant at all times. Here, the general leader replied with his fists. After the generals withdrew, Wang Jian ordered people to find Meng Tan Shang Wen. Just say that I have something to discuss. Yesterday there was no power system. The hot air balloon flew into the sky. It can only rely on the wind. It will scare me to death. Shang Wen said to Meng Tan. I said yesterday. Look at when you came down. Why is your face so white? It turned out to be scared. Meng Tan said with a smile. Damn, you have a dry. Shang Wen said with some displeasure. This thing, as soon as you go to heaven, all things can only depend on the wind. You are not afraid? Shang Wen said with justification. Come and help. Shang Wen ordered. Hold it down. Right. Shang Wen worked hard to fix this nail. That's it. Just turn this thing. You can move. Shang Wen said, shaking the handle. The propeller behind turned quickly. In order to save effort, Shang Wen also installed gears. Such propeller blades can do bigger. I think this thing looks like a big ship. You have to install the rudder. Meng Tan said thoughtfully. Yes, you are right. I plan to install one. but this is too big. The power generated by the blades is small. It is estimated that the impact will not be significant. I think it should be in the back position. In this case, there is no need to worry about the power of the blades. It's getting smaller, Shang Wen said, pointing to the back of the hot air balloon. But before installation, we have to give a name. The current appearance is not the original intention of the hot air balloon. It is better to call it a hot airship. The name is Fatty, Shang Wen said. Fatty, Fatty. It doesn't sound good at all. Meng Tan shook his head and said, this is all some idea Kin anyhow. Even the first big guy in the world. This name is not good. I think it should be called. Meng Tan thought with his chin resting on it. What is it called? Shang Wen asked. Flying Eagle. Meng Tan said immediately. When Shang Wen heard the name, he took a look at the huge size of the hot airship. It is really unexpected. This name has half a dime relationship with it. Okay, in the future, we will have a lot of Flying Eagles. They can't all be called Flying Eagles. Let's call them Flying Eagle 1, Shang Wen said. That's fine, as long as you can make it. The name is easy to say. Meng Tan patted Shang Wen's shoulder and said, let's talk about it when it's made. Shang Wen said angrily, manufacturing is not our own business. It takes countless experiments. I just want to go up and down this time. A messenger rushed to Meng Tan Shang Wen. He stepped forward and said, see Mr. Qin, General Mongolian. What's the matter? Meng Tan asked. The general has important matters to discuss with General Meng and Mr. Qin. Quan Lingbing said. Understood. You can withdraw. Meng Tan waved his hand to indicate. Shang Wen heard something important to discuss. It must be a military matter. He is a weapon maker. Who knows what's going on? It's not going to fight. Let's go. Think about it, Shang Wen said to Meng Tan, who was in a daze. You said the general. Tell me what's the matter. Meng Tan said. Shang Wen casts a blank look at Meng Tan. 57 iron smelting. When the two came to the Chinese army's big account, Wang Jian handed the victory report of the Stronghold 1000 team to them. Meng Tan was surprised. From 1,000 people, 15,000 people were beheaded. Basically the vanguard of the Huron was wiped out. Shang Wen couldn't see the doorway. Not many believe that I am satisfied with the use of firearms. After all, they are self-made weapons. Shang Wen looked at the good news and smirked heartlessly. Meng Tan moved Shang Wen with his elbow. Look. My firearm is amazing. Shang Wen looked at the victory report with joy. Meng Tan looked helpless. This guy is so happy. I don't know. What is Mr. Qin's opinion on who rents actions next? Wang Jian said while looking at the happy Shang Wen. This, military. I don't know. I can only build weapons. Weapons are made well. Military victory is bigger. Shang Wen touched the back of his head and said. Wang Jian shook his head and said. However, I saw a good news report saying that Hu people are still not equipped with stirrups. Basically they use bows and arrows. The accuracy is poor. There are very few melee weapons such as spears and long-handled weapons. 500 people in this assault. Because of the equipment. With the stirrups, you can ride on the horseback without worrying about falling off. I think our cavalry team can form such a team. Shang Wen put forward his opinion on the construction of weapons. Oh, you mean, equip the cavalry with long-handled weapons? Wang Jian said with some excitement when he heard it. Yeah? Because our army has stirrups. Soldiers can basically control horses after only half a month of training. As long as there is another month, they can basically control horses. Riding has been compared with those horsebacks. There is no difference between the nomads on the internet. Shang Wen talked freely. The cavalry for training now is basically selected from infantry. They are not proficient in using the sabers and iron swords they have just issued. But they are very familiar with the long-handled weapons of the infantry formation. Why don't we apply that? Shang Wen speaking of. Wang Jian nodded while listening. Mr. Qin is right. The old man is a little dull. Wang Jian said. Actually, what I want to say is, why don't we form a heavy cavalry? Shang Wen said. Heavy cavalry. Wang Jian and Meng Tan said. What is that? Meng Tan then asked. Even if they are wearing heavy armor, Horses are also wearing heavy armor. Soldiers have heavy weapons in their hands, for example, the big spear outside, Shang Wen said, talking about beryllium. Meng Tan added, yes, that's the thing. Shang Wen immediately responded. Think about it, if we are directly facing the Hu people's army, we will send such a heavy cavalry. The impact force must be so powerful that it can't be added, Shang Wen said. Impact force has indeed increased, but maneuverability, wearing heavy armor, horses and people can't bear it for a long time. The speed must not be able to keep up. Meng Tan said thoughtfully, I think that the heavy cavalry must be accompanied by a certain light cavalry. The heavy cavalry is mainly used for assaults on the battlefield. The light cavalry must be like Mercury, infiltrate the enemy's large array, and completely destroy the enemy. Wang Jian seemed to have thought of such a scene. The heavy cavalry violently attacked the Hu people's cavalry army. The Huron's light cavalry could not resist at all. The light cavalry of the late Qin army followed up quickly. Mass killings. An undecided situation appeared on the battlefield. Well, I think it can. Meng Tan nodded and said. But these heavy armors, it's difficult to raise them in a short period of time. Wang Jian said with some embarrassment. General, don't you guard an iron factory? Shang Wen asked rhetorically. Ha ha ha. I forgot. There is still a factory director. Wang Jian said with a smile. Come out from the great account of the Chinese army. Shang Wen's pressure suddenly increased. Now it's time to start smelting iron. It is still a large-scale iron smelting. Now follow your instructions. The blast furnace is completed. The coal dug from nearby has been piled up into mountains. With these Hun's prisoners of war, Shang Wen can completely ignore coal mine accidents. Coupled with the use of explosives to blow up the soil directly on it. The speed is already amazing. The transportation of iron ore is somewhat difficult. After all, it takes a lot of manpower and animal power. Those Hun's prisoners of war did not dare to use it. Once these guys have horses, he immediately became a soldier. You don't need to mention this kind of thing yourself. Everyone knows. The officers who took care of the prisoners of war were extremely vicious. As long as the Huns are slightly slack, can be beaten to death with a whip directly. Sins. God forgive me for my sins. It's a pity that I don't believe it. I don't know if I can forgive it. I'm leaving first. I have to smelt iron quickly. The blast furnace is probably caused today. Shang Wen and Meng Tan said hello and left. And Meng Tan is still thinking about how to form a heavy cavalry. Wang Jian handed this important task to Meng Tan. The blast furnace has been built. Some brackets have not been removed. The work of smelting iron has already begun. First use wood to ignite coal. The high temperature of coal burning is rapidly heating the iron ore in the crucible. 4 or 5 Huns were shirtless and pulling the windbag. Feeling unusually strenuous. The soldiers of the Qin army next to him don't care how tired they are. Just feel a little slow down. Immediately whipped. Holding a halberd in hand. Holding the leather whip in the other hand. It feels very prestigious. Shang Wen watched these tortured Huns, who had no strength, shook their heads and left. Shang Wen is stepping onto the tent. A person with the appearance of a small official ran over quickly. Meet the adults. The little official saluted. Get up. Don't be polite in the future. The factory is heavy and there are busy people everywhere. This is not good, Shang Wen said. Thanks your lord. The little official thanked him hurriedly. What's your name? Shang Wen asked. The younger one is called Liu. The little official replied. N. You know the technology of iron smelting? Shang Wen asked. Back to the adults. The young ones are for ironing in Xianyang. They are just in charge of the fire. Liu said truthfully. Then what do you think of this blast furnace? Shang Wen asked. Back to the adults. For a while, the little ones don't understand why the adults want to build such a blast furnace. The little ones are in charge of some small fires. Those iron stones are not made in a crucible. They are placed in the soil prepared in advance. Finally, when the fire is very big, it begins to melt. Finally, it is taken out and placed. It forms an iron block. Liu said like a few treasures. After listening to Shang Wen, He felt bad. What is this guy talking about? Could it be the ancient iron smelting technology? Is this the technique you used in Xianyang? Shang Wen asked. Yes, I learned it personally from the master, Li Er said with some pride. This personally means that the skill Li Er learned is the true biography of his master. Shang Wen boarded the bracket. I felt the heat wave. Shang Wen was almost untenable. Li Er quickly stepped forward to hold on. 58 The delightful King Qin. My lord, be careful. Li Er hurriedly helped. Oh, thank you, Shang Wen said while holding his body firmly. My lord, the temperature of this blast furnace is really amazing. In the past, there were people standing here in iron smelting. It was charcoal. Even so, the delay should not be too long. These people are all trained. But my lord, Li Er is a little hard to say. The adults are really a little careless. If the adults have an accident, it will be difficult to make 1,000 cuts. Li Er said anxiously. I know, I won't come back next time. Some things, leave it to you to do it. Shang Wen waved his hand and said, Master Xi. After saying that he was about to salute, Shang Wen quickly stopped. I'll wash it off first. Shang Wen had no choice but to give up. Li Er made a request. When will this first pot of molten iron come out? Shang Wen asked. A small estimate will take 2 hours. Li Er replied. Shang Wen watched the iron smelting process. While watching and listening to Li Er's answer, why is it so long? Shang Wen asked. Master Hu, this is already very fast. In the past, we used small furnaces with small fires. Now we use this blast furnace crucible. Li Erxi said. The amount of smelting at one time is amazing. Forgive me for the small sins. How much iron can be smelted this time? I don't know how much iron can be smelted this time. I don't know. This is the first time I have commanded such a large fire. Take it. Li Er said with his hands. Well, it's the first time for me. Then tell me. Estimate how much molten iron can be produced the first time. Shang Wen asked rhetorically. N. Li Er looked at the blast furnace and said. It looks like about 300 shi. Li Er finally said the unit of estimation in his mind. How much is this? Shang Wen said to himself. 300 stones? Li Er said with some surprise. Oh, nothing. What did you say? Oh, for sure. It will be added in the future. 300 stones, not enough, not enough. Shang Wen said ha ha. Shang Wen was very confused. How much are these 300 stones? I really don't know. Only metric and imperial units are familiar. It's really annoying. What is that? Shang Wen saw a group of people playing in the mud. That's making a mold. Because the amount produced at one time is too large. The small ones have to be temporarily made into iron blocks. It is convenient for later forging. Li Er said. I see. Shang Wen nodded and said. Then you go busy. I just take a look at it casually. Do it according to your method first. Take your time when it comes to shortcomings. Don't worry. Shang Wen waved his hand. Li Er has a bitter face. Here, your lord. This iron factory smelts iron. There is a fixed number for a year. If there is no fixed number, you will have to blame. What? Guilt. Shang Wen was shocked when he heard it. Yes, Gindafa stipulates that there must be a quantitative amount. That's why adults are so small. It's really anxious. Fortunately, the output is now more than I thought. This year's output is only set at 3,000 shi. If you come here, in the next year, estimate, the output has to be raised. Li Er was a little bit grumbling. That's it, Shang Wen said. It seems that what people said is true. Qin Stafu is rigorous. Coming over is strict. Strict to this point. He is an iron factory. If there is an accident, one's own responsibility is too great. Can't make it, is going to be beheaded. Thought of this. Shang Wen was in a cold sweat behind his back. From now on, when I see the king, I have to talk about this matter. Go and go. Shang Wen waved his hand. Then there will be Mr. Lao. He walked away with his hands back. This makes no sense. It makes no sense. Fixed output. Less than production is likely to be decapitated. It really doesn't make sense. Shang Wen thought of this. There was constant distress in my heart. Gin's laws are really too strict. shocked. This matter must be reflected. The output can't do that. Ha ha ha. King Qin saw Wang Jian's memorial. Unusually happy, Zhao Gao was shocked by the sudden whisper. My lord, it's been a while since I was so happy today. Zhao Gao cautiously offered a cup of tea. Ha ha, Zhao Gao. King Qin exclaimed happily. What is the king's order? Zhao Gao said respectfully, bending over. Widow are happy. Look at this. After saying that, King Qin handed Zhao Gao a memorial. There is something wrong with the king, Zhao Gao said. There are so many rules. Let you see it. King Qin handed it to Zhao Gao again. Zhao Gao then stretched out his hands tremblingly to take it. Zhao Gao opened the memorial. Fly through the content. Wang, king. Is this true? Zhao Gao said with some surprise. It's true. Absolutely true. Isn't it written in the memorial? More than 60,000 soldiers in Deng saw it. Do they dare to deceive the widow? King Qin stroked his beard, speaking confidently. Zhao Gao confirmed that it was true, hastily handed the memorial to the table. Sir King, this is great news. Little. I have never heard of anyone who can go to heaven. After speaking, Zhao Gao felt that he was a bit gaff, kneeled to the ground in fear. Get up, get up. Why are you kneeling on the ground again? I am happy for a widow. From ancient times, only those gods have the ability to ascend to the sky. Unexpectedly, Mr. Qin still has this ability. Okay. King Qin was happy. Speaking of, go and invite all the lieutenants of the Prime Minister to come. The widows must tell them the news. Hurry up, King Qin urged. Here, Zhao Gao respectfully withdrew from the hall. Master Li, what matters to the king is so urgent. Could it be that the war in the north has changed? Go Wai Liao said. Li Si shook his head silently. Looking at Li Si with a silent face, Wai Liao couldn't figure it out. The two walked into the Qin palace in silence like this. Ha ha. Li Si, Wai Liao, hurry up. There is a happy event for the widow. The two have not approached yet. King Qin already beckoned. The two are ready to salute. No. Number. Quickly, look at this. King Qin handed the memorial to the two in person. Li Si was surprised. Wai Liao was a little at a loss. I don't know what can make King Qin so happy. Li Si respectfully took over the memorial. After reading it, shaking all over. It's hard to believe. Wai Liao saw such an expression. Take the memorial and see it. The same is true after reading it. Looking at the two men with an unbelievable expression, King Qin laughed loudly. Cannot help happier. The widow didn't believe it at first, but he had the eyes of 60,000 soldiers. The widow believed this. Besides, Mr. Qin came to my dark inn for a few months. What he did, it was also an eye-opener for the widow. King Qin was pleased. Speak your own opinions. 59 must fly. King Qin finished happily. Li Si, two people recovered from the surprise of the memorial. Your Majesty. It's amazing. Wai Liao said. What's so surprising? Gods can go to heaven and earth. Why doesn't Dia Qin, who is widowed, have nothing like this? King Qin said. No. Wai Liao explained that he was afraid that King Qin would misunderstand what he meant. The minister thinks this is a good thing for me. Qin Wai Liao said quickly. Since ancient times, those who have been able to go to heaven are all gods. Now, Dia Qin can even go to this day. It is really a miracle of the ages. Wai Liao said. Yeah, King. The sky is vast. Now I am able to ascend to the sky. I am afraid that the 6 kingdoms of Guangdong will be extremely shocked. General Li Si was flattered. Speaking quickly, King Qin said with a smile and bowed his hand. The widow has decided. Go and see for yourself. The widow not only wants to see it, he also has to go to the sky to see this thing. King Qin raised his head and looked at the sky outside the palace and said. Li Si listened to each other, kneeling to the ground quickly. My lord, you can't do this, my lord. After speaking, the two knelt to the ground again. My lord, the war in the north has not yet subsided. The 6 eastern kingdoms are moving stupidly. The king is going north at this time. If anything happens, when will my dear Qin be out of the world? Li Si said with a pained expression. To a king, please get up soon. As he said, King Qin lifted the two with both hands. I understand what the two king said. But now, the situation has to go. King Qin said, come and see. As he spoke, King Qin came to the huge sand table. Now, Wang Jianmengchen has firmly grasped all the territory of the Xiongnu. These territories are extremely vast. King Qin pointed to the area occupied by the Xiongnu and said. Li Si followed the fingers of King Qin and looked towards the Xiongnu area. These areas are all under my Darkin's rule, but the place occupied by the Xiongnu is really too big. It is more extensive than my Darkin's land. If a government office is set up, at least 5 counties need to be set up, and, according to Wang Jian's latest report, the Hu people are jealous and Dakin occupies these areas. I want to take the opportunity to occupy them. Can the widow make these wolves come again? King Qin said sharply. These places are grasslands. It's no better than my Darkin Guanzhong. Plus, sending troops everywhere to sweep the Huns. The population on the grasslands is already extremely thin. If we can't fill them in quickly, the Hu people will take the opportunity to enter. When the time comes, the widow will send troops for nothing. We will make wedding dresses for others. King Qin thought while looking at the huge sand table. What the king said is extremely true. Li Si said quickly. But, sir, you? Li Si said again and again. Widow understand. King Qin said. So, widow and Mr. Wai Liao go north. Leave you Li Si in Xianyang. The prince is still young. Let Li Si supervise the country for the time being. King Qin waved his big arm. Hear the arrangement of King Qin. Li Si quickly knelt to the ground. This, Chen. Li Si was speechless for a while. This is how much trust. Supervise the country, without absolute trust. Such a thing is absolutely impossible. Okay. No need to bow down. King Qin said when he saw Li Si, who was excited. Xi Wang. Li Si knelt to the ground heavily. King Qin didn't help Li Si either. King Qin knew that Li Si was willing to thank you, able to get such great love from King Qin. Can Li Si not do this? For flying, the widow must fly. King Qin made up his mind silently. At this time Shang Wen has already walked out of the iron factory. High temperature is indeed not so acceptable. In addition, Qin Fa's harshness caused a cold sweat. Shang Wen really didn't have the strength to think of other things. What Shang Wen is thinking now is to go back quickly, take a good rest, think about what to do in the future. This Qin law is too harsh. I don't feel much about it when I read the history books. But things fell on their own heads. I don't feel a knife hanging in my heart. My back always feels cold. Ouch. Shang Wen was slammed into the door frame by the carriage. I said if I can be stable. Shang Wen opened the door curtain and said sharply, I'm sorry, my lord. There is no way for the small ones. Look. The driver who was driving the car pointed to the bumpy road on the side of the road. A large pile of earth and ash came from the pavement. Bah. Shang Wen ate a few bites of dirt, hastily spit too. Shang Wen got out of the carriage and saw it. There are bullock carts on every road. Behind it was full of iron ore. The drivers' faces were exhausted, grey-headed and grey-faced. The road surface is crushed by so many vehicles, has become pitted. The turf is gone. The soil is being repeatedly crushed, has become extremely soft. Most of it is like cement. As long as the vehicle passes by, the dust flew up immediately. Shang Wen looked at everything in front of him. Some of those coachmen were recruited from the North County area. From time to time, there was the sound of the Qin army soldiers whipping. Shang Wen saw all this. Disgusted, give a loud shout. Stop. Shang Wen walked quickly to the Qin army soldier. Shang Wen grabbed the whip and threw it far away. In the future, you are not allowed to hold a whip at your own person. Shang Wen pointed to the soldier and said, call all the soldiers here, all drive back to their barracks. Shang Wen said sharply, are you okay? As he said, Shang Wen turned around and helped the whipped strong man. The brawny man has a fever. Chapped lips. Thanks. Thank you, sir. He wanted to kneel down. Shang Wen quickly helped him up. The strong man looks very strong, but Shang Wen helped him up but floated lightly. It seems that iron ore is being transported continuously. All their energy has been exhausted. Shang Wen felt a little uncomfortable. Qin is strong, behind the contributions made by the people of Qin. Who knows? Pass the order. Let the coachman rest. Go back and tell the army stove. Stew a big pot of broth. let them have a good meal, Shang Wen said to the soldier. The soldier was a little sluggish. What are you doing stupidly? Go ahead, here. The soldier hurriedly left. A command in a while, who knows what to do? The soldier said with some dissatisfaction. Shang Wen waved his hand for everyone to rest. At first the coachmen were at a loss. Shang Wen sees this, had no choice but to sit in the grass everywhere. When everyone saw this, they had no choice but to sit there. A few boldly found a better place. Are you all from Bejun? Shang Wen asked the brawny man. Yes, yes, the strong man said quickly. What's your name? Shang Wen continued to ask. The little one is called Bei Ernu. The strong man said. Oh, why are you transporting so many iron ore when you are sick? Shang Wen asked. Oh, Bei Ernu sighed. 60 road construction strategy. The younger generation lives in North County. There are 5 brothers and sisters in the family. The younger is the third. There is a sister and a brother on it. Bei Ernu said. My brother, I went to battle the year before last. Unfortunately, Bei Ernu said nothing. Shang Wen also understands. Wars in kin were frequent. Bei Ernu is his brother. Already killed. Are there anyone else in the family? Shang Wen asked. There is also an old mother. 3 younger brothers and sisters. Bei Ernu said. It's busy farming season now. Why are you still coming out? Shang Wen asked. This is an escort sent by the top. There was no such thing, but it was said that iron ore was discovered. We first recruited those who committed crimes. Later, there were not enough people. One family, our family. I came out. Bei Ernu preached honestly. Seeing you are as strong as a cow, why are you sick? Shang Wen asked. The Corvi originally distributed food from the top, but I ate a lot. In addition, we came early. We did a lot. It was very cold at night here. We don't have anything to keep out of the cold. We got the wind. Bei Ernu said. Shang Wen stopped talking. I can even think about it. Qin law is strict. In order to meet the deadline, it must be in advance. Without any preparation in advance, of course these people have to be hungry and cold. This can be regarded as harming others by oneself. If it weren't for making trains by smelting iron yourself, I guess. Forget it. I don't want to. Stop anyway. Get up, come on. At this time, Li arrived on horseback, immediately urging the coachman to transport the iron ore in quickly. The coachman got up immediately when they heard it. What's the matter? Shang Wen stood up and asked. My lord. Li saw Shang Wen immediately turn over and dismount. Subordinates have seen the adults. Li stepped forward and saluted. What's going on? Shang Wen asked. My lord. These are all convoys transporting iron ore. Li replied. I know this. Why is it so urging? Shang Wen asked. Adults don't know. The iron smelting speed of this iron factory is very fast. The amount of iron ore used is very large. Li said. Didn't I see the iron factory piled up so high? Shang Wen asked. Oh, my lord. The later this is, the more you use. If you don't save some in advance, I'm afraid, you will have to stop work at that time. Once work is stopped, it will not be completed on time. It will be punished. Li said anxiously. Then you can't use people like that. Shang Wen continued. My lord, it's convenient. He took Shang Wen and walked aside. The adults don't know. The food for these people is provided locally. But Guiyang County is a newly established county, and there is no food at all. Coupled with the army's expenses, the logistics is already very difficult. Li explained. I see. Shang Wen waved his hand and said, well, let them transport the iron ore back first. Let's stop the iron ore for these 2 days. Let them have a good rest. Then they will be divided into 3 shifts. Take turns and transport them backwards. Li wanted to start again. Speaking of, go. Do as I said, Shang Wen said. But, my lord, the ration is only enough for 3 rations. If it is used in this way, I am afraid that 1 ration is also. Li said anxiously. Go. I think about it myself. Shang Wen waved his hand. Here. Li had no choice but to take his orders. Shang Wen watched the long line passing by. I don't know what to do. People like Founder are really too bitter. Can't do this anymore. Otherwise, problems will occur sooner or later. These people are really too bitter. In general, roads have to be built at present. It can't go on like this. How to repair this road? Can it be repaired? Shang Wen has no bottom in his heart. It is the one who sent the Corvette at present. These people are already miserable. Also, the rations have been exhausted. The army is the first to supply food. The population of North County is small. The land is barren. In this way, it is estimated that the snow-capped mountains have worsened. If Qin wants to unify the 6 countries in the future, it is estimated that the entire national power will be exhausted. Such a thing is subjugating the country. How to do? If you forcibly build roads, not to drive people to death. Return to Daying. Shang Wen looked at the long line helplessly. The carriage quickly arrived at Daying. But it won't get in for a while. Shang Wen got off the car and took a look. I saw rows of Huns were divided into 2 groups of men and women. From time to time, a large number of cavalry roared past from behind. But there will be no place to put those cattle and sheep for a while. Had to rush to Daying. Did you see it? I have some beef today. There is also wine. The 2 soldiers chatted with each other. I'm not used to taking things. It's so terrible. It smells like a fishy smell, said a soldier. You idiot. Those rations are delicious. I want to eat meat every day. Drink horse nei wine. That's a goddess. Another soldier said, hey, I know, I heard. I want to take up this piece of land. That's great. I'm definitely not going back. I want to stay here. It's definitely better than going back to farm. But I just don't know when it's up. Implement. The other soldier continued. Don't think about it. So a large area. Ahem. The other soldier stopped the discussion immediately when he saw his officer walking back and forth. The words of these 2 soldiers. Shang Wen moved. Shang Wen originally thought about the post-war, relying on the trafficking of Huns as slaves. But now it seems impossible to achieve. But now another idea has emerged. That is the land. These lands became the land of no owner. The original masters above are gone. Now they are all slaves. Most of these slaves were young people. The future is a good workforce. These people, except for their own iron factory sent to dig coal mining, basically there is not much use. Now I might just use these people. Let these people build roads and those lands. Now the entire Hun's territory is a vacuum zone. If the Qin Jun can't hold on, it will soon be filled in by Xi from the west and Huron from the east. This kind of thing will definitely not be accepted. Qin State is now busy in the farming season, and it is certainly impossible to recruit a large number of citizens to enter in a short period of time. Although there are policies on the top, Shang Wen sees that those policies are pure nonsense. What reward? It is purely to divide the spoils. If there is no compensation, it is given to others. This is unacceptable. In this case, it's better give the land to the coachman or the workers. Those people dream of owning land. It is better to pay them as a reward, as long as the reward is appropriate. These people must have endless motivation. Those folk husbands will not worry about being exhausted again because they have delayed their agricultural work. It is best that these policies can move King Qin. At present, he is a supervising army anyhow. Just do it. If you want to kill or slash, it's fine. 61. I'm sorry. On the green carpet, a black snake appeared. This is the army of Hu people. That idiot Gilly. He was defeated by such a little Kingu. He also said without embarrassment that he had invited the gods. It was just a sheep. 1,000 commander said in the marching team. Yes, that's right. Now, I heard that he is less courageous than a woman. 1,000 chief agreed. Ha ha. A few random people laughed. A centurion in the team pressed his scimitar, preparing to drew his sword to kill these people. The Gilly on the side pressed that arm tightly. The centurion stared at the men fiercely. Had to let go. Sulking aside, the captain. This, said the other centurion. This is not a place to talk. Go back and talk. Najili said calmly. Since the return of the only 2,000 horses led by Najili, Huren Wang drew his sword sweaty and almost killed him. Fortunately, Several captains struggled to intercept. That Chili had his life back. But his own tribe was taken away by Wang Khan. There are others. Now he was reduced to a small commander. That Chili didn't have much at first. But what who people admire is the warrior. Don't regard Nigili's behavior as the behavior of a coward. Therefore, after being demoted, many people looked down on him, even laughed at him face to face. Nigili wanted to fight back at first, but then his thinking changed. My current situation can no longer be changed. In order to be able to stand firm, gain greater power, and wash away their shame, Nigili decided to kill Wang Khan. But now I can't even see Wang Khan, so I had to waiting for an opportunity. Take everything. Camp. A horse-riding messenger galloped back and forth. After all the people heard it, they began to rest in place. Some people began to guide the squadron. Camp, search for water, light fire, and kill sheep. The soldiers began to get busy. When the scent of mutton floated in all the camps, the Hurons' camp began to sound special songs and dances. The bold and unrestrained Huron sang and danced. There are also several beautiful women in Wang Khan's big tent, wearing silk gauze that can barely cover the body. Graceful figure seduced all the people present. Huron Wang Khan looked at everything in front of him happily, excited. His eyes are almost glaring. The generals below also had the same look, but Wang Khan was still so he had to suppress the fire in his heart. There was singing and dancing in Wang Khan's tent. Yin Yan, and in an inconspicuous tent. Nigili was sitting with the 2 centurions just now. Major, we are here. Several people quickly flashed into the tent. 100 Century stood up quickly, sticking to the big account to check the situation outside. Then nodded to Nigili. Everyone, sit down. Nigili waved his hand and said. Several centurions sat everywhere. Whatever you want. Nigili said again. Said that the centurion severely grabbed a leg of lamb and bit it. Motu, are you still angry? Nigili said to the centurion who was biting the leg of the lamb. Yes. Why don't you kill those beasts? They insulted your captain. Motu said fiercely. Nigili shook his head. The other centurion moved Motu with his elbow. Don't move me. If it weren't for the captain stopping today, I would have killed those little lambs. Motu said fiercely. Kupunatu, don't stop him. Nigili said to the centurion just now. Motu, I know you are a warrior in the prairie, but the warrior must be as cunning as a wolf in the prairie. Now is not the time to hunt prey. Do you know? Nigili said blankly. When Motu heard the words, he put down the leg of lamb in his hand and said, Master One means. Motu said respectfully. Several centurions looked at each other. All laughed. Have you seen the great tent of the Chinese army? A Qin army captain dressed in weed disguise asked the small soldier on the side. His camp is too large. There are also scout sentry patrolling nearby. The little soldier whispered, SHHH. The corporal hurriedly hushed. The little soldier closed his mouth quickly, bowed his head and lay still on the spot. At this time, a few Huron soldiers riding horses rushed from behind the 2. Huron grumbled a word. He turned and left. The captain looked up slowly. There is no abnormality. Quickly, we have to find the horse to leave. Chief Wu said in a low voice. The 2 arched their waists and left slowly, disappeared in the depths of the grassland. I didn't find the Chinese army's big account. How did you do it? A school lieutenant cursed. No, we don't need to know their big account. As he said, the general dressed as the deputy waved and retired. Pass the order. Let the rockets send 3 teams of 100 people. Send them at Bali, south of the Hurons' camp. Send 2 more teams of 1,000 people to cover. Remember, on the road where the Huron hit, give me a good treat. You're welcome. After it's done, the 2G River merges at 50 miles southwest. Here, the school lieutenant on the side passed the order. Go, let's entertain Huron friends too. The singing and dancing in the Huron camp has not yet subsided. You hear it? There seems to be a sound. What? No. One soldier said to the other soldier. Look at it quickly. What's that over there? A human soldier pointed at something like a star that appeared in the sky. They are flying here. Not good. Run quickly. A soldier participating in the vanguard cried. Run. kin. Before he finished shouting, the deafening explosion sounded over the camp. Boom, boom. The rockets continued to fall to the ground, blowing up the humiliated people into pieces of meat, splashing blood mist. The broken limbs fly into the sky. When the Huron Wang Khan was happy, he heard a thunderous sound. Then, a broken human's arm splashed in. The scared non-human dancers stood in place screaming. Why? Before a general had finished speaking, the thunderous voice kept ringing. The voice of speaking was covered up. Soon the rockets fired from the south and north were over, and the entire Huron camp was still immersed in panic, and there was no movement at all. There are broken limbs everywhere. The wounded viscera ran across the floor, and the wounded soldiers wailed and cried. The Huron who recovered from the explosion felt like hell. Some bold people began to get up, looking for their horses, to get revenge. And some officers are completely dizzy. 62 The Hu People's army on the edge of collapse. Why hasn't the Hu people moved yet? A man with the appearance of a kin army officer rode on the horse and kept looking through binoculars. Wait and see. Don't worry, another officer said while drinking water very leisurely. Come on, it's the warrior, rush out with me. A bearded man turned on his horse. Pull out his scimitar. He screamed and rushed out. The others who had been relieved also turned on their horses. Start to charge. Look, they are out. The officer with a telescope yelled. Ignite the torch. Point them to it. Don't let them go wrong. The person below started to light the torch. Put the torch on the ground and we will retreat. The officer turned around and began to retreat. Charge! A group of husky people shouted in disorder and rushed to the place with torches. Boom, boom. There was an explosion, and several non-humans began to shout. The horses also broke free and began to neigh with their legs cocked. But it was soon buried by the team that followed. Then the explosion began to sound continuously. People were killed and wounded constantly, and many horses were startled to run around. The team suddenly became chaotic. Chong, rush. The beard tried his best to control his horse, but he was rushed off the horse and trampled to death by others. Some people had no choice but to fight immediately, but they were caught in their legs by something. Fell directly to the ground. He reacted quickly and rolled, but his neck was broken when he reacted slowly. Just died. It turned out to be in front of the buried grenade. Kin Jun set up a barbed wire fence for concealment. I also put green grass on it as a disguise. But this is the night, invisible by itself. So this is unnecessary. Originally, I wanted to make Huren suffer a big loss on the barbed wire. But the minefield has disrupted the non-human impact formation. Few people rushed over. The effect is not obvious. You idiots. Idiots. Wang Khan kicked to a commander in a tantrum. Who told you to go out to chase Kingu? Wang Khan sternly asked. Don't you think that kin people will ambush? Wang Khan gasped. Roll. Wang Khan threw out a cup and cursed. In the middle of the night of the next day, there was no such joy in the Huron's camp. The only thing is quiet. There was no sound in the huge barracks. Similarly, a soldier began to exclaim. The rocket dragged the tail flame into the Huron's camp. Suddenly, Huron broke the peace of the camp. Daying can't get out. Husbands can only scurry around with their heads. The wailing of the wounded, the explosion of the rockets, the neighing of horses, the scolding of the officers. The Huron camp has become a mess. No one can control the situation. Strange. Huron didn't attack this time, a recruit asked. Wait and see. The veteran calmly looked at the Huron camp ahead. What to do? It's been so long. There hasn't been any movement yet. An officer asked. Shoot the second round of rockets. A high-ranking officer said. Swish. The rockets roared out like mountains and seas. Huron Daying experienced a hellish blow again. Retreat. It seems that Huron will not come out. The officer waved his hand and ordered the team to return. The Huron camp in the distance was brilliantly lit. Burning everywhere, weeping everywhere. The sky just cleared. Wang Han was sitting in Manshan disheveled, holding a scimitar in one hand. On the floor of the shelf, a drop of blood was left on the blade of the scimitar from time to time. On the ground lay a man with a different head. The officers around were silent. Last night, no team dared to send out. This was Wang Khan's order. Because of this, The commander of the gatekeeper was slashed by Wang Khan, who was vomiting blood. Just because there was no attack last night. Qin calmly finished 2 rounds of rockets. Then calmly rode around the Huron camp before leaving. And all are Wang Khan's orders. Wang Khan vomited blood on the spot. There was no other way but to kill the chief commander to vent his anger. But things have happened. Huron no longer has any combat power. The soldiers have been hit by rockets for 2 days in a row, and under the attack of this kind of weapon, the Hu people are helpless, can only be beaten passively. Going out was inexplicably blown up, killed, the wounded in a mess with their faces blown up. Looking at all the soldiers, I felt distressed. The officer seemed to realize something too, draw a knife directly to kill. Since then, the morale of the Hu people has been even lower. No one dared to speak up anymore. No one dared to do other things. The 3rd day, the 4th day, the 5th day, none of the Qin people came. In fact, the Qin people have already withdrawn. All the rockets they brought have been fired. Now I have to go back and add. But Huron is a different scene. There was no fire in the camp, and the soldiers fell asleep tremblingly. He was startled by a little noise again, and then fell asleep. Then he was shocked. Repeated overnight. The soldier did not sleep well. At night, some of the soldiers didn't sleep at all. But the next day, the whole army is sluggish. Looking at such a large army, Wang Khan had no thoughts to fight again. The Qin people are fascinating. Has made his army on the verge of collapse. Wang Khan was also helpless. Shang Wenzing was commanding a large number of prisoners of war with a grey head. No, you have to ram the soil solid. It won't work at all. Shang Wen pierced a flat piece of soil with an awl and said, "Consolidated." Shang Wen said again, snapped. There was a whip. A Qin army soldier beat a Hun's boy, roaring and urging to work. Shang Wen looked at the soldier. "Bait yourself on the chest." I was shocked. Looking at the thin young Sangnu, Shang Wen walked away helplessly. The road construction project hasn't started for a few days. More than 300 people have died. These Qin army soldiers did not blink at all. Some have to bury the bones under the highway. Fortunately, Shang Wen saw it. Stop it quickly. On the grounds that the foundation of the highway is unstable, people find a place to bury it. Level the land. Rammed the earth and paved the stones. Rammed earth, then the stones mixed with asphalt are spread on the ground. The whole project started like this. A Taowei north-south lane is a national highway. The width is about 7 feet. Shang Wen does not know this data. Shang Wen only knows that in this way, vehicles can pass more quickly. The other side is to tell the highway. The Taowei lanes are separated separately, 7 feet each. Looking at the unusually wide road, Shang Wen felt that there was nothing to waste. Maybe you have to pass the tank. The roadbed must be well laid. The width must be so big. This will allow more troops to pass side by side. Look at the flat road, then look at the Huns. Shang Wen felt a bit too much. 63 The path of blood and tears. Oh, this is simply the road of blood and tears for the Huns, Shang Wen said to himself. The whip continued to be beaten on the body of the young Sangnu, who still appeared to be small. The boy cried and howled. The wolf, lying on the ground and rolling constantly. The soldiers of the Qin army lashed more frantically. Soon, the boy stopped moving. Tired of playing, the soldier of the Qin army pinned the whip to his waist. Pull out the sword directly. Cut it over. Hey, a good head. The soldier smiled and hung his head around his waist. Shang Wen watched all this happen. Did not go to check with your hands for breathing. Cut and kill directly with a single stab. Shang Wen can only be described as cruel. Go, you two treat the body. The soldier pointed to 2 Sangnu teenagers and said. The teenager did not speak. It is estimated to be tired. The arm swinging the shovel was too motionless. Asshole. The soldier drew it with a whip. The Hun boy fell directly to the ground and stopped moving. Hey, I got a good head again. He rolled up his sleeves, pinned the whip around his waist, and prepared to pull out the knife. A teenager broke out suddenly. Kneeling to the ground, stopped the soldier, muttering something in his mouth. There is dust all over the face. but I can see 2 lines of tears remaining, constantly crying in his mouth. Hearing that tone seemed to beg the soldier not to kill the young man who was already lying on the ground, and kept pointing his finger at himself, begging. The hoarse voice was very sad. Shang Wen understood. This may be a pair of brothers or a relative of the begging teenager. The begging boy only begged to let go of the boy who was already lying on the ground. The soldier was unmoved. The knife has been pulled out. The soldiers kept kicking the begging boy. Get out of the way, or even kill you. The soldier kicked the begging boy hard on the chest. The corner of the boy's mouth was already vomiting a large pool of blood. The scarlet blood has reddened the only piece of cloth on his chest. The soldiers remained unmoved, and the Huns around stopped their work. There is hate in the eyes. There is blood in the eyes. There are tears in the eyes. The Huns hated them to the extreme. At this time, I saw a bad school lieutenant hurriedly pulling Shang Wen away. Shang Wen also wanted to stay for a while, but strength is not something these soldiers can contend with. Shang Wen was pushed into the car. The captain did not know when he had already drawn out his sword. Protection is around Shang Wen. With a sound of footsteps, a group of soldiers from the Qin army came over. A Qin army cavalry team rushed over. Shang Wen saw through the car window. The soldiers in custody have already begun to disengage. Get together. Many people began to gather. Qin people, Huns, Qin Juns scolding, the neigh of horses. Suddenly, Shang Wen heard a sad cry. The voice was extremely bleak. Shang Wen was moved by it. It must be the one who begged the young man. The tragic death of brothers and relatives can be imagined. Shang Wen didn't have time to think about it. I heard a huge roar from behind the car. It belongs to the Huns, and those who have been suppressed for a long time will have such resistance. Then came the metal sound of swords colliding. Roar. From the Qin people of the Huns. There are also horses. In the fierce battle between people, the horse also seems to be infected. Give out a different roar. The car gradually left the battlefield of killing. I can't hear anything. Shang Wen sat in the car blankly. Bleed, bleed. The blood popped out of the human body like spring water. Into a stream, into a river and sea. Shang Wen could faintly hear the metal crash, not as good as percussion music. Only life-threatening notes. Shang Wen couldn't stand it anymore. I feel like I'm about to collapse. Shang Wen. Meng Tan shook Shang Wen. Shang Wen still stared into the distance blankly. That direction is where the road was built. Sigh. Shang Wen sighed heavily. Let's go and take a look. Shang Wen walked to the carriage alone to take a look. Meng Tan is here to inform Shang Wen that King Qin is going to visit the north. But seeing Shang Wen look downcast, Meng Tan is not easy to speak. In addition, the men and horses he brought immediately put in the fight to suppress the Huns. Therefore, Shang Wen is ignored. At best, it can only guarantee safety. Teams of people are moving in quickly. That is the mobilization of the surrounding military. Listening to the extremely neat pace, it's like death calling. A bunch of people were lying on the battlefield. Several halberds skewed on the corpse. There are severed limbs everywhere. The outflowing internal organs and blood melted together. On the constructed black pavement, there are flies flying all over the floor. And those crows, just as annoying as these flies. Shang Wen strode between these corpses. The Qin army had already dispersed. Use the halberd to continuously assassinate those who are alive, and those who are dead. In case someone pretends to be dead and sneak attack. Puff. Ji pulled out from the corpse. Bring out a stream of blood. The bloody water remained like the spring. A soldier passed by Shang Wen, constantly assassinated with a halberd. A badly injured Huns lay in the corpse, struggling to pick up the shovel, trying to desperately. The Qin army soldier walked over. A halberd directly pierced the heart of the Huns. The unstoppable Huns lost their lives with their eyes open. The soldiers of the Qin army who followed swiftly brandished the machete, harvesting this great head. Shang Wen didn't feel sick. It feels ruthless on the battlefield. There are corpses everywhere, and the soldiers of the Qin army are like demons, reaping life. Shang Wen was a little disgusted. Some hate all this. The road he built became a battlefield for killing, not the road to civilization. On the repaired road, There are corpses lying densely on both sides of the road. Some civilian husbands were transferred to collect corpses. There is no need for the Huns because they are afraid that the Huns will continue to resist. Shangwen, are you okay? Meng Tan asked. Shang Wen stood watching all this. Slowly squat down. Touch his face vigorously with his hand. Are you okay? Meng Tan continued to ask. Can it be okay? These people are all alive, and they are all lying here now. Can it be okay? Shang Wen said weakly. I understand. But these people deserve to die. If they run to our country, then we will suffer. The people of Darken will be slaughtered. Meng Tan said. You haven't seen what those humiliated people do. In a city, all the women were taken into captivity and became slaves. All the men were killed. Not even the babies were let go. The whole city was bloody. Meng Tan was excited. Speaking of, why don't we be like this? Shang Wen said calmly. This is war, this is politics. Shang Wen said. Meng Tan wanted to say something, but it was difficult to speak. I wanted to build roads, but I didn't expect to cause a massacre. In history, it is estimated that blood is used as ink and knives and guns as pens. The mountains and rivers, the earth, are paper. Write a copy. Shang Wen stopped. I felt my emotions. Let's go. Go back. I'm tired. Shang Wen turned around and left. Meng Tan didn't know what nerves Shang Wen had made. It is estimated that the excitement of the battlefield has hit this scholar too much. The sun began to set in the distance, and the fiery clouds burned all over the sky. The shadows on the earth kept surging. It was the soldiers who cleaned up the corpses in the battlefield. 64 What? Shang Wen didn't eat any food when he went back. He fell asleep in his camp. In the dark night, Shang Wen had a dream of many people. Lots of dead people covered with blood. The blood kept flowing. Flow, flow. Eventually it merged into a big river. The water of the river was red, slapping on the stones, forming scarlet blood stains. The splashes blood mist. Shang Wen was very scared. Just want to leave there. Suddenly found that there were heads under his feet. Very hideous head on the face. Shang Wen quickly ran away scared. But the head keeps appearing under the feet. Finally ran to a mountain. Shang Wen wanted to catch his breath. It was discovered that it was a mountain of headless corpses. This mountain is too high. Shang Wen saw the river of blood and the corpses piled up into mountains from a distance. What? Shocked in a cold sweat, Shang Wen panted and sat on the bed. It's terrible. It's terrible. Shang Wen sat up, gasping for breath. Recalling the dream he had just now, Shang Wen didn't feel a chill in his back. Cut. Shang Wen sneezed before realizing that he was sleeping in his clothes yesterday. Now the neckline and back of his clothes are all wet. Shang Wen felt that his dry mouth was not enough. Get up and grab the kettle and finish drinking. Shang Wen felt more comfortable now. Think of those who killed yesterday. Still have lingering fears. Shang Wen, are you up yet? It's noon. Meng Tan shouted loudly outside the tent. I'm here. Speaking. Got into a head outside the tent. Seeing everywhere. Just got up. Speaking. Meng Tan walked into the camp. I got you some broth. Drink it while it's hot. Meng Tan held a large dinner plate with a clay pot and some pancakes on it. Meng Tan opened the clay pot and smelled it and said, fragrant, really fragrant. Come on, you taste. Speaking. Meng Tan handed over the clay pot. Shang Wen weakly pushed the clay pot aside. I will never eat meat again, Shang Wen said. What? Meng Tan wanted to say in surprise. Shang Wen shook his head and said, needless to say, I hate meat, especially now. I hate blood. Meng Tan could only bait Shang Wen's shoulder. Can't say anything. Shang Wen silently picked up a pancake and ate it. Meng Tan picked up the kettle and poured some water for Shang Wen. There is not a drop of water in the kettle. Meng Tan walked out of the big tent and ordered a pot of water. The two sat silently in the big tent. Meng Tan didn't know what to say. Meng Tan knew that Shang Wen was stimulated. Can't figure out this guy. Can make such a powerful weapon. But I can't stand the stimulus so much. A soldier came in and brought a pot of water. Meng Tan waved away. Shang Wen poured himself a glass of water. Eating bread while drinking water. Shang Wen, actually, forget it. I have one thing to tell you. Meng Tan paused to look at Shang Wen. Shang Wen still ate the cake. Ahem. Meng Tan Run said in his throat. This news is only known to you and General Wang, no one else knows. Meng Tan stopped to see Shang Wen still not responding. Meng Tan said in one breath, King Qin wants to see your flying eagle one. Puff. Shang Wen spit on the ground, the water mixed with the cake. What? Shang Wen asked before he could wipe the saliva from his mouth. King Qin wants to see you flying eagle one. Meng Tan said calmly. Just kidding. Flying Eagle 1 has not been tested yet. Many things are unknown. It can be said. This thing goes to the sky. It is very likely to fall. Shang Wen stood up excitedly and said. Shang Wen sat down angrily. Slightly calmed down. He asked Meng Tan, when will King Qin arrive? Meng Tan thought for a while. Almost a day and a half. What? Shang Wen shouted. You keep your voice down. Meng Tan said anxiously, oh my god, you guys are just kidding. Just kidding. A day and a half. It's almost a day and a half. Shang Wen was already anxiously spinning back and forth. No, I have to go for a test flight as soon as possible. I really can't believe how powerful a manual thing can be. Shang Wen said, turning around and ran out. Meng Tan ran out helplessly. Hurry up. Hurry up. Shang Wen commanded the soldiers to withdraw the big guy Flying Eagle 1. When Shang Wen was refitting, they added wheels to the Flying Eagle 1. This makes it easy to get in and out. Don't worry about it. I didn't think you were flying well last time. Meng Tan said. It was a fluke last time. A fluke? Do you understand? Doing experiments, can you always have a fluke? Shang Wen said angrily. Hurry up. Hurry up. As he said, Shang Wen stepped forward to do it himself. In the open space outside the camp, Shang Wen began to experiment. This time, the rudder and power unit are installed, and the power unit is manpower. I don't know how much thrust can be generated. These are unknown. When will the King Qin not come, but come at this time? It is simply coming to add to the chaos. These technologies are not mature. If there is a little accident, Shang Wen really couldn't imagine the scene of an accident. What's your name? Shang Wen asked a soldier of the Qin army. The soldier lifted off with Shang Wen. My name is Tuf. The soldier said simply. Tuf, Tuf. Shang Wen repeated. Good name. There is a flying character. It seems that I was born a pilot. Shang Wen said happily. Pilot. Tuf muttered. Hey, it's a warrior who specializes in flying. Shang Wen hurriedly hit him. That's not the same as Darkin's sharp men. Tuf said. Same. Ha ha ha. Shang Wen said quickly. Okay, let's prepare quickly. Shang Wen began to say. My lord. My lord. At this moment Yingzhi ran over quickly. My lord, this is the clothes my maid asked the slaves to make. Look, my lord. Yingzhi said. Oh, I forgot all about it. This is called a safety suit. As he spoke, Shang Wen brought it over. This safety suit is like a bulletproof vest. It's just that there are a few more ropes behind. A rope is connected to the hot airship. This way you can ensure that you do not have to be thrown out. Here you are. You can put it on too. Shang Wen handed to F1. Wear this way. Shang Wen sort of not knowing what to do. Shang Wen set up a demonstration. Tighten your waist with a leather belt. Then buckle. The straps and waist belt are fastened. Then step onto the hot airship and connect it with a buckle on a rope. This is specially created by Shang Wen. Very strong and durable. Tuf saw Shang Wen making a demonstration. Also hurried forward. Shang Wen helped fasten the seat belt. Waved. Then start heating. Tuf shook the handle very honestly. Don't shake it now, Shang Wen said depressedly. Heating. Shang Wen demonstrated to Tuf. Reheat. Shang Wen let go this time, letting Tuf come to work. 65 thinking questions. Add fire. Keep adding fire. Soon, Flying Eagle 1 slowly separated from the ground. One step. Zhang and Shizhang underground people silently estimated the distance. Damn it, I don't even have a rangefinder. How can I experiment? Shang Wen cursed to himself. What did you say? my lord. Toph heard Shang Wen talking. I thought I wanted to tell myself something. Nothing. Be optimistic about the heater. Here. Toph clasped his hands and said. Shang Wen heard such an answer. Some collapse. This is a good soldier who knows politeness. But this guy is not a good pilot. Shang Wen came to a conclusion in his mind. In a short while, the hot airship has risen to a certain height. Shang Wen can only estimate the approximate distance. It is almost 200 meters in height. Okay, let's start the experiment. Shang Wen shouted loudly. Here, Toph said once again. Shang Wen couldn't help it. You don't need to salute like this in the sky. Just say yes or yes, Shang Wen said after taking the heater. Here. No. Yes, Toph said immediately. Strive to shake the handle. Shang Wen shouted loudly. Yes, Toph began to shake the handle quickly. The crank handles the gear. Turn the crankshaft, and the rear blades start to rotate. The airship still did not move, but the airship floated under the blow of the wind. The direction is definitely not the direction the airship pushes on the blades. Stick up, Shang Wen shouted loudly. The blades began to spin quickly. Toph turned vigorously. In the blink of an eye, sweat broke out on his forehead. But the airship still doesn't work. It's the same as the last time. It's all the wind blowing. Do you have to use it yourself? Will Feng Fan be the motivation? Shang Wen asked himself. Well, Shang Wen shook his head. This is an immature idea. Toph shook vigorously. The blades turned quickly. The reverse of the airship seems to have changed. Shang Wen looked down, as if he was. There is a small hill below. Shang Wen uses this as a reference. It is obviously not in line with the direction of the wind. It seems that motivation has some effect, but obviously not very big. The motivation still seems too small. Shang Wen was a little helpless. No solution anymore. Shang Wen has been unable to think of a good way to increase motivation. Shang Wen thought to himself. My lord, Toph shouted loudly. What's up? Shang Wen said impatiently. Because I interrupted my thoughts. Can I take a break? It's too tired. Toph said embarrassingly. You rest first, Shang Wen said. Oh. Exhausted. My arm is almost broken. Toph's two arms were hanging on the pod. If it's better to use your legs. Shang Wen suddenly heard such a sentence. What did you say? Say it again. Shang Wen asked suddenly. Sir. Damn the little one. Toph suddenly asked sharply when he saw Shang Wen. I thought I was embarrassed when I heard what I said. I'm going to get angry with myself. Get up quickly. I said the sentence you just said. Shang Wen said anxiously. Master Xi, Master. Toph said, kowtow. Oh, my eyebrows are on fire. You repeat what you just said. Shang Wen had the urge to jump down a little anxiously. What? Just the sentence just now. Some arm is about to break. Shang Wen pressed his anger hard. Using the legs. The lower arm strength is not good. But the legs are strong. Toph said. That's it. Shang Wen immediately turned and walked to the heater. Start to reduce heating. Want to fall down quickly. But this is not anxious. Correct. This guy is right. How am I the player? Use your legs. The strength of the legs is much greater than the strength of the arms. Say it again. People sit on it. It's better than shaking with an arm. It's easier. These things are like bicycles. Bicycle. I know if this thing can be made at present. The first bicycle was all wood. There are gears. Forget it. Go down and tell Zai Lao. The rest is up to them. Now I'm busy with this big guy. Does not solve the power problem. This thing will always be waste. Big waste. The airship began to slowly descend. Shang Wen couldn't wait any longer. Shang Wen's fingers kept tapping the pod. Hurry up. Hurry up. Shang Wen couldn't wait. Finally the airship fell down. As soon as it landed, Shang Wen immediately turned over. Several people waiting on the ground rushed over. What's the matter? Meng Tan asked. We're not motivated. We have to improve our motivation. Hurry up. That's right. Please come to my tent. Come to my tent. That's it. I have to draw the drawing. Shang Wen finished speaking and ran away. Meng Tan watched Shang Wen run away and went to find Zai Lao. Shang Wen ran while thinking about composing the picture. The overall effect of the airship is not very good. The entire rudder had to be changed significantly. Only a rudder pointing downwards is not acceptable. At least it must be like a submarine. Make a cross shape. Don't even think about the X type. That thing is extremely complicated. It's only now, and everything has to start from the simplest. A simple cross-shape design. But what material to choose? This thing is going to be big. If it is too small, it is difficult to use. Material. Iron definitely won't work. It will crush the entire bracket. Using wood, the entire skeleton of the airship will be crushed, plus the weight. The balance before and after will be broken. Need for overall planning. It's really troublesome to move the whole body by pulling a hair. Shang Wen felt very tricky. Shang Wen hurriedly walked into his tent and began to take out pen and paper. First draw the overall frame structure of the airship. But there is no inspiration. Shang Wen did not make some changes on the drawings. It is placed directly aside. Then Shang Wen began to draw out the pedal crank. Then there are changes to the blades. The original 2 blades are added to 4. But how to assemble Shang Wen is a bit difficult, so put it aside. Shang Wen then drew the drawing frame of the bicycle. Shang Wen is a bicycle that directly copied Offspring. There is nothing special, because, judging from the current materials, Shang Wen couldn't think of any good way to improve just those pieces of wood. It will directly increase the weight. The lightness and speed of bicycles may directly kill them. Shang Wen is not optimistic about this. Shang Wen painted all these things well. Just throw it away. Lie directly on the bed. Tap the beat with your fingers. Thinking about how to solve the material problem. This problem is difficult to solve. Till this moment, iron smelting is beginning. If it comes to applications, it's not mature at all. If using wood, but the weight of the wood lies there, on the airship where the weight is doubled, it is undoubtedly undesirable. I originally thought about using iron pipes or something. Don't even think about it now. The material simply doesn't work. Also, the current airship theme framework is very fragile. It's all bamboo. A slight collision may cause major repairs or destruction. Sigh. Shang Wen's headache became more and more like. Turn over and continue thinking. 66. This thing is good. Well, this thing is not bad, Zai Lao said with the drawing that Shang Wen threw on the table. Shang Wen, what is this thing called? I look at this gear and wheel thing. It seems to be some kind of car. Zai Lao asked. Oh, my elder's eye, you can count it. Shang Wen stood up. I'm almost annoying. This airship is almost annoying me. Shang Wen scratched his scalp and said, you haven't told me what this thing is called. That Zai Lao asked, pointing to the drawing. This thing is called a bicycle. As long as a person rides on it, he can walk with his pedals. It is also light and can drive more things than a walking person. Is it fast? Although it can't keep up with horse riding, it is much faster than walking, Shang Wen explained. This thing is very good. Can this be made? Zai Lao then asked. Shang Wen shook his head. Can't make it. How is it possible? Zai Lao asked. It really can't be made. These things need iron. The current iron making technology is not in place. Plus the materials and processing required for the wheels. Difficult, Shang Wen said reluctantly. And this thing, I use it for reference. The material can solve the problem. It's difficult to do other things. Don't look simple, but it's more difficult to process. Shang Wen poured a glass of water and said, Elder Zai looked at this thing and nodded and said, I want to try. What do you think? Zai Lao said, try it. Shang Wen asked, that's right. Elder Zai nodded and said, this thing is so good. Why not make it? Since iron can't be used, wood can also be used. There is also bamboo. I can do both. Zai Lao said. What? Shang Wen asked incredulously. What's so difficult? Zai Lao said proudly. I was a carpenter before I became a stickman. I learned how to make farm tools for farmers. Later I learned a stickman. Elder Zai said happily. That's okay. Look at this. Do you have a way? Shang Wen quickly took the other drawings and let Zai Lao take a look. Zai Lao watched in detail. The face is ugly. Then another one was changed. The frown became tighter. Shang Wen took a look. Yes, It's out of play. Your drawing, very good, but the processing is too difficult. Zai Lao put down the drawing and said, I think you should replace iron things with wood. Zai Lao said, I think too. But the wood is too heavy. If you put it on, the difference between the front and the back will be obvious. The airship is to fly up. Weight. Weight is very important. Shang Wen was a little annoyed. This. Zai Lao thought to himself, I also wanted to use wood, but the overall weight suddenly exceeded the standard. Lift will have a big impact. It is not good to control that far. It simply doesn't work. If iron pipes are used, the weight may be reduced, but the wood is solid. This can't be done. Shang Wen said, I have a way. Zai Lao said after listening. What is the solution? Shang Wen asked when he started doing it. Empty it or just make it with bamboo. Zai Lao said. What method is this? Shang Wen asked. As long as you tell me how to do it. Zai Lao said. It's easy. Just make gears and chains. For the other things, it's all up to you. It's just a coincidence. Shang Wen patted Zai Lao's shoulder. Okay, what you said. Go and do it. You can only solve the rudder. I told you. Just hollow out the center. Hit a few bamboo shoots and you'll be fine. Zai Lao said. Okay, I will arrange what I said, and I will discuss it with you. Shang Wen said. Speaking of Shang Wen, he went out of the account. Zai Lao looked at the bicycle drawings. Decided to study it myself. This thing shouldn't be difficult. I can solve it by myself. So Zai Lao took the drawing and came to his tent. The tents of Zai Lao are all bamboo and wood. Zai Lao took out a bamboo soaked in oil. This kind of bamboo is very tough, and the firmness does not need those iron pipes to be poor at all. Those iron pipes are very difficult to process, and it's practical at all. For these reasons, Zai Lao is especially fond of bamboo. Zai Lao took the stick knife and slashed it flexibly with his wrist. A bamboo pole that has been pierced with bamboo shoots is ready. Then connect to each other. Then continue processing according to the appearance drawn on the drawing. Soon the triangle frame of a bicycle has taken shape. If it is processing, I must think that this is a bicycle from the future. Zai Lao took a look happily. See it almost. Just continue to work. At this time, Shang Wen took the drawings and found the carpenter. Let them machine the cruciform rudder. But they were suddenly stumped. They said they could not build ships. Shang Wenki can't wait to kill them with a wooden stick. It took Shang Wen a lot of words to explain clearly. The carpenters finally agreed to think of a way for hollowing out. They also said to do their best. Shang Wen understands what is meant by best effort. No way. These people who come to Guiyang Iron Factory are not very good technical backbones, because there are still heavy production tasks over there. Manufacture of rockets and grenades. If you can't finish it, wait for it to be headed. Shang Wen reluctantly walked out of the carpenter workshop, came to the iron factory. Find Liu, show it to Liu. After Liu finished reading, the hand who made the trouble directly reached. This can't be done. Shang Wen collapsed. You are an iron factory? Shang Wen asked straightforwardly. Yes, I am an iron factory. But this is not a smithy. This is only responsible for producing iron nuggets. Liu said with a twisted face. Shang Wen said nothing. I took the drawing and discussed it with the blacksmiths. At the blacksmith, Shang Wen spent a lot of effort to explain clearly. The blacksmith said embarrassingly, this thing is too difficult. There was no way. Shang Wen had to let them figure it out. After finishing all these tasks, Shang Wen felt dry. It is too difficult to explain some advanced things, especially the quality of these practitioners. Comprehension. All are passive acceptance, rather than active exploration. If this is the case, I am still prosperous, but it will be difficult. Shang Wen sat weakly at the gate of Daying, watching the people coming in and out. The soldiers of the Qin army drove a group of Huns. This time, Shang Wen saw a little differently. These Huns have a ring on their foreheads. I don't know what word is written in the circle, but Shang Wen thought, it's definitely not a good word. Several of these Huns were tied together, then walked out of the camp like a sheep. It seems that the last riot had already touched the top. These actions must be done to prevent. Shang Wen stood up, silently watched these people leave the camp. Their direction is south. You don't have to think about it, you know what they will do. Build a road of blood and tears for the Huns. Shang Wen was silent. 67 Bicycle frame. Shang Wen returned to his tent after watching these Huns leave. After returning to the tent, Shang Wen did not find Zai Lao. Look at the drawings. One is missing. It seems Zai Lao took it away. This thing must be confirmed. This one cannot be missed. Shang Wen has always protected these confidential things very strictly. Shang Wen immediately got out of the tent and walked towards Zai Lao's tent. At this time, Zai Lao is making the overall frame of the bicycle, and Zai Lao is doing it with gusto. While smiling cheerfully, he looked at the drawings and did it. Boy, I'm here to scare you. What frightened me? Shang Wen walked in and said, This is what you did. Shang Wen looked at the bicycle frame placed on the ground in disbelief. This is basically the same as the current one. It's just that the modern ones are changed to metal or fiber, and this is all made of bamboo. Shang Wen circled the bicycle frame twice. Oh my god. This is a bicycle. Shang Wen said in disbelief. How is it? Zai Lao said happily. This, Shang Wen said with a thumbs up. My god. Shang Wen sighed again. Workmanship cannot be described by a clever word. The body is entirely made of bamboo. A beam made of bamboo poles. The frame is divided into two under a large bamboo. I don't know how to separate this. Moreover, no nail was seen on it. All other kind of clever deduction of bamboo shoots. This thing, Shang Wen, has only been seen in books, or in Xuankong Temple. I didn't pay attention at that time. Wait until the tour guide explains it. Shang Wen felt that this is something that no one can think of. Now I see it with my own eyes. Just think, bicycles, in ancient people, can definitely be made. This is definitely not the wisdom that ordinary people can have. God, really? Shang Wen praised again. Let me show you this. Elders, I took a round wheel. This is the wheel. Shang Wen looked at the wheel bent into a circle with bamboo. In the middle of the wheel is a very finely crafted axle made of wood. Since there is no bearing, Shang Wen knows that this thing is a bit big. It is filled with butter or other oils for lubrication. This is an ancient bearing. Connecting to this axle are those with long and thin bamboo spokes. These spokes don't know how to connect them. Shang Wen took a closer look. Oh my goodness, such a coincidence. It's just a slender and flat round hole. Those spokes only need to be inserted from the long place, and the thick and long place behind it will naturally get stuck. Then twist the spokes. In this way, it is fixed on the rim made of bamboo. Same on the other end. The second one just stuck the first spoke this way down in a circle. The whole wheel is there. Meow, meow. This is too dexterous. Hee hee. I still want to make one with a hollowed out wooden wheel. But think about it. It's too heavy. So I didn't move it. But I can try it, Zai Lao said proudly. Well, but a circle should be added outside the rim. Otherwise, the spokes will be broken. Shang Wen put forward some suggestions for improvement. Shang Wen's clear guidance is that rubber is missing. Only with rubber can the bicycle be more portable. This is natural. This is natural, Zai Lao said. But what material is good? Shang Wen thought. Let's use bamboo strips for this. This is easy to do. Just make a larger setup. Use linen cloth, or simply use bamboo strips. Don't worry, the bamboo strips I set will work well. Zai Lao seems it can be seen that Shang Wen is the same worried. I said some of my opinions in advance. That's good, that's good. Shang Wen nodded repeatedly. Elder Zai, you are busy first. I'll look at other things. But you have to keep this blueprint. You can't let other people see it. This thing is our life, Shang Wen said solemnly. Naturally understand this. People among our craftsmen naturally know. Don't worry. Zai Lao nodded and said. Then I'll be busy. Shang Wen said goodbye. On the dusty Qin State Sky Road, a black army is advancing quickly. You stay a little longer. Zhao Gao called to a captain who was riding a horse from a cart. Go back to Grandpa Zhao. This has already taken a while, the captain said embarrassingly. Bold. You, Zhao Gao, don't be embarrassed. A calm voice came out. Here, Zhao Gao answered respectfully. Where is it? King Qin said through the car door. My lord, we have already passed the Yellow River. Zhao Gao said. The walk is long enough. Then take a break. King Qin ordered. Here, Zhao Gao and the school lieutenant replied. Zhao Gao waved his hand. The carriage stopped immediately. Zhao Gao immediately jumped out of the carriage, personally set up the case board for getting off the car. Then stand aside. King Qin got out of the carriage, stretching. It's so comfortable. King Qin said loudly. Although this car is bumpy, the widow can sleep peacefully. King Qin said vigorously. Suddenly King Qin narrowed his eyes. Pointing to the dusty place in the distance, he said, What's the matter ahead? Why is the dust flying? Zhao Gao was taken aback when he heard it. Dusty. Could it be the army? Think of this section. Zhao Gao quickly stood in front of King Qin. Guardian. Zhao Gao shouted loudly. As soon as I heard all the soldiers of the Qin army rushing around, the sword came out of its sheath. Suddenly nervous. At this time, a school lieutenant walked up to one knee and gave a military salute and said, Return to the king. Ahead of him is Mr. Qin's off-road team, not the enemy. King Qin waved his hand to go down. Here the soldiers began to withdraw and return to their original positions. Zhao Gao also left quickly. Building a road. What kind of road? King Qin asked. Back to the king. According to the report from the front, it is said that the highway is to be built. The lieutenant said respectfully. Highway? What is this? King Qin whispered. Go. Look ahead. King Qin said with a wave of his big arm. Wang. Zhao Gao saw King Qin's decision, and quickly asked the people around him to prepare in advance. When King Qin came to the construction site, all the soldiers who guarded the Qin army knelt on one knee to salute. The Huns had been driven away from a distance, and they all knelt to the ground. Those who dare to stand up, the soldiers of the Qin army in the distance will directly kill them with crossbows. Get up all. King Qin waved his hand. Thank you, King. The soldiers stood up. What should I do? Don't surround me. King Qin issued an order. Here, King Qin continued. Call the guard of the construction site to come over, and the widow has something to ask. King Qin said. Here, Zhao Gao quickly agreed. Subordinates meet the king. A school lieutenant bowed on one knee and saluted. Get up and talk. King Qin said. Here, Xiao I fisted and stood up. 68 Qin Wang on the high speed. What road are you building? King Qin asked. Go to the king. This is the national road and expressway that Mr. Qin asked us to build. Xiao I said respectfully. What is a national highway and what is a highway? Qin Wang asked. It is 7 feet wide, and the north and the south are divided into traffic as a national highway, and the north and the south are divided into 2 roads. One goes to the south and the other goes to the north, which is a highway. The lieutenant said. Oh. Take a look at the widow. King Qin said after hearing it. Here, Xiao I stood aside with his hands folded, and Zhao Gao led the way. Come to the repaired highway. King Qin stepped vigorously, and then said, This road is stronger than the road. What is this black thing? King Qin asked. My lord, this is gravel mixed with asphalt. The lieutenant said respectfully. Asphalt? What is this? Qin Wang asked. My lord, this asphalt is waste residue extracted from fierce fire oil. Mr. Qin said that the road is extremely smooth with this material, and it is not easy to damage, said the lieutenant. Go on. King Qin listened with gusto. Lord Xi, please look at the lord. This highway, the highway, is slightly higher than the 2 sides in the middle, which is convenient for water. There are drainage facilities on both sides of the highway. When it rains, there is no water on the road. The captain paused. On the highway, the lanes in the 2 directions are all separated. Only go in one direction. Therefore, you can keep a quick follow-up. The school lieutenant pointed to the highway and said. King Qin nodded. This, Xiao Wei said again. But seeing King Qin waved his hand to stop him talking, he walked aside. Such a good road needs to be checked. Qin Wang said. Come here. Drive a few carriages and give the widow a try. King Qin ordered. Here, several officers replied. In a short while, several carriages rushed over. When driving on the highway, the bumpy carriage seemed to fall apart. Ding-ling cried. King watched silently. After getting on the expressway, the bumpy state of the car disappeared. Ding-ling's clanging voice disappeared. It was replaced by a crisp sound of horse hooves. The speed is also very fast. In a short while, he ran to a certain distance. King nodded. After a few carriages ran away, they turned back immediately. Call following the commander's call. The carriage steadily stopped on the highway. Several officers dismounted and quickly ran to King. Salute on one knee. Go to the king. This road is indeed abnormally smooth. The horses are galloping like flat ground, fast as lightning. The officer said happily. Oh, the widow also try. Zhao Gao, you too. Qin Wang said. King flew into the carriage with a quick stride, and Zhao Gao got into the carriage without any difficulty. Drive the carriage and ran out quickly, and several guards wearing bronze masks followed on horseback. Okay. King said happily. Zhao Gao gripped the handle of the car tightly, because it's too fast. But it was so stable. Zhao Gao seemed a little frightened. Drive. Slap. A crisp whip accelerated the speed of the carriage. The carriage roared past. King was very happy. Zhao Gao, the road is extremely flat. This car is not bumpy at all. It's very smooth. King said while driving. The widow will repair this road in the future, and we must build this road. When the widow has wiped out these 6 countries, the whole world will build this road. The widow can sleep on this carriage and horses safely. Ha ha ha. King said, finished with a smile. Drive. King waved the whip in his hand again, speeding up. Oh my god. This is your chain. Shang Wen went to the place where the blacksmith made to check the chain made by himself. But what he saw was something like a tank track 1 size smaller. Holding this nondescript thing back and forth repeatedly in his hand, Shang Wen felt like he couldn't cry. Sir, this is indeed what we did according to your request, the blacksmith said in a low voice. I asked you to make it as small as possible, but what you want to make so big, how can I use it? Shang Wen said with the chain in his hand. And this gear? You didn't even think about it. Can such a big gear enter the eye of this chain? This one enters, then the next one, Shang Wen said with some irritation. We didn't expect this either. The blacksmith scratched his head and said, Redo. Shang Wen said impatiently. I'll get it in a while. Shang Wen walked out of the blacksmith's shed, but when he thought of the places that were still useful, he couldn't just talk about others. So he returned. Seeing Shang Wen leaving and coming back, thinking that he had something to ask, the blacksmith hurriedly said, I don't know, what else do you have to order, sir? Before Shang Wen spoke, he was asked by the blacksmith. No, nothing. Shang Wen was embarrassed. I just want to say, you guys work hard, as long as you create what I want, you will be rewarded for the money. There are also good wine and good meat. Shang Wen finished with a little incongruous words. The blacksmiths were a little caught off guard after hearing this. Do not know what to do. This is too sudden. But fortunately, some people wake up in time. Quickly said, Mr. Xi King. Everyone said one after another. Shang Wen felt a little cold. He smiled awkwardly and ran out. Shang Wen exhaled heavily, feeling a little depressed. Finally, I wanted to give people a salary increase or rewards. I didn't expect that I would get something nondescript. Oh, Shang Wen sighed and went to the place where the carpenters were working. Come to the carpenter's place. Shang Wen saw a carpenter working hard to plan the wooden boards. These wooden boards have been made very smooth. From time to time, some people use their fingers to measure or touch. Is it flat? It seems that the carpenters are working hard, and his dedication is very worthy of recognition. Shang Wen thought in his heart. Silently applaud this kind of dedication. Mr. Qin is here. A carpenter said hello. Oh, I'm just here to take a look. Shang Wen didn't know what the carpenter's head was called, so he had to vaguely agree to go over. What you said? I'm almost done for you. Come and see if it meets your requirements. He asked Shang Wen to go and see. Yes, Shang Wen followed. This thing is not bad, Shang Wen said while looking at the plank that had been planed into a very thin layer. Mr. Qin, Please look, the two wooden boards are joined together like this. Even if they are beaten hard, they can't be separated," the carpenter said with a sense of accomplishment. Shang Wen took a closer look and found that this approach is as clever as he likes to be old, and it can only be disassembled according to certain strength and direction. The wooden pins must be taken out before disassembly. This workmanship is really wonderful. Shang Wen had to admire it in his heart. It turns out that the ancient woodworking work has reached such a stage. If you follow your own thinking, then making weapons is definitely not a problem. 69 Heartbroken, Shang Wen couldn't help but have a bold plan in his mind to recruit these people to the comprehensive university he planned. In this way, we can not only study, but also continue to teach more students. These students are not sure what kind of geeks will appear. Hee. Shang Wen thought a little amused. Mr. Qin. Mr. Qin, the carpenter shouted while pushing Shang Wen. "Oh, what's the matter?" Shang Wen asked. "Mr. Qin is okay," the carpenter said with concern. Nothing. Shang Wen said quickly. "By the way, where is the rudder you made? I want to see." Shang Wen interrupted quickly. "Please here." The carpenter brought Shang Wen to a free place. On a huge table, there is a cross-shaped tail rudder that I have drawn, and there are piles of propellers of various sizes next to it. This is, Shang Wen said with some surprise after seeing it. "These are some samples we have made. Because there are some dimensions that don't fit our carpenter's working practices, we have to change it without authorization. I also hope that Mr. Qin will forgive me," the carpenter hurriedly said with a fist. "No, number. In fact, I did it for the first time. These things are just on paper, not too much ... that," Shang Wen said vaguely. "Let's take a look." Shang Wen didn't know how to express these things when he saw them. Shang Wen stepped forward to look at the cross-shaped rudder made. Such a rudder is composed of 4 wooden boards about 2 meters long. Shang Wen does not have a ruler, so he can only make a rough visual inspection. The ancient units of measurement that I don't understand can only be calculated according to modern standards. Shang Wen stepped forward and knocked. Boom. Hollow. Shang Wen nodded in satisfaction. "Pick up another piece." "It still feels heavy." After all, this thing is made of wood, so the center is hollowed out. If it is not hollowed out, it is estimated to be heavier. This Shang Wen noticed a huge wooden plank, which was made much like the wings of an airplane. Shang Wen pointed to the wing-like thing and said, What is this?" "This, I hope Mr. Qin will forgive me," the carpenter said embarrassingly. "This was done by the apprentice I received. I heard that Mr. Qin was going to make a rudder for the airship. My apprentice said that it would be better if the airship can fork the wings. So, I did it myself and put it together. Here. I hope Mr. I will forgive me." The carpenter pleaded for his lover. "Where is your disciple? I have too much ideas. I am worried that I can't install the propeller." "Your good disciple will solve the big problem for me," Shang Wen said happily. Quick, I want to see him." Shang Wen was anxious to find the carpenter's lover. "Hurry up and get the little stone," the carpenter ordered the people on the side. 2 or 3 people went out. Shang Wen checked the wing made by the carpenter's apprentice in detail. This wing is very thin and light. It seems that a lot of work has been done. Otherwise, you will not use simple tools to plan such a thin planer, and you must be careful. If the force is too large, then the entire board will be completely scrapped and everything will have to be reworked. Look again. Those streamlines. It is a certain curved surface, but it still doesn't have the kind of effect that modern ones do specifically. And this person must have checked countless birds. Hey, I didn't expect that in ancient times, someone could even think of the dream of flying to the sky. Shang Wen continued to check that the plank was made of a very thin section. It gradually thickens from one end. Shang Wen nodded, very satisfied with the workmanship of this person. It's good to be able to think of this. Now Shang Wen can be sure of this person. He has checked countless birds. This person is very careful. I'm going to make an appointment for this person. "Master, you call me?" A young man came in. Shang Wen also looked over the young man at this time. His eyes were light, and he seemed to be quite clever. A pair of slender and flexible hands. It seems to be a carpenter's material. Clothes and the like are very ordinary. You are the apprentice of this master. Shang Wen grabbed the words and said, "Are you?" The apprentice said suspiciously, "Hurry up and see Mr. Qin." The carpenter said anxiously, "You are Mr. Qin." Young Zheng Shi has seen Mr. Qin. Zheng Shi immediately knelt down and said with joy, "Get up quickly." Shang Wen stepped forward and took the initiative to help him up and said, "Looking at what you make, I think you seem to be studying bird wings every day." Shang Wen asked, "Mr. Qin is really a god and man?" The carpenter said first, "Mr. is right. I am a disciple. I have to catch birds to study every day. I have learned the lesson over and over again." "Alas," said the carpenter, shook his head somewhat awkwardly. "Oh, it's okay. Maybe it's still useful." Shang Wen said, "This thing, if used on an airship, will have great benefits. In the future, maybe with this thing, there will be a faster and higher aircraft than my airship. At that time, we humans will use this, the ruler of the sky," Shang Wen said with emotion. The carpenter was a little confused, and some did not understand what Shang Wen said. But there was a strange light in Zheng Shi's eyes. "I have been here for so long, I don't know what this master is called," Shang Wen said with a fist. "Hey, sir, I've seen you outside." The old man's surname is from South Korea and Xinjiang. The carpenter said, "Oh, Han is always Korean." Shang Wen asked, "Yeah, it's just because Korea can't live anymore, so I had to escape to Qin. In order to make a living, I entered the Qin army and did some other things. It's just a matter of living," said a little bit sad Han Lao. Was about to cry. "Come. Well, I don't know, how many such people are still in Korea? Where are they?" Shang Wen asked quickly. "I don't know this, we people are all scattered around." "Like me, the Korean weapon shop used to make crossbows." Shang Wen understands when he hears this. Qin crossbow was the strongest crossbow in South Korea before, but South Korea's strength is too weak, and these talents have also been lost. But now, Qin is not so reuse of these people. What Qin values is those weapons, not the creative abilities of these people. This is really a quick success. When Shang Wen heard this, he felt more and more that it was urgent to gather the talents who had been lost. The later the time, the greater the loss of talents. Such a loss, Shang Wen felt as painful as his own loss. This university is coming soon. It's not good anymore. I still have a ruthless please, and I hope that old Han will forgive me," Shang Wen said, holding his fist. 70 Qin Wang's arrival. "Mr. Qin is talking about this child," Old Han said directly. What does Shang Wen want to say? But Old Han waved his hand directly, turning to say to Zheng Shi, "Little stone, you can follow Mr. Qin from now on. You are not very promising with the master, and you can't make any progress. Follow Mr. Qin in the future and work hard." He turned his head and said. Shang Wen clearly saw that when Old Han turned his head, tears were streaming out of his eyes. "Master, master, the disciple won't go, the disciple won't go." Zheng Shi immediately knelt to the ground, crying to the leg holding Old Han. Seeing such a scene, Shang Wen felt moved. Shang Wen hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Actually, Mr. Han, you misunderstood me." Shang Wen said, "I mean, let your disciple follow me. I need him to do some things. First, to show his ability. Secondly, he is still your disciple." Shang Wen said. Mr. Qin meant it. Old Han turned his head in a puzzled way and asked, "Don't worry, Mr. Han. I originally had such a plan. It was to establish a polytechnic. I didn't want you to be an apprentice, but to provide an opportunity. It's just an opportunity." Shang Wen looked at the scene and felt that his language organization ability is somewhat contrived. "Hey, that's what I mean. That's what I mean." Shang Wen waved his hand and said, "I don't know, what is Mr. Qin's Polytechnic Institute?" Old Han came to his senses. How to explain that? This is more complicated. My original intention was to gather all those people with various skills together, so that we can better gather the talents of everyone and create more novel things. He, Shang Wen explained. "Mr. See you," Old Han said, arching his hands. Hearing this, Shang Wen felt that this old guy was pretending to be confused about himself, and he could hear him clearly if he explained it this way, for sure. Alas, forget it, don't care. Shang Wen thought so. He also handed over and said, some ideas. Let's stay busy. Shang Wen took the opportunity to turn the topic off. I think this wing needs to be changed. Add the power unit. The wing is placed directly on the pod. Shang Wen said nonchalantly. Wings, power unit? Old Han and Mrs. Han asked at the same time. Okay. I know some new vocabulary was used in advance, but these words must be described this way. Shang Wen collapsed somewhat, pat his forehead with his hand. Helpless, Shang Wen began to explain, and at the same time he was doing work. In these few hours, Shang Wen has been doing this kind of work. King Qin continued to accelerate the speed of the carriage. Carts and horses galloped across the highway. Zhao Gao, where are we? Qin Wang asked. I don't know, Zhao Gao said, grasping the handle of the car tightly. Helpless, King Qin had to slowly slow down the speed of the carriage. Slowly descend. A sound of horseshoes followed. This is for the guards. Zhao Gao, bring the telescope. King Qin said. Zhao Gao handed King Qin the telescope. King Qin stood up and looked through the binoculars. At this time, the sun has already set. The vast grassland is endless. King Qin looked around with the telescope. There seems to be a fire ahead. Let's go and take a look. King Qin said. Zhao Gao was shocked. My lord, what if? Zhao Gao didn't dare to say it. If it was the enemy's troops, wouldn't Qin be over? Zhao Gao thought so. Drive. King Qin had already rushed out in his car. Zhao Gao was slammed on the frame of the car. The guards behind also started to rush. Cars and horses are moving fast on the flat road. Only the sound of horseshoe tartar can be heard on the road. The impact of vehicle parts is rarely heard. At this time, Shang Wen spent a lot of effort to explain the principle of the wing. There is also how to control the airship. How has the power system been installed? How much is the range of the airship already function, and so on, said Shang Wen's dry mouth. Old Han listened and asked questions. On the contrary, Zheng Shi was much quieter. It's fascinating to hear. No way. Shang Wen could only talk so far ahead. At this time, chat and spread knowledge while working. The wings are assembled on the pod of the airship. There is a little finishing work for the rudder. For power, Shang Wen is working hard to transform. In the hollow wing, let Han Lao make something like the bearing of the propeller. As for connected, because the distance is a little far away, only crankshaft can be used. These things need to be made. Shang Wen had to watch while spreading aviation knowledge. The blacksmith came in anxiously at this time. Mr. Qin, I finally found you, the blacksmith said excitedly. Shang Wen looked at the blacksmith with a look of incomprehension. Look, it's all right this time. Shang Wen glanced at what the blacksmith took out. Understood. I almost forgot that they made chains and gears. Shang Wen took over the chain and gear. Set the chain with gears. A few turns are okay, but the chain is made like a tank track, too heavy and thick. Shang Wen frowned as he watched. Sir, not satisfied? The blacksmith asked carefully. This is a bit too big, too thick. Shang Wen said dissatisfiedly. Sir, this is our best effort. We are not those goldsmiths. We beat them with small hammers. We are blacksmiths. We use sledgehammers, the blacksmith said with some dissatisfaction. Okay, thanks for your hard work. You go and rest first. I'll find someone to give you some food and drink later, Shang Wen said with a chain. Then Mr. Xi, the younger one, will retire, the blacksmith said with a fist and withdrew. King Qin had already drove to the high-speed intersection at this time. Stop. Who? A Qin army soldier on a tower scolded at this time. Hearing the scolding of the sentry, a group of soldiers with halberds rushed out. Stand behind the roadblock. Bold. I don't bow down when I see King Qin. Zhao Gao heard the soldiers yelling, and he yelled at them unhappily. King Qin. Soldiers, look at me and I will look at you. None of them knew that King Qin was coming here. At this time, they didn't know what to do. You have credentials. A school lieutenant stood up and said. Zhao Gao took out the token. King Qin ordered. My lord, The little one only has the token of Kin Palace. This is in the army. I'm afraid, Zhao Go said carefully. King Kin took off his sword when he heard it. Take this sword to your general to see. King Kin threw it to the captain as he said. The captain took the sword with both hands. I saw that the sword has a fine workmanship. It is definitely not something that ordinary people can wear. Knowing that this is not an ordinary person, I didn't dare to be careless, immediately rushed to Ding. Wang Jian in the camp is mobilizing troops to rearm. Suddenly a school lieutenant shouted that there was an emergency. After the school lieutenant came in, he knelt on one knee, present King Kin's sword with both hands. Wang Jian turned his head displeased, ready to ask something. Seeing the sabre presented by the school lieutenant, he was taken aback. The King Kin is here. Quickly beat the drums and gather the generals. Meet King Kin. Wang Jian exclaimed. 71 Let's look at the bicycle first. Before the school lieutenant spoke, he received such an order. The captain knew that it must be King Kin. Here. The school lieutenant quickly agreed, walked out of the big tent, conveyed the order to the guard on the side, and hurried to his sentry post. It seems that Wang Jian has a good way of ruling the army. He can always be vigilant. Not bad, not bad. Qin Wang happily touched his beard and said. Zhao Go sees King Qin talking like this, and he is not easy to find himself boring. The soldiers of the Qin army pointed their halberds at King Qin's carriage. Order it to dismount. King Qin had to get out of the carriage. Zhao Gao wanted to scold him, but there was no way. King Qin did this. After a while, the captain returned on horseback. The horse hasn't stopped. The captain fell off his horse, almost lying on the ground and performing an unusual military salute. It belongs to the little. To meet the King Qin. The captain fell silent for a while, had to speak so vaguely. All the soldiers listened. It's not good to know big things. Immediately fell to his knees. Farewell to the king. The voice was a little uneven. Ha 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 ha. King Qin said with a smile. Get up quickly. King Qin said loudly. Soldiers, look at me. I look at you. I had to stand up boldly. You are all good men of my Kin. You did the right thing today. I am happy to be a widow. King Qin said loudly to the soldiers. The soldiers breathed a sigh of relief. Afterwards, King Qin boarded the car again and headed to Ding. Hurry up. Go and call Mr. Qin. It is said that he is the supervising army. Those who will not be cut later. Hurry up. Meng Tan said to a messenger with some anxiety. This guy, when is this? The drum is almost over. Not hurry up. Meng Tan walked back and forth anxiously. Shang Wen is installing the propeller at this time. This thing requires a gear to run in with another gear. The transmission device Shang Wen uses linen cloth. It is made into a conveyor belt to drive the propeller. After all, there are 4. All 4 are 2 paddles. Mr. Qin, hurry up. Get to the main gate of the camp. Those who are late will make a decision. The legend said the soldier breathlessly. What is the decision? Shang Wen asked in a puzzled manner. Follow me. As he said, the messenger was anxious, pulled Shang Wen and ran away. My goodness. When is this guy? These 3-way drums are almost over. Meng Tan got angry anxiously. This Wang Jian's rule of the army is extraordinary. Will make very detailed. This guy still bears the responsibility of supervising the army. Hey. Meng Tan sighed. Suddenly there was a sound of footsteps. Hurry up, hurry up. Meng Tan urged. Shang Wengang stood still, before taking a breath. The 3rd drum is over. Shang Wen panted heavily, ready to ask Meng Tan what's going on. Meng Tan had already said, your boy is really dead. If you come a little bit late, you will fall on your head. Meng Tan said irritably. Shang Wen stopped panting all at once. What is it? Shang Wen asked. You kid is still a supervising army now. Understand. The 3-way drum gathering will also include you. How come you seem to be okay? Meng Tan said. Is there anything to do with me? Shang Wen asked. Nonsense. I won't tell you anymore. Meng Tan calmed down immediately. Shang Wen couldn't understand for a while. What does this have to do with myself? He is a supervising army. It's idle. I don't have too much. It's okay to be less than me. What is this? Farewell to King Qin. All the generals had already bowed on one knee and marched in salute. Shang Wen knelt to the ground without knowing it. King Qin has arrived. It is too early. Hurry up. Please. King Qin stepped forward and helped Wang Jian, Meng Shan and other generals. Shang Wen was still kneeling in the back. General Wang has a good command of the army. The widow is very happy. Meng Tan gave the widow once to solve the great trouble in the north. The widow is very happy. King Qin said happily. Hey, Mr. Qin. That King Qin looked around, but he didn't find Shang Wen. I am here. Shang Wen ran out embarrassed. Mister, this is. King Qin looked at Shang Wen's disheveled appearance. I was working on the airship just now. I was a little busy. Shang Wen forgot the etiquette for a while. The wording is somewhat reluctant. It seems that the arrival of the widow made Mr. Ling a little confused. King Qin laughed. If it weren't for Mr. Qin's expressway, the widow would still be there 100 miles away. King Qin continued. From the widow to the big camp, it's less than an hour. The widow dare not even think of it at such a speed. King Qin continued. Wang Shang came from that highway. Wang Jian said, arching his hands. Yeah, the highway. Cars and horses run, fast and steady, almost in a straight line. Very fast. Qin Wang said. Yes. What King Qin said is extremely true. Wang Jian said thoughtfully. The widows have this highway, so why worry about the world is not unified? The widows want to build this highway. Not only Qin will build it, in the future, the 6 countries will also be repaired. Wherever this highway goes, the widows will be the land of the king. Place. King Qin said. My king Shengming. The generals said. Shang Wen is still calculating speed, because Shang Wen hasn't tested it yet. I haven't been since the last time I went to see repairing the highway. Why, only one day. These people have cultivated more than 100 miles. Shang Wen has been thinking about it again. How can it be? Modern machinery is not so fast. Too fast. Why? Mr. Qin has questions. King Qin looked at but Shang Wen didn't make a sound. Just asked. Oh, the minister is thinking. The road is being repaired too quickly, Shang Wen said. King Qin was delighted as soon as he heard it. Okay, let's all enter the big tent. As he said, King Qin took the lead and left. Shang Wen is still thinking. This question is really a miracle. Okay, hurry up. Meng Tan came over and moved Shang Wen. Don't think about it, I'll tell you. Meng Tan said while pulling Shang Wen. Actually, as long as you fix it in sections according to the standard, it will be very fast. Besides, more than 100,000 Huns. Even if you step on it, you can take a path. Meng Tan said while pulling. Oh, my god, 100,000. You used 100,000. Shang Wen exclaimed. Okay, let's go. King Qin has something to ask you in a while. Meng Tan dragged Shang Wen impatiently. Sure enough, Shang Wen was the last one to enter the big account. Everyone looked at Shang Wen. Mr. Qin, it's just right to come here, and the widow wants to see this thing that can go to the sky. How about you quickly take the widow to see it? King Qin said straightforwardly. This, Shang Wen said with some twist. Why, there are difficulties. King Qin asked. No, it's night. You have to wait until dawn. It's better. Qin Wang might as well take a look at the bicycle. Shang Wen opened the topic and said. Bike? King Qin asked. 72 little useful bicycles. Bicycle? What is this? King Qin asked. This, it's better to move a step and take a look at the king. Shang Wen said. The explanation must be unclear, so it's better to look at it. Maybe capable of mass production. If the Qin army can deploy in large quantities, then the Qin army will be a motorized unit. All advance on wheels. Shang Wen was very happy thinking of this. Okay, let's take a look together. Said that King Qin had already bypassed the case and walked out of the big tent. Shang Wen followed. Zai Lao is installing gears and chains at this time. This thing is fairly easy to install, without much effort. Zai Lao was about to put some oil on it. The king of Qin has arrived. Came. Elder Zai hurried out to greet him. See Zai Lao kneeling outside the big tent. Get up. You don't need so much courtesy. Qin Wang waved his hand and said, Xi Wang, Zai Lao stood up. Walk into the big account. King Qin looked around for a week, pointing to the bicycle and said, "This is the bicycle." "Yes, Lord," Zai Lao said quickly. "How does this work?" King Qin asked. Zai Lao looked at the bicycle sadly. Zai Lao doesn't know how to use it either. "My lord, let the ministers demonstrate." Shang Wen volunteered to stand up. "In this age, who will?" "It is probably myself." Shang Wen can only do his part. Shang Wen launches bicycles. Move your legs across the beam of the bicycle. Then sit on the seat. "I don't know how to do this thing. It's so comfortable to do," Shang Wen thought in his heart. Then Shang Wen single-footed as a fulcrum. Step on the pedal with the other foot. With a harder pedal, the bicycle began to move forward. Shang Wen also took advantage of the trend to ride a bicycle. "Yeah?" The generals let out a surprised voice, watching Shang Wen riding a bicycle to and fro. The widow also came to try. "Qin Wang Wei," you said tentatively. Shang Wen got off the car and gave the car to King Qin. King Qin rode on his bicycle as Shang Wen. "At the beginning, I couldn't walk autonomously when I went out. The main reason is that the balance cannot be mastered." Shang Wenli immediately talked about the essentials. King Qin set off again. "I went out very smoothly." King Qin rode his bicycle back and forth. The generals watched. "I also want to give it a try." Shang Wen took a look. There are doors. Qin State now has cavalry and infantry with bicycles. That maneuvering can't be said. If you compare the cavalry to a tank, add the heavy cavalry that is being formed, then the state of Qin has strong mobility. The infantry is then equipped with bicycles. Think about it. The cavalry in front cleared the way. A large group of soldiers on bicycles chased after him. Hey! The ancient version of Blitzkrieg. Shang Wen is happy, or as he thinks about it. In this case, just place an order. Then it is a huge astronomical number. Shang Wen's saliva almost came out. King Qin got out of the car and gave the bicycle to someone else. "Let others try it." At this time, King Qin stood among the generals and looked at the bicycle. It seems to be thinking about something. Shang Wen silently calculated how much a bicycle could sell. "How do you think this bicycle is useful?" Qin Wang asked. "This. The generals will lead you to look at me and I will look at you. The minister thinks this bicycle is not very useful to our army." It was Wang Jian who spoke first. Then the words spoken shattered my dreams. "How come? How could it be possible? This is a bicycle." I think there was a bicycle blitz in the army back then. The final general also thinks that this bicycle is not very useful. A general agreed. The final general also thinks this bicycle, used in the battle formation, cannot form a battle formation in a short time. A general said a reason. Yes. The general also thought this thing must be controlled with both hands to drive. But this way, the weapon can't be carried. Qin Jun can only use it with swords and axes. But those soldiers who hold beryllium don't have hands. It's difficult. A general stood up and continued. Even if it is equipped with bows, crossbows and swordsmen, but the speed is faster than that of infantry. In this way, the whole formation is opened at once. And mutual support is impossible to talk about. A general said. 2. OMG, so many shortcomings. It's too late for this bicycle to appear. Shang Wen was completely disappointed. Also, a general continued. Shang Wen couldn't listen anymore. This thing is slower than the cavalry, but faster than the cavalry. Soldiers cannot change quickly when used in battle. Once our army encounters an enemy attack during the march, our army's position will inevitably be disrupted. Shang Wen heard the general's words. Really? I'm not interested in listening anymore. This is really a naked blow. The things that I researched with great difficulty turned out to be so useless. This kind of discussion is still going on, and Shang Wen doesn't want to listen anymore. Originally, the appearance of bicycles laid some foundations for aircraft manufacturing. I think the Rat brothers bought bicycles back then. If there is no such knowledge as the basis, it's hard to get an airplane. Now this thing has just appeared. It was eliminated in the war. Next, what direction to turn? Civil. Just kidding, how much civilian value this thing has. Shang Wen couldn't imagine thinking about it. Could it be that he died as soon as he was born? Shang Wen was a little little unwilling. Look at Zilao again. It sounds a little worried. After all, this thing is made by Zilao. Upon hearing it, so number, it must be uncomfortable in my heart. Discussed for a long time. The estimated result is already out. That is, this thing must not get military orders. The army definitely doesn't use it. The question is, why not use it? Shang Wen couldn't understand. Hands. The problem is the hands. Shang Wen looked at his hands. What's wrong with this? At this time, Meng Tan rode a bicycle and rode again with a halberd. The issue is, Meng Tan holding a halberd is difficult to make a U-turn, or hack and kill. Originally, holding a halberd needs to be flexible. But, riding on a bicycle, I'm afraid you can't walk freely. But get off there. Correct. It must be so. When you get out of the car, others get off as well. There are bicycles all over the floor. Put your feet there. Step on the bike. Thus, you can't stand still. Thought of this, Shang Wen was a little eye-catching. In the final analysis, it turned out to be the difference between the combat method of ancient cold weapons and the combat method of modern hot weapons. Guns are now being used in combat. So just get out of the car. Get down. You can fight with a gun. But ancient times are different. Cold weapons are used. Must face to face. Form a certain position. Form a rush to kill. This is the difference. With a gun, the advantages of bicycles can be brought into play. Sometimes, it can be used as a cover. The difference. This is the difference. In this era where swords and spears are still the mainstay, bicycles are not very useful. This is why bicycles can appear in modern times rather than ancient times. 73 Night Attack. Watching Meng Tan's funny praise, Shang Wen felt very uncomfortable. After all, this thing had lost a big market in the army. Shang Wen is still thinking of relying on this order to make a certain profit. Now, only the private market can be developed. Shang Wen was a little helpless. Look at Zilao. The old man frowned. Don't worry about old man. This bicycle cannot be used in the military. It doesn't mean that it cannot be used by civilians. Shang Wen walked in and said in a low voice, N. Zilao nodded. The brow stretched somewhat. Shang Wen had no choice but to say nothing. Okay. The widow is going to see the big flying guy. King Qin said loudly. Shang Wen stepped forward and agreed to hear. Shang Wen made a request. Lead King Qin to the big tent of the airship. Come to the huge tent. King Qin was first impressed by the huge size of the airship. King Qin reached out and touched it. This is the big guy who can go to the sky, Qin Wang said as he stretched out his hand and touched it. King Qin walked around twice. Mr. Qin, how did this big guy ascend to heaven? King Qin asked. My lord, this is called a hot airship. It is one of a variety of aircraft. Shang Wen first corrected the name of King Qin. The hot airship. The widow remembered it. It's just this kind of flying machine. What does it mean? King Qin asked. Shang Wen really wanted to give himself a big mouth. Inadvertently said more. Prince King. This liftoff, it's Fission. Shang Wen saw that King Qin didn't understand his vocabulary. Had to pause and spoke. There are basically so many kinds of ascension. Shang Wen paused. The first one is to rely on the principle of buoyancy. For example, our current one is. Shang Wen said that he patted the airship. This kind of hot airship uses hot air to expand. It is lighter than air and forms a rising buoyancy. Shang Wen said with relish. Stop to look at King Qin and the generals. Looks dazed. Obviously, they still can't accept it. Shang Wen looked a little helpless. After all, this knowledge is often common. But switch to knowledge. They still can't understand quickly. Fantastic. King Qin reacted first. Mr. Qin is really a god and man. You can observe such small things. Xi Wang Shang. Shang Wen said with his hands. The second type is a lift formed by different air pressures. Shang Wen looked at it again. Everyone did not understand the attitude. Shang Wen had no choice but to say a few words to deal with the errand. For example, the wings of a bird. The last one is that the rockets we use powerful thrust. Shang Wen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yeah, King Qin nodded and said. Mr. Qin really didn't say anything. King Qin asked. Return to the king. The minister is finished. Shang Wen said with his hands. That's it. Oh, Qin Wang said. Do you understand that? King Qin said to the generals. Back to the king. I won't understand at the end. I don't understand, the generals said honestly and unceremoniously. Shang Wen didn't have to think about it to know this was the result. In fact, the widow did not understand. King Qin also told the truth. Forget it. I will ask Mr. Qin for advice when I have a chance. Finished. King Qin bowed to Shang Wen. Shang Wen was startled by the sudden behavior of King Qin. Wang Shang. This is Shang Wen was a little frustrated. Mr. Qin's thoughts are air wizards in the world. It is my honor for dear Qin to have such a great talent as Mr. Qin. The widow pays respects. It is the widow who thanked him for dear Qin. King Qin said, the weapon made by Mr. Qin is really fortunate for me, dear Qin, who has alleviated the great troubles in the north in one fell swoop. Widow is to thank Mr. Qin for this respect. I just listened to Mr. Qin's opinion. The widow knows that there are such masters as Mr. Qin in this world. Widows really admire him. King Qin said boldly. Shang Wen didn't know what to do. Is to divert the topic. Still is. Continue to incite. Still is. My lord, it's over the award. My lord, it's getting late. It's better to rest early. Ming, how about we look at this airship? Shang Wen could only say that, because the airship is basically not assembled yet. Want to fly, can't fly. Many things have been disassembled by themselves, but they can't fly even if they want to fly. Fine. There is no need for widows to rest. How about looking at the army first? Mr. Qin, let's take a rest first. King Qin asked, finally sent away King Qin. Shang Wen finally breathed a sigh of relief, but looking back, this big guy still needs to install a lot of things. Shang Wen had a headache again. At night, it was pitch black. This is a moonless night. On the Great Wall of the state of Zhao, a soldier of the state of Zhao is standing guard. The soldiers walked back and forth with the halberd. At this time, a group of fireflies suddenly appeared in the sky. At first they looked like stars, but later they flew over like a group of fireflies. Not good. The soldier whispered, turn around and shout enemy ... enemy ... attack. Finish speaking the last word. The soldier has fallen in a pool of blood. The ignited rocket swiftly on the wall of Zalgo City like a shooting star. The soldier dies continuously with arrows. Some did not lose, but also groaned on the sidelines. The earth began to tremble. It was the rapid impact of the cavalry kill. The army of Hu people flocked to the Great Wall of Zhao State like a Zhao. It is like a surging big Zhao, rushing towards the Great Wall of Zhao Kingdom. Quickly, get up quickly. Huron is here. An officer of Zhao State yelled. Swish. An arrow came quickly. The officer couldn't avoid it. An arrow hit Zhao Guan's throat. The officer snarled hard, but no one could hear him clearly, because the environment is too noisy. But no one listened, because all the soldiers were panicked. These people, not Lima's frontier army. About half of Lima's frontier army was transferred away. Most of the remaining are newly recruited local recruits. The rest are veterans. Those veterans are very few. For a time, Zalgo is in chaos here. Hu people are already under the city. Begin to climb the city wall with a temporary wooden ladder. The soldiers of the state of Zhao have all turned into a pan of porridge. The veterans shouted loudly and still couldn't control the situation. Puff. A cry. A lieutenant-like Zhao police officer. A fleeing soldier was stabbed to death with a sword. Then he bent over and cut off the soldier's head. Loudly shouted to the escaped soldiers, there will be another escapee. Kill without mercy. As they threw the head on the ground, the soldiers of Zhao State were shocked. Then he turned and ran to the side of the Great Wall. At this time, a small number of Hu people have already boarded the Great Wall. Immediately the humiliated people began to slash and kill the Zhao soldiers who had fled. Those veterans who fought hard to resist were also hard to resist. One after another died under the scimitar of the Huron. Kill. The lieutenant saw his men fall down. The first one rushed to the Huron in desperation. See you here. Morale increased. Start to follow along. For a time, the two torrents collided. Everywhere is the sound of metal crashing and metal piercing through flesh and blood. 74 The Great Wall lost. The lieutenant slammed into the Huron, thrusting up and down from the left and right. and a spear shook back and forth. Who people fell down one after another in the place of euphorbia. Huren backed away for a while, don't dare to step forward. The soldiers of Zhao State who followed up took the opportunity to regain the lost Great Wall. Seeing this, Huren rushed forward again. At a time, the two forces are inextricably fought. Quickly, light the beacon tower. Tell the army in the rear. Ask for rapid reinforcement. The first sentence after the lieutenant retired was to the soldiers around him. At this time, more and more Hu people were on the Great Wall. The lieutenant must be unable to guard the Great Wall anymore. Temporarily in a hurry, smashed into the Huron again. Kill. Under the leadership of the lieutenant, the soldiers of the state of Zhao entered the battlefield again. But the endless stream of gangsters can't be killed. Instead, more and more kills. Kill the Huron for me. Hurry up. The lieutenant paused and said with a breath, kill. The Zhao State soldiers yelled and started pouring up in groups. Huren was frightened by this atmosphere for a while. I forgot to resist in a hurry. Those people who hadn't been relieved were directly assassinated by the Zhao Oren who rushed forward. More people in the back were directly stabbed at the Great Wall by Zhao Guo's dense spearheads. With the sound of dense metal crashing and mixing, this shouting sound sounded. The battle has become fierce. Zhao Oren wants to drive Huren off the Great Wall. Huren desperately climbed the Great Wall. 2 clicks all of a sudden went crazy crashing together. Kill. The lieutenant's voice was already a little hoarse. I don't know when the hair bun was cut. The disheveled hair, the leather armor is only average, and the sword mouth is full of gaps. The bloody lieutenant rushed forward again. Kill. The blood-stained soldier stepped forward again. Puff. A soldier of the state of Zhao thrust the spear directly into Huren's chest. The Huron also assumed fierce eyes, and swung a knife to directly kill the Zhao soldier. The soldiers of Zhao State, who had their heads chopped off, broke their necks and sprayed bleeding fog, dyeing the face of that bullshit. But a soldier of Zhao State who followed up again pierced the Huron's chest. Seeing that his companion was killed, the angry soldiers of Zhao State stabbed in regardless. Push hard. Exhausted all my strength. Human strength seemed to explode in an instant. The strong impact force directly retreated the Hu people who followed. Who was pushed over just as soon as he boarded the Great Wall. He even knocked down the Great Wall. There were densely packed people waiting to board the Great Wall. The Huron of the Great Wall. He was hit and killed a lot at once. The soldiers of the state of Zhao were also crushed. Seeing such a crazy scene, Zhao Oren, who was impatient, began to go crazy. Some fearless soldiers rushed towards the Hu people with their spearheads or halberds. Some Zhao people had their heads cut off, but their bodies rushed at the Hu people like a normal person, and splashed blood mist sprayed them at the Hu people. The Huron was frightened, and the late Zhao Oren rushed towards him. A Huron who reacted more quickly caught and threw down the Great Wall, but the Huron was also severely caught by Zhao Oren and fell together. Huron was frightened. Seeing this, more and more soldiers from the state of Zhao joined the ranks. Some throw away their weapons and die with the enemy. Huron was completely frightened. Take down the Great Wall in a hurry. Wang Khan, the Huron, was very happy because his people had already occupied the Great Wall. As long as he went in and opened and closed the gate, he could go in directly, take a good looting. Beautifully enjoyed the delicacy of the Central Plains women. In the end, he could restore his morale and find a chance to fight the Qin people decisively. But now Wang Khan is very annoyed, very angry. The situation that had just been good, was suddenly reversed. The miraculously corrupted Wang Khan drew out his scimitar decorated with gems, and rushed to the retreating team at the front of the BMW. Kill me back, kill back. The Hu people soldiers have been frightened by the Zhao Oren's life or death spirit. They came to rob, and they didn't want to be killed without grabbing anything, so the soldiers had ignored Wang Khan's orders. Asshole. Wang Khan went crazy, swiping a knife and directly slashed several escaping soldiers. The Wang Khan guard also arrived quickly at this time. Kill whoever retreats and escapes. Kill. Wang Khan viciously directly ordered the Wang Khan guard. Wang Khan's guard only obeyed. Wang Khan received the order. The killing unfolded again. The Huron desperately ran away before he could relax. so he was cut off by Wang Khan's guard. For a moment, a dividing line made up of corpses appeared in the rear. Hu Ren stopped retreating, began to turn around, and ran towards the Great Wall again. Victory! Before the voice of victory was yelled out, the people of Zhaoguoren saw the Hu people reappear, this time overwhelmed with darkness. The sky has turned pale and bright. The soldiers finally saw the size of the Hu people's army. There are people everywhere, not to mention 200,000 people, and only 3,000 people defend the Great Wall. These people have gone through bloody battles, they are exhausted, and some can't even hold their weapons. Several blood men watched the Hu Ren rushing over in a daze. The lieutenant was covered in blood and blood was still bleeding from the wound. But his eyes were fixed on the nonchalant who rushed up. It is no longer possible for them to defend the Great Wall. Soldiers have been killed and wounded, and those who can handle weapons are on the Great Wall. There was blood all over his body, and the leather armor was already in tatters. Others went into battle naked. The lieutenant exhausted his last strength and drew out a sword stuck on the corpse. All the soldiers are quiet. Quiet is a bit scary. Quietly, only the crazy shouts of Hu Ren could be heard. Kill! A murderous word popped out of the lieutenant's mouth. All the blood people moved. The Hu man who had just climbed the Great Wall was stabbed in the chest by a spear, shouting and falling. But more people climb the Great Wall like ants. Kill! The soldiers of the state of Zhao are crazy. Tore and fight with those hustlemen who climbed up one after another. The arm of a Zhaoguoren was cut off. He held a bullshit and bit the bullshit by his throat. Blood poured into the Zhaoguoren's mouth like spring water, and the bloody smell made Zhaoguoren even more excited. Husbands on the side chopped down one after another. Their Zhaoguoren was chopped into meat sauce, but he still didn't let go. Such death did not frighten the Huron, and it was death when he stepped back. Moving forward is also dead. It is better to kill directly. Such a bloody scene also ignited the blood of the Hu people's killing. Soon the few blood men were killed. The deaths are tragic. There is not a complete body, but a mass of minced meat. The black crowd surrounded the lieutenant. There stood a deadly flag near the blood that couldn't see the word Zhao on one side. The lieutenant was hurt all over his body. A piece of meat was cut off from his right leg, and the bone was bloodshot. The lieutenant stood swayingly, looking at the Huron who surrounded him. Ha ha ha. After a big laugh, Hu Ren threw the lieutenant with a bow and arrow. Arrows with white feathers filled the lieutenant's chest. Hu people do not need to die more people for one dead person. Although they admire the warriors, they are even more cherish their lives. To save his life, he would also plunder the wealth and women of Zhaoguoren. 75 Flying Test Product. Wang Khan was very happy as he saw his army cut off the banner of Zhao Jun, which was not clearly visible. Those high-ranking generals around also echoed. But I was very unhappy, because the cost of casualties was too great. Never before has a siege so bloody. Those who beaten up now have lingering fears. Get in. Let's take a good pillage. Ha ha ha. Wang Khan brandished that nice scimitar. The command proceeded to enter the Great Wall. Look at what it is. A Qin army cavalry scout pointed to the billowing smoke in the distance. There seems to be the Great Wall of Zhao Kingdom. Go and take a look. Two cavalry scouts rushed forward. On the top of the mountain, one of the cavalry scouts took out binoculars and looked at the Great Wall of Zhao Kingdom. There are corpses everywhere on the Great Wall. Its tragic degree is indescribable. The Hu People's Brigade began to pour in from the Great Wall. Densely packed. Retreat quickly. Go back and talk about everything. The scout holding the telescope hurriedly beat his horse and left. Drive. The two horses rushed to the distance quickly. Shang Wen commanded a group of people to push the airship. Shang Wen's eyes were bloodshot. It took all night. Shang Wen finally improved all the systems. Use gears to drive the chain. Two top-blade propellers fixed on each side of the wing. There are 4 in total. I don't know how much horsepower can be produced. It is estimated that it will not be much. After all, this is based on manpower, not machines. The control power of the rudder is unknown. Shang Wen didn't know. Everything is unknown. It can be said. This is an experimental product. But this experimental product will carry a great empire's head of state for experimentation. When Shang Wen thought of this, He had no confidence in everything. In case Shang Wen really doesn't have the strength to think about this problem. Everything can only depend on the sky. Shang Wen looked up at the sky. Sunny day. Okay. The hot airship was pushed to the designated position, and Shang Wen began to make a final inspection. All this has to be careful, because this is an experimental product, not a mature thing. King Qin got up very early, in order not to disturb Shang Wen. Just look at it with a telescope from afar. Wait until it's almost time to go. Even so, Shang Wen didn't notice it, still carefully inspecting everything. Shang Wen exhaled heavily. Finally finished. Now Shang Wen finally felt a little emboldened, and he could guarantee that this behemoth could go to heaven. Is everything all right? King Qin asked. Shang Wen was taken aback. Wang, King, Shang Wen said with some surprise. Are you ready? The widows can't wait. King Qin said softly. All are ready. You can take off at any time, Shang Wen said confidently. Okay. The widow will go to heaven. King Qin began to move forward as he said. Hold on, King. Shang Wen stopped King Qin. Why? Not finished yet? King Qin asked when he returned to his country. No. The king must wear this safety suit. This can be more secure, Shang Wen said, holding a safety suit in both hands. Okay. This is for widows, King Qin said. Zhao Gao immediately took the safety suit and put it on. Seeing King Qin put on his safety clothes, Shang Wen was very happy. At least this has the most basic guarantee. Zhao Gao walked over at this time and asked in a low voice, Mr. Qin, our safety clothing? Shang Wen heard it, suddenly stunned. Zhao Gao will also go. Can this hot airship hold so many people? Shang Wen was sweating coldly on his forehead. Here you are, Shang Wen said, handing Zhao Gao a safety suit. Zhao happily put it on. Shang Wen's mood was terrible. I originally thought that King Qin, Zheng Shi, and Tafur added, 4 people should be enough. But this time, 1 more, plus the equipment installed yesterday. Shang Wen really didn't know. What is the dead weight of this hot airship? Will there be a problem? Shang Wen fiercely wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Get on the airship. Shang Wen boarded the airship generously. Everything is unknown. In this way, the reckless Qin Shi Huang carried the talented and rough Qin Shi Huang in history. Shang Wen felt light and fluttering all over his body. Add fire, Shang Wen ordered. Tuf began to heat up. Add more fire, Shang Wen ordered again. The heater made a whooping flame. Shang Wen kept praying in his heart. My goodness, why didn't it take off yet? Is it really overloaded? My goodness, such things must never happen. This is a famous figure in history. In case ... Shang Wen shook his head. I can't even think about it. Ha 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 ha. Fly. King Qin said loudly. Yes, Lord, we are flying. This time, Shang Wen only wakes up from the fantasy just now. Hear the joyous voices of King Qin and Zhao Gao. Shang Wen only noticed it. The airship is rising, and it's very smooth. No way. Shang Wen felt a little weird. This thing is so powerful. This is already 5 people. The heater is heating up at full power. The airship began to rise slowly. The soldiers underground all raised their heads and looked at the slowly rising airship. 10 steps, 20 steps, 30 steps, 40 steps. Shang Wen roughly looked at the ground and estimated the distance. Slowly the airship began to accelerate upward. Wait for it to rise to a certain height. Shang Wen roughly estimated the distance. There are almost 150 steps. This distance has been thought to be high. The main reason is that the load capacity is too large. Start trying out the power plant, Shang Wen ordered. Zheng Shi looked at everything around him excitedly. He didn't hear Shang Wen's order at all. Hurry up and kick it, Shang Wen shouted loudly. Oh, Zheng Shi then eased from his happiness. Sit down in a hurry. Pedal hard on the pedals. The 4 propellers began to rotate. It was slow at first. King Qin saw it. Ordered Zhao Gao to also help. It was originally designed with 2 people. At this time, Zhao Gao joined. The speed of the 4 propellers began to increase. The airship clearly felt a forward thrust, although it is not very obvious. but I can feel it. Zheng Shi and Zhao Gao pedaled hard. The speed of the propeller is getting faster and faster. This thrust has been clearly seen. The airship moved forward slowly, has flown over a small hillside. Shang Wen wet his fingers with his mouth and tried the direction of the wind. The way forward, inconsistent with the wind direction. Just right. It seems that this hot airship can finally fly. My job will be much smaller next. After all, there is a test product. The data is fairly substantial. Future work can start well. Stay motivated. We started experimenting with the rudder. Shang Wen shouted loudly. Start turning the rudder. 76 landing. Keep the speed. Shang Wen gave a simple command. Zheng Shi and Zhao Gao kept waiting for the pedals with their feet. Pros turns the rudder. The rudder hit the left and flew north. The airship began to advance steadily. I haven't felt the turn for the time being. The airship is still flying forward. At this time, the airship only began to show signs of turning. Shang Wen looked at the reference on the ground. I don't know how much to advance. The time is also relatively long. The airship's turn is too big. The airship began to turn slowly at this time. This angle already can detect it. And now the airship will slowly coincide with the direction of the wind. The turning speed slowed down. The airship shook slightly. It seems that the power is still not good. Maybe you have to use a steam engine when you do the second one. Can such heavy things work? Shang Wen said to himself. The airship shook more severely. Shang Wen shouted loudly to King Qin. The king, hold on to the handrail. King Qin did not move. Shang Wen wanted to shout again. But the most important thing now is to overcome this difficulty. So Shang Wen shouted at Zheng Shi, increase the speed. Hurry up. Shang Wen looked at them seriously. Zheng Shi and Zhao Gao listened. Push up quickly. The propeller began to spin quickly. The airship turned again to the direction of the wind. It shook slightly. This is a sign of lack of motivation. The motivation to start the turn was severely offset. Shang Wen thought, damn it, the design was wrong. Shang Wen cursed secretly. If the propellers on the two wings can rotate separately, then the turn will be fast. And now the direction of the force is mostly cancelled out. Plus, Shang Wen didn't know how to give orders. Shang Wen was in a cold sweat. Fortunately, the wind weakened drastically at this time. The airship took the opportunity to complete the turn. Shang Wen saw the turn completed. Finally exhaled heavily. Shang Wen feels that he can't stand still. The whole body was emptied. I didn't feel this way when I encountered danger in my previous experiments. Ugh. Who allowed himself to pull on a head of state for experimentation? Ha ha. The widow can come and go freely in the sky. The widow is happy. King Qin said happily. Shang Wen didn't want to listen. Keep the speed. We return. Shang Wen gave the order. Then start to reduce the number of heating. Slowly descend. Fly for a while. Shang Wen was able to see a large group of people waiting to land on the ground. Shang Wen shouted, slowly reduce the speed. Shang Wen looked at the two. It was already shouting. Tf, go and replace it. Shang Wen turned his head and said to Tf, who controls the rudder. Mr. Understand. Tf answered simply. This guy finally knew that there was no need for so much etiquette. Zhao Gao was replaced. Shang Wen personally slowed down the heating. The airship has fallen a lot. Shang Wen estimated that there should be more than 80 steps left. The airship continued to descend. At this time, it was not far from the beginning of a large group of people. 50 Shang Wen estimated. 20. Shang Wen estimated again. Hurrah! Long live the people on the ground began to shout loudly. Shang Wen could hear him standing on the airship. The sound is too loud, like a tsunami. At this time, Shang Wen was shocked and forgot to heat up. Thinking of this, quickly pull the heater. But it still fell heavily to the ground. Strong landing. Even King Qin was almost shaken to the ground. The airship began to slide. Because there are no wheels. Unpleasant rubbing sound. The ears I made were so uncomfortable. The landing gear should be installed next time. Shang Wen thought. The airship finally stopped bumping. The encircling Qin army generals will bow down around King Qin. He shouted hurrah, hurrah. Shang Wen really didn't have the strength to stand up. Collapsed and leaned on the pod. King Qin walked down the pod happily. Zhao Gao followed. Zheng Shi and others saw Shang Wen sitting on the ground. Hurry up and help. Shang Wen waved his hand to indicate not to use it. A flying eagle fell from the sky and landed on the shoulder of a soldier behind Meng Tan. The soldier immediately unloaded from the flying eagle's leg and took out a small paper roll. General, General. Flying eagle letter. The soldier quickly stepped forward and presented the small scroll with both hands. Meng Tan was about to come forward to celebrate. Look at the situation of Shang asked. Suddenly a flying letter came. Meng Tan knew the matter urgently and immediately took a look. After reading it, Meng Tan didn't believe it. Opened it and read it again. Make sure things are true. Immediately ran to Wang Jian. Wang Jian is talking to King Qin. King Qin was very happy, because this is his first flight in his life. Zhao Gao was also very happy. Perhaps the first eunuch in China to fly to the sky. Everyone is pleased with this honor. King Qin happily took Wang Jian's hand, telling the feeling of the Queen of Heaven. Meng Tan ran over directly. Seeing King Qin there, he clasped his fist and said, I have seen King Qin. Oh, Meng Tan, it just happened. And the widow was about to talk to you about the feeling of heaven. King Qin said happily. The king's emergency military report. Meng Tan handed the military report to Wang Jian while speaking. Wang Jian heard that he had taken the military newspaper quickly and read it quickly. Then his hands were in the hands of King Qin. King Qin took the military newspaper, looked quickly. His brows frowned. Go back to the big account before talking. King Qin issued an order. Yes, Mr. Qin. Hurry up and invite Mr. Qin. After Wang Qin walked out a few steps, he remembered that he had not seen Shang Wen. He ordered people to find Shang Wen. Shang Wen sat in the pod together with Zheng Shituf and chatted. The flight was finally completed without any risk. From now on, it's up to you. Shang Wen patted Tafei's shoulder and said, Mr. Qin, from now on, we will go to heaven alone. Taf asked in disbelief. That is, you can still rely on me. Shang Wen leaned on the pod. It would be much better if there was a cigarette at this time. At least this is the most comfortable thing after taking an adventure. Hey, Taf smirked. Don't smirk. You are also the first generation pilot of my Darkin anyway. Shang Wen went on to slap Tafei's head. In the future, maybe more people will be needed. At that time, the sky will be ours. Shang Wen said. Mr. Qin, seriously? I really didn't think about it. This person can fly like a bird. Today, Zheng Shi said excitedly. Study well. If your wing has the right power, your wing flies faster than this. It flies high. Shang Wen pointed to the airship and said, Really? Zheng Shi said excitedly. That is, I can lie to you. Shang Wen said. Oh, my Mr. Qin, you are so easy to find. Hearing this, Shang Wen looked up and saw that Zhao Gao looked at Shang Wen anxiously. What's the matter? So anxious? Shang Wen asked. I don't know, it seems to be a major event. King Qin is looking for you. Hurry up, Zhao Gao urged. Well, I'll go now. Shang Wen stood up. 77 leagues in dispatch. On the grassland, 2 soldiers of the Qin army ran wildly on horseback. The back door was followed by a group of wicked people. In the back, the idiot grumbled and didn't know what was being said, as if it was a curse. The 2 soldiers of the Qin army kept turning around and used crossbows to kill the Huron who came after them. The Huron who hit the arrow kept falling down. Those rascals are obviously already very angry. Such unilateral killings have already angered the bullies. They continued to divide forces to outflank the Qin army. But the soldiers of the Qin army can always escape. But gradually things are getting a little bit uncomfortable. With the division of troops more and more, the soldiers of the Qin army found it increasingly impossible to escape. What to do? One Qin army soldier asked another. The other soldier looked back at the Huron who was catching up. I'll cover. You quickly retreat and send the news out. I'll take cover. Another soldier said. When is this? The other one said very anxiously. Go and leave one piece. The soldier rushing to cover said firmly. Be careful. Said. He pulled the soldier, but it was still too late. An arrow had passed through the soldier's chest. The 2 stopped. The Huron team also began to stop. People began to surround themselves. Go. Hurry. Obviously the injury from the arrow was more serious. The other soldier was very anxious. Just when the 2 soldiers felt desperate, Suddenly, a shower of arrows came in the distance. Strong and powerful arrows ruthlessly she threw the Huron. There was a burst of cursing. Huron was very witty and tuned his horse away. But when they left Jianiu and evacuated a certain distance, they suddenly found a row of black impact teams rushing towards them, who people had no choice but to challenge. This. The soldier who was hitting the arrow took out a board full of blood and gave it to the soldier. The soldier in the arrow seemed to accomplish an important thing. Just fell to the ground. Looking at the blood-stained wooden board, Li Xin, the lieutenant who was stationed 60 miles near the Great Wall of Zhao State, felt very anxious. He originally belonged to the sweep of the Xiongnu tribe, but later his commanders directly killed the realm, and everything changed. The task of sweeping the Huns ended early, or it can only be done occasionally, because a stronger opponent is coming, Huron. But there are only more than 2,000 people in his hands. After Wang Jian sent 5,000 people back, the scout lost his trace of the Huron. This is a very dangerous thing. Li Xin, who had fewer than 5,000 troops, immediately divided his troops and dispatched several large troops to search the Huron's traces and steps. But a long time has passed and there is still no one. He was reported by a team of scouts this morning. It is said that the Hu People's army was attacking the Great Wall. Li Xin quickly sent the news with Flying Eagle. Then a team of scouts was sent to investigate, and the blood-stained wooden board in front of him was the latest news that the pair of scouts inquired out. Huron is really too careless. After the Great Wall was captured, no soldiers were sent to garrison. Instead, the whole army rushed to Yunzhong City, the Yunzhong County office of Zhao State. This is an opportunity, a great opportunity. The opportunity to wipe out all the Huron in one fell swoop. But the force in his hand is too small, only 2,000. The ration of weapons is only a large number of grenades, and the number of rockets is already very small. In such a situation, one cannot attack the enemy from a distance. But would 2,000 people dare to fight an army of 200,000? Li was very anxious in his confidence. General, this is a great opportunity, a school lieutenant said. Seeing such an opportunity, everyone who has fought in the war can see that it is an opportunity. Who people come and go without a trace. If they are scattered on the vast grassland, they are undoubtedly looking for a needle in a haystack. But now the fighter plane is in front of you. As long as you take the opportunity to occupy the pass of the Great Wall, hold him and wait for the arrival of the army, it will be able to wipe out all the Huron all at once. But this conservative tactic is whether it can be maintained. Can he hold it? Can Zhao Jun in the Cloud City hold it? Li Jizhong is weighing it. Looking at Li Xin, who said nothing. Everyone is waiting for the result of the decision. Lieutenant Li, you send someone to quickly bring back several nearby troops. In addition, use a Flying Eagle to tell General Wang about the situation here. Li Xin said suddenly. No. The captain who asked just now agreed. Then he rushed out of the camp. The rest of the men and horses bring all the grenades. Immediately follow me to occupy the Great Wall of Zhao Kingdom. Li Xin gave another order. No. Everyone said with their fists. But, General, what to do with the Huns? At this moment, a school lieutenant stood up and asked. Li Xin looked at the thousands of people. Look at other people again. Everyone obviously has different views on this issue. Kill them all. We have no time to send these people out of here. Li Xin decided. No, the 1,000 chief said happily. Because killing these people can serve as military merit. If these people are allowed to live, this operation may be completely destroyed. There is no benefit. The crowd dispersed. Li Xin also went out to prepare. The Qin army stationed on a small hill began to get busy. The first is to kill the Huns, including those women, young Huns. Kill them all. Qin Jun silently dragged the Huns to a place where the river was in the pasture. Then all began to behead their heads. By the time those people wanted to resist, it was too late. For a while, the river turned red. More than 2,000 people were killed. All this only took more than an hour. And some Zhao people who were looted to the Huns as slaves were added directly to the Qin army by issuing weapons as a supplement. Although Qin Zhao was a feud, these Zhao people were rescued. The hatred of the Xiongnu people is greater than that of the Qin people, so there is nothing The army began to gather, arranged in a neat team to march towards the Great Wall of Zhao Kingdom. Li Xin was silent. This battle, I don't know how to fight. Should I fight it? Now the soldiers have been sent out. It is impossible to recover. If you are not allowed to fight, your life will be over. But there is no choice. The Huron at this time had completely surrounded Yanzhong City. Wang Kan looked at all this happily, because Yanzhong City is already his. The next thing to do is how to enter. According to Sima Shang, Lima's deputy general, guarding the city in the cloud, Li Mu took away most of the main force from the frontier army. Only 30,000 veterans were left for Sima Shang. The rest are all the latest levy. Fighting power can be ignored at all. And Sima Shang was defending the entire northern border. It seems that his army has 120,000 horses. But there are more recruits than veterans, and the width of the defense is too big. Sima Shang was really miserable. 120,000 horses were scattered in various places on the Great Wall. In main places, Sima Shang could only concentrate his only veterans on the main line to defend. The rest of themselves are simply powerless. The defensive force of Yanzhong City is only 10,000. Most of these 10,000 people are recruits. Looking at the hustle and bustle as densely as Jiao water, Sima Shang is full of bitterness. 78 The horrible Zhao Jun recruits. Teams of soldiers from the state of Zhao crashed up the city wall. Papa soldier's weapon was not gripped properly, and the step point was really stepped on it. The soldier tripped directly to the ground, and the soldier running behind could not dodge and was knocked directly to the ground. 4 or 5 soldiers fell to the ground and squeezed together. Upon seeing this, Sima Shang was angry and helpless. His face is blue and white. The school lieutenant under his watch also sighed. A pawn with the appearance of a corporal came out. Picking up a soldier is a fight. Swearing in his mouth. Finish one. It's another one. Sima Shang couldn't stand it anymore. The enemies are coming. These idiots are. Enough. Sima Shang roared angrily. Fuck me all down. Sima was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. His chest was undulating. Rough air is coming out of his nostrils. The man underneath lowered his head. The enemy is already approaching the city. This is happening now. This is very unlucky. There is no war yet. The imposing manner of the Zhao Jun soldiers has been reduced invisibly. Sima Shang was anxious and helpless. The people under the city have already begun to build up their morale. Sima Shang quickly came to the city. What I saw was a neat team. In front of the phalanx were military officers such as commanders. What was talking whisperingly. Then an order was given. Several phalanxes stepped forward. The boom hong hong step was pressing over like mountains and seas. Swish heard such a voice. Sima Shang avoided instinctively. But when he turned his head, angrily not working, those recruits did not hide. Hurry up. Sima Shang just finished shouting. The standing recruit was knocked to the ground. Several recruits died on the spot. Several others were hit by the key. It's already hopeless. Blood gushes out from the place where the arrow is hit. Sima doesn't need to shout now. The living are hiding under the rudder trembling. Many people didn't even have weapons. Sima Shang shook his head. Raise a small angle. Observe the enemy's situation. The enemy is very close. Huron's archers have stopped shooting arrows. The Huron phalanx is approaching. Arrow. Sima Shang drew his sword and swung it. But only a few people took out bows and arrows to strike. Those recruits had thrown away their weapons and hid tremblingly. Seeing that the companion in the she just bled blood. Get up. Give me arrows. Sima Shang grabbed a soldier and shouted. But there is no response. Arsehole. Sima Shang picked up another one. Still no response. She was trembling like a chicken waiting to be slaughtered. Sima Shang looked at the approaching Huron. Swing a sword and chop off the soldier's head. Sima Shang held a sword in his hand. Holding the head in one hand, he shouted, there will be more cowardly killing without mercy. All the soldiers stared blankly. Don't know how to do it. Get up and let go of arrows. Sima Shang roared again. Be careful, General. A captain saw an arrow flying, rushed forward quickly. She shouted loudly in her mouth. The school lieutenant pounced. The arrow was on Sima Shang's left arm. Damn it, almost a little bit. said a human one who supervised the war fiercely. See Sima Shang standing on the head of the city. This captain thought it was a good opportunity. He shot an arrow in front of him immediately, but under the lieutenant's pounce, did not kill the other party. Seeing that a good opportunity was wasted in vain, the captain, who found it boring, had to pat the horse back to the original position. Roar! Who people began to ascend the city. A set of temporary ladders began to be erected. See this situation. Sima Shang was very anxious. Pick up the saber. One cut off the arrow shaft. Stand up and direct the soldiers to start defense. Hu people launched a fierce offensive. The soldiers of the state of Zhao began to use swords, spears and halberds to continuously assassinate the Huron who climbed the city wall. But there was a group of nonsense. You can't kill it. Throw the giant wood. Kill them. Hurry up, Sima Shang commanded with his sword. Ah! A tragic cry sounded under the city wall. Hurry up, ignite the sulfur. Sima Shang kept commanding. A wicked man climbed up the rope. When a soldier rushed over with a spear, when he saw this, the bully was very cunning. The body flashed by. The soldier stabbed in the air and did not recover it in time. He was thrown down to the city by the Huron. Another Zhao country soldier found out, also began to stab. The stupid figure flashed, wielding a machete to slash it directly. The stubborn man with blood spluttered out was covered in blood, and looked very angry. Those soldiers don't kill two people in a row. For a while, he was a little stunned, unable to attack again. Later, the Huron at the back began to climb more and more. 1, 2, 3. More and more. But Zhao Guo's soldiers just didn't take the initiative to attack. Make up for this gap. Conversely, those Huron took the initiative to kill Zhao Jun. For a time, Zhao Jun was passively beaten. The rise of Huron killing. More and more Hu people stepped onto the city wall. Sima Shang just ordered to kill the Huron in the distance with a crossbow. Looking back, I saw that Huron had actually killed him. It's really anxious. I can't take care of anything. A spear that was directly stronger than a soldier went in. Kill. See the coach so. The guards behind also rushed forward. The ding-jing-dang-dong metal slamming sounded. Puff! Sima Shang stabbed a wicked man to death with a spear. Then quickly pull out the sweep. The throats of the two wicked men were cut. The blood of the two Huron followed the breach, driven by the blood pressure. Squirt out. Sima Shang still slaughtered from left to right. The battle became chaotic and bloody. On the Great Wall of Zhao State, Li Xin stood on this corpse with corpses and pieces of meat everywhere. After the Hu man took the Great Wall, he simply packed his own body, and hurriedly went south to besiege Yun's Hong City. The bodies of these Zhao soldiers were randomly discarded on the Great Wall. Li Xin walked back and forth to check the topography. Seeing the corpses of Zhao Jun all over the floor, one can think of the fierce battle. At the entrance of that col, some grenades were buried. The number should be large and dense, Li Xin said, pointing to a col in the Great Wall. No, a school lieutenant rushed out. Come here, Li Xin called. General, please give orders. A guard stepped forward. Order the scouts to be sent to Daoyun's Hong City. Keep a close watch on the movements of the Hu people. Li Xin turned his head and stared at the guard severely and added, it must be hidden. It must not be discovered. Li Xin stared at the guard and said solemnly, no. The guard said, arching his hands, then left. What do you think of Mr. Qin? Shang Wen sat alone on the left side of the case. King Qin had discussed with Wang Jian the countermeasures to dispatch troops. When he saw Shang Wen sitting idly by, he asked, this, I don't understand the war. However, I heard Meng Tan said, this is a good opportunity. Since it is a good opportunity, don't give up. How to do it? It depends on the decision of General Wang and General Meng. King Qin listened, did not say anything. Wang Jian, you go to make arrangements. Qin Wang waved his hand and said, no. Wang Jian walked away. 79 Desperate defense. Roar, roar. The Huron under the city roared from the battlefield wave after wave. This is cheering for the Hu warriors who have ascended to the city. Wang Khan saw that he had already boarded the city. It doesn't feel very smooth in my heart. Sitting on horseback dancing and watching everything in front of me. Looks a little excited. Puff. A Hu-man soldier's chest was pierced with a spear by Sima Shang. Immediately sprayed blood and fell down. The spearhead eventually broke due to multiple blood heat. Sima Shang drew out his saber and spun it out with a rotating stab, driving away the surrounding Huron. Sima Shang looked at the people behind him. It's getting less and less. The lack of blood draining. These recruits died very quickly. My own guards couldn't stand a lot of people, and a large number of them had already begun to die. Sima Shang looked at the city wall. There is no more defense from Zhao Jun. The entire city wall defense is on the verge of collapse. Kill. Sima Shang could only fight to the death, even if he died in battle willingly. There was a cry of grief and killing. Sima Shang rushed out, slashing and slashing to Hu Ren. Hu Ren took a step back, but then forced him up again. General, we can't stand it anymore. What should I do? A school Wagi said before him. Ren, quickly tuning. Sima Shang roared anxiously. Brothers are all in the city. There are also some recruits who ran away. The captain said helplessly. If anyone flees, kill them without mercy. Sima Shang said fiercely. Said a sword stabbed to death a wicked man who stepped forward. Immediately picked up an euphorbia on the ground. Repeatedly swiped, forcing the Hu Ren offensive. There is no one. The captain shouted loudly. Call those folk husbands up. Let them defend the city together. Hurry, Sima Shang urged. The school lieutenant heard that this could only be done, so he hurried down the city. Report. A Qin Jun scout, Qin Jun clad in grass, came to report. General, Zhao Jun can't hold it anymore. The scout rolled over and dismounted and knelt down on one knee. What? Li Xin couldn't believe it. Yan's Hong City's defense is so weak. What's the specific situation? Li Xin asked quickly. So the scout read what he saw and heard one by one. When the Hu Ren launched the first wave of offensive, Zhao Jun did not organize a decent defense. As a result, Hu Ren came to the city without much loss and began to climb the city directly. Then, although the Hu people had some casualties when they ascended the city, they were obviously much smaller than the Great Wall. So the Hu Ren got angry and started a frantic onslaught. Under such a fierce attack, Zhao Jun's defense collapsed all at once. It's just that Sima Shang is sitting on the head of the city, and now he is already floating. Li Xin listened. Take a breath. Zhao Guo was to guard against the Qin army. All the Jing sharp was removed unexpectedly. This has led to things like this happen today. There's Zhao Jun who resounded through Yinshan back then is no longer the same team back then. Unexpectedly, Li Xin briefly analyzed the reasons. What to do? Li Xin silently looked at the direction of Yan's Hong City. If the city in the cloud can't hold on, then the bait will be eaten. Without bait, how can we completely eliminate the Hu people army? Go to help yourself. Li Xin frowned. I'm afraid this is not good. There are only more than 2,000 men and horses in total, plus those temporary patchwork forces. The total strength did not exceed 3,000. How can this be good? But if it is not saved, then all this will be ... Qin Zhao is almost a feud. Will Zhao Jun not open the city gate when he rescues the city in the cloud? Li Xin thought. How long can Zhao Jun last when you come? Li Xin asked hurriedly. It's estimated to be less than 2 hours. The scout said with a fist. It doesn't help if I arrived by myself. Li Xin looked at his men. Save. You must save. Even if it is too late. We must also hit the Huron. Disrupt his team. Pass the order. Order the whole army of the headquarters to quickly advance to Yan's Hong City. No one has to bring at least 20 grenades. Press the rear team. Bring 20 boxes of grenades. Bring the barbed wire. Quickly. Li Xin preached. No. A guard agreed and left. Lieutenant Sima. I'm going to help Zhao Jun. You must find a way to hold here. Don't take the initiative to attack. As long as you hold it is a great achievement. Li Xin patted Lieutenant Sima on the shoulder and said. No, Xiao Sima said with a fist. Quickly. The whole army of the headquarters is assembled. As Li Xin said, He gathered his troops. Puff. Sima Shang beheaded the head of an escaped Zhao Jun soldier. The head was spinning between the corpses. The Hu Ren has been killed. We have no chance to survive. Now only have a chance to survive if you fight to the death. If you run away, the Hu Ren will still catch you. At that time, you will die 100 times worse than him. Speaking, Sima Shang pointed to the corpse of the Zhao Jun soldier whose head was chopped off. Think about your family. If the city breaks down, your family will suffer too. Parents will be killed and sisters humiliated. Do you think about it? If you have a good man with blood, let me kill the Huron. Kill who? You are indispensable for rewards. Sima Shang, who was covered in blood, drew a spear from a corpse, rushed to the Huron. Fight. Kill. Several Zhao Jun picked up the weapons in their hands again and began to follow. Everyone also started to take up weapons, and those without weapons rushed directly. At this time, the school lieutenant also brought the civilian sir to the wall and saw Zhao Jun rushing out, turning his head and shouting to the folk husbands, "The city is broken. No one can live. Only by killing the Huron can you survive. To survive, kill me." The captain took the lead and rushed out. Those folk husbands had fought with the Huns and knew the cruelty of the northern nomads. So when he heard such a cry, he spontaneously picked up a stick and came to support him. "Come on." A civilian man took the lead and shouted. Immediately more civil servants joined the battle group. Puff, puff, puff. A Hu man was stabbed to death, and the Zhao Jun soldiers who followed him repeatedly stabbed them with spears. The sound of ding ding dang dong sounded, and Zhao Jun and Hu Ren directly collided. Kill. After a Zhao Jun killed a Hu Ren, he rushed towards the Hu Ren excitedly. Puff. He was chopped to the ground directly by the Huron. Puff, puff, puff. 3 spears pierced Hu Ren's lower abdomen and chest. Hu Ren was assassinated on the spot. Yeah? A soldier of Zhao Jun who had his arm cut off shouted in pain. I didn't care about it when I saw the Huron killing him. He rushed forward desperately. The only arm hugged the lower abdomen of a Hu Ren desperately, and desperately retreated down the city. The Hu Ren's scimitar was just a slash. $2. But just don't let go. This is a desperate style of play, and the Huron can't do anything about it. The soldier of Zhao Jun who saw the situation directly used the spear to turn out the stubborn man, but the soldier of Zhao Jun who had broken his arm had already been chopped in half. But the other half was still holding the bullshit when he died. The tragic defense of the city head is still going on. Zhao Jun resisted desperately. Hu people are extremely fierce and determined to win. No one backed down twice, and the dead body is piled up on the top of the city for a while. It was inextricably beaten. 80 Kinjun's 8. On a mountain road, a long black dragon was passing through. This is Qin Jun Mengshan's 10,000 people. All of them are cavalry. According to Wang Jian's arrangement, Meng Tan was dispatched to the front as a fast vanguard force. Followed by Wang Jian was a 40,000 horsemen composed of cavalry and chariots personally commanded by Wang Jian. Most importantly, King Qin was also in the rear army. But King Qin participated in the war in person, meaning it was extraordinary. Meng Tan felt a pressure when he thought of King Qin participating in the war, but in any case, he was a pioneer and could not make any mistakes. Behind the long dragon, followed by a big dragon. This big dragon's team is very long. The team did not advance as fast as before. It is to maintain a constant speed process. This is an army of 40,000 led by Wang Jian. Shang Wen was supposed to go to war with Meng Tan, but King Qin considered Shang Wen's role in the airship, and for safety reasons, he did not let him go with the army, but followed King Qin. At this time, Shang Wen was lying asleep in a carriage that was more bumpy. Didn't sleep one night a day. The last trace of Shang Wen's strength has already been exhausted. After getting in the car, Shang Wen ignored it and fell asleep directly in the car. King Qin wanted to chat with Shang Wen, but saw Shang Wen falling asleep. Did not bother. Instead, let his driver drive the car carefully. Then left. Ding ding. When the sound of metal crashing continued. Puff. The weapon pierced through the gun. It was already dark at this time. The wall of Zhaoguoyan was pitch black. and the fighting between the two sides was fierce. Zhao Jun's reckless playstyle has already made the Huron overwhelmed. Some people started to retreat down the rope, but they were killed as soon as they reached the ground. Wang Khan's supervising team drove directly to the city. To retreat is to die, and to enter is to die. Huron began to fight off the last trace of courage. Zhao people are almost exhausted. Sima Shang was injured, and there was blood all over his body. Nonsense. And Zhou's blood. There are fewer and fewer Zhao people on the wall, and some teenagers have begun to join the battle group. Most of these people have been hacked when they come up, but the Jing god who is not afraid of death still makes the Hu people feel scared. Sima Shang's abdomen and leg were injured and could not walk. He was carried in a corner by his subordinates, watching the battle. Sima Shang was still there, and he took up a banner of Zhao Jun and stood there. Seeing fewer and fewer Zhao people, Sima Shang knew that Yanzhong city couldn't stand it anymore. As soon as the battle in the city is over, the Hu people will start retaliatory actions. Cloud City will be bloodbathed. All people will be slaughtered. Zhao Ren's blood will stain the entire Yanzhong city. Thinking of this, Sima Shang felt very sad and angry. Reinforcements, without any reinforcements. Just like this, Yanzhong city fell. The sound of thunder suddenly resounded under the city. Sima Shang was taken aback as the voice kept coming. Reluctantly got up to see what happened. The nonchalant in the city seemed to have encountered a plague god and began to panic and unwilling to fight. They ran away, and the supervising team under the city was able to cope with it at first. But more and more people fled. It was no longer possible to control it. Even if it was to kill some people, the people who had been assaulted were even more terrifying. In order to survive, the supervising team was also killed. For a while, the silly formation was disrupted. Li Xin reshaped the cavalry into a cone shape at this time. The road is open in front, and the grenade is still behind. Its tactics are the same as those used by the beard, but in specific applications, it is not as good as the beard. This is because Wang Jian saw that his tactics were very good, so he wrote the formation and gave it to the people underneath to study it carefully. Li Xin has his own set of formations, but after rehearsing, there is no such formation as useful, so he switched to this formation. Li Xin led his department secretly approaching the Hu people's army, and was not discovered until 1 mile away. Thanks to those scouts, who got rid of the outposts early. Li Xin saw a big banner in the Hu people's army, and concluded that it must be the Hu people King Khan, so he immediately launched an attack against it. Li Xin plunged into the Hu people's army like a sharp arrow. Hu Ren was attacking the city with all his strength. As long as one more team of 1,000 people was added, Yanzhong city would be able to win. Therefore, there is no scruples about the rear. War is about making mistakes. Whoever makes fewer mistakes will win victory. Obviously, there are so many mistakes Hu Ren made, and there are so many that can't be forgiven. Kill. Li Xin quickly moved forward with spears in both hands. The following is a quick follow-up. Hu Ren turned his back to Li Xin. Wherever the spear and the halberd passed, the husbands fell. The grenade exploded. The Qin Jun shouted killing. The Huron wailed, and the horses neighed. The 200,000 human army was messed up by Li Xin, a small group of troops, into a pot of porridge. Wang Khan watched Qin Jun kill in a panic, and no one around him could resist it. Wang Khan was calling out loudly, and an arrow flew towards him. Wang Khan hurriedly twisted his body, and the arrow grazed Wang Khan's cheek. Wang Khan was frightened and let out a cold sweat. A blood mark was left on the enlarged face. In this way, Li Xin passed directly through the Hu people's army without intercepting it. Seeing this, Li Xin had a bold idea. Go back and kill again. Li Xin raised his spear and shouted loudly. The team began to turn their heads to follow Li Xin and pass by. Hu Ren just woke up from the just before Li Xin rushed. Being rectified, Li Xin came here again at this time. The poor Huron didn't look like a battle formation, and the army was densely assembled under the city in the cloud, and it was impossible to disperse at all. For a while, he was rushed by Li Xin again. Li Xin rushed all the way to the end, then turned around again, killed directly from Wang Khan's army. Wang Khan was unable to control the Chinese army and was killed again. In this way, Li Xin charged with a beautiful S shape. The whole world turned upside down in chaos. It was so embarrassing to see the Hu people army being smashed and killed by a small but fierce Qin army. Sima Shang watched with painstaking effort. Want to go down and fight. Those Zhao Jun who were standing on the wall alive also began to barely stand up to watch Qin Jun charge. Such an unscrupulous rush is almost perfect. The serious Zhao Ren showed a slight smile. Quickly open the city gate. A Qin Junjun who shouted, quickly open the city gate. Quickly open the city gate. Qin Jun comes to help. Quickly open the city gate. Qin Jun shouted one by one. Li Xin took the opportunity to bring his troops to the city of Yunzhong. Hurry up and arrange a barbed wire fence to prevent accidents. Hurry up. Li Xin saw that Zhao Jun did not take the initiative to open the gate. Quickly arrange it. Open the city gate. Sima Shang shouted with all his strength. All Zhao people looked at Sima Shang. Open the gate. Sima Shang shouted again. Qin Zhao shit you. In this way, it is difficult to guarantee that the Qin army will not take advantage of the fire. Did Qin Jun really help Zhao people so kindly? Everyone looked at Sima Shang. Yeah, the city gate opened. Qin Jun quickly entered. Bang, the blood-stained city gate closed again. 81 small test butcher knife. Li Xin led his troops into the city and sawed dead bodies from the city gate to both sides of the street. Some injuries are also serious injuries and cannot be treated at all. Seeing such a scene, you know how much Zhao Jun suffered. All the soldiers of the Qin army watched all this silently. They are also battle-tested veterans. But such a fierce battle, their hearts are also shocking. It's too awful. All the soldiers watched all this silently. The old women of Zhao did not even look at Qin. They didn't know what was happening outside. But they knew that the battle was fierce. These people need treatment. Need to survive. General, why did you let the Qin army into the city? A schoolboy said with a spear on his lame leg. Did you not see it? The Qin army wanted the lives of the 200,000 Huron under the city. They supported, and what they planned was the life of the Huron. Sima Shang said lightly. Go and ask General Qin Jun to come and discuss important matters. Go quickly. Don't neglect. Sima Shang said. No, the captain said unwillingly. Then he limped down the city. General, my general has a request. The captain said with a fist. Okay, I'll arrange it and come right away. Li Xin said. Captain Cheng, you take good care of those grenades. No mistakes are allowed. Li Xin arranged in a low voice. No. Cheng Wai left immediately. Li Xin turned around and went to the city with the lame captain. As soon as he went to town, Li Xin was taken aback. There are corpses all over the city. The corpses are already piled high. But no one came to clean up. The blood slowly left the city along the steps, and the back of the person watching was startled with a cold sweat. Several people in the distance stood there coldly. It's like a ghost. There is no fire in the city. Li Xin clenched his saber tightly, a little uneasy. Who is Qin Jun coming? Sima Shang's voice reached Li Xin's ears. Who are you? Li Xin asked rhetorically. Zhao Jun Border Defense Commander Sima Shang. Sima Shang said. Wang Jian's army Lieutenant Li Xin. Li Xin said unwillingly to show weakness. Ha 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 ha. Sima Shang walked out with a Zhao Jun banner. Thank you brothers Qin Jun for your help. My brothers Zhao Jun thanked you for your position here, he said, arched his hands and gestured. Welcome. Li Xin bowed his hands in return. The two sides fought in words like this. The matter is urgent. If there is a discussion, please forgive me, Sima Shang said flatly. Li Xin stepped forward. The Hu people have been beaten back from noon until now. The enemy is also exhausted now, and it is estimated that they will not launch an attack tonight. Our army can finally take a short rest, Sima Shang said with a sigh of relief. Li Xin saw corpses all over the floor. Zhao Jun really can't fight anymore. Sima Shang told the situation so frankly. It can be seen that I did not see myself outside. Thanks to the Zhao Jun brothers who can afford it. Then let us Qin Jun about the city defense. Rest assured that we are here and you will never let the Hu people go forward, Li Xin said. Then, Thank you very much. Sima Shang was also polite. Lieutenant Zhou, you lead the active brothers here to help brothers Qin Jun defend the city. The rest will go down to the city to eat and rest, Sima Shang ordered. No. An injured school lieutenant stood up and said. Li Xin looked hurriedly. It was found that Zhao Jun, who was able to stand, was wounded. If you are a step late, it is estimated that this cloud city has fallen. It's really thrilling. Thought of this, Li Xin felt a little relieved for his decision. Zhao Ren began to walk down the city slowly. Qin Jun was replaced. Two big flags are juxtaposed at the head of the city, and one is a shabby Zhao Jun banner. On one side is the black flag of the Qin army. Li Xin began to lay out his defenses. Arrange for someone to clean up the body. Hu Ren's body was thrown directly outside the city. Zhao Jun's converged. But the battle is too tragic. Some corpses are also inseparable. There is no way, but I want to carry it down and talk about it. Li Xin arranged barbed wire at the fortresses of the city wall to prevent Hu people from sneaking. Send a team to constantly patrol and check. Sleepless all night. The Huron army, which had been noisy for a long time, also began to quiet down. The two sides fought a bloody day, and there was no strength to fight. Asshole. Asshole. Puff. Wang Han chopped off the heads of two people who were kneeling on the ground. These two men are responsible for the guards of the army. A fresh scar was printed on Wang Khan's face. Due to his anger, he broke through the wound and the blood came out again. There was blood on his face for a while. Those generals who frightened did not dare to speak. Wang Khan was a little tired after getting angry. Sitting in the big tent, the maid in a plate saw Wang Khan bleeding from the wound, and hurried forward to bandage it. Wang Khan, who had nowhere to vent, saw the woman's graceful waist. The hot body is constantly teasing, and he doesn't feel like he's rising up. No matter what the wound was, he hugged the woman and fell into the big tent. Everyone sees this. Quit wisely and quickly. As soon as I left the big account, I heard the woman's fiery moan. The generals were also aroused, but they thought of their own lives, only to dispel this idea and go back to camp separately. On the road, I think about how to break through this cloud city, and then find a Zhao girl to vent. The next morning, it just dawned. Hasami began to attack the city. Boom, boom. The Nitu people lined up and strode neatly toward Yunzhong city. Sima Shang and Zhao Jun recovered some Jing gods after a short night of rest. Although they are all wounded, their spiritual state is still good. What's the situation? Sima Shang asked. Don't worry. The Huron must have retired early this time. Just watch it, Li Xin said confidently. Sima didn't know why Li Xin would say this, but he thought that Qin Jun must have a secret weapon like yesterday. The kind of weapon that makes a thunderous sound. Looking at the barbed wire at the crenellation, Sima Shang pointed and asked, this is barbed wire? Li Xin said as he looked at the Huron team underneath. Seeing Li Xin intently looking at the Hu people army below, there is nothing to say. Roar. With a loud roar, the Huron began to scream, and began to ascend the city. But before Hu Ren launched his bow and arrow attack, the Qin Jun attacked first. The rocket launcher fired at 45 degrees of elevation. One after another, the rockets dragged the tail flames and smashed into the Huron team. Boom! The bombarded Hus team turned their backs on their backs. Before the archer attacked, he was hit by the flying shrapnel. Few people died, but countless injured. Those who were shot rolled on the ground shouting. The blood from the wound splattered all over the floor. The people watching were at a loss. The bow attack was not launched. Looked at the rocket fired out. Zhao Jun stared at Qin Jun's weird weapon in amazement. 82 unable to enter the city. Hu Ren's archers have already withdrawn from the battle group under the impact of the rockets, and the rest are the duly attacking teams. Bowman. Li Xin shouted. 150 Qin crossbow soldiers were divided into 3 teams. Perform indiscriminate chaos. Not many arrows. But in the face of the crowded formation of husbands, the probability of being in the Shi is unusually high. In order to avoid these deadly crossbow arrows, many soldiers began to scurry. Before the team approached the city wall, it became chaotic. Several people like commanders began to appear to maintain the order of the team. Aim at those leaders. Li Xin shouted, waving his arms. Swish! Crossbow arrows flew out. An arrow pierced the chest of a commander. The soldiers were upset all at once. The battle yesterday had exhausted the courage of the Who people. We were attacked by rockets before the fight started today. The archer's support is gone. Immediately afterwards is the crossbow hit. That kind of crossbow arrow is accurate, powerful. The number is small, but very worried, because I don't know who to whom. Seeing that their captain was killed by she, everyone began to flee. Upon seeing this, several phalanxes began to mess up. There was a swarm of escapes. Driven by this, the other soldiers also started to run. Run away, kill! Wang Khan shouted when he saw it. The 10,000 Wang Khan guards were neatly placed in the rear. The archer came forward. Draw a bow. Aim. Let it go. The captain of the guard waved his hand. 1,000 arrows fly into the sky. Huo. The arrow fell at the forefront of the Who people's team. Retreat to the latter and kill. The captain of the guard shouted loudly. The human soldier who fled in the front was killed by the sharp archer. The arrow is not dead. Those who ignore it, or it was chopped off by the rushing guard. In short, it is impossible to live. The soldiers saw Wang Khan's guard in the rear, had to reluctantly turn and march towards Yanshong city. The momentum has been greatly reduced. You can see it. Only those supervising teams will be defeated. Huron will retreat. Li Xin looked at the binoculars and said. Sima Shang watched Li Xin's actions. Take 2 bamboo tubes connected together to see what? Looking at Sima Shang's curious eyes, Li Xin explained. This is the clairvoyance of my dear kin. General Sima also take a look. Li Xin handed Sima the telescope. Sima Shang hesitated to take it. Take a binoculars and look at it like Li Xin. At a glance, Sima Shang was taken aback. Almost threw the binoculars out. Oh! Be careful. This lens is the easiest to break. We usually put them in a leather box. A kin military captain said with a sneer when Sima Shang almost threw it away. Talk too much. Li Xin scolded. But Li Kili was still happy, because Sima Shang didn't care what the school lieutenant said at all, but looked at the binoculars back and forth. Since General Sima likes it, then give it to the general. Li Xin said generously. This is for me, Sima Shang said with some excitement. Of course, Li Xin said looking at Sima Shang. General, our army has arrived in a hurry, and there are no rockets with far away. I don't know if the general can repel the supervising team in the distance? Li Xin asked. Oh. This. Sima Shang heard a series of words that he didn't know what to say. I don't know how to answer. Li Xin saw that Sima Shang was like this. I had no choice but to stop asking. Pass the order. Put 2 more barbed wire fences on the city wall. Li Xin ordered. No. The captain who had just laughed at Sima Shang replied. Soon the captain just came with a group of soldiers holding a circle of barbed wire. Several soldiers quickly stepped forward to make arrangements. Pull a circle of barbed wire apart, and then fix it to the crenellation of the city wall. Seeing this, Sima Shang wanted to ask what was the use of this thing, but he swallowed it abruptly. Ask questions like this. It is really detrimental to Zhao Junjun's prestige. Who people began to ascend the city. The strange thing is that Qin Jun didn't throw stones at all. Instead, a group of Qin army soldiers squatted far away from the city wall with a spear. Who people began to climb the city wall, but it was caught by the barbed wire. The arm cannot be waved. It hurts more and more. A human soldier was very annoyed by this kind of thing. One used vigorously. As a result, a piece of meat on the arm was cut off. The painful soldier screamed. Sima Shang finally understood why Li did this. This thing is more difficult to deal with than that thorny cane. Huren slashed hard with a knife, but it just keeps cutting. There is no focus when setting up that road first. The knife swung up, but it was soft. But when you swing the knife again, you find that your arm can no longer be withdrawn. In this way, the human who was the first to climb the city wall was hung on the wire fence. Go on. Li Xin waved his hand. A group of soldiers of the Qin army kept their heads up. Cats, picked up spears and halberds, just stepped forward to stab. The Huren who could not leave was stabbed to death. The death was extremely useless. There is no room for resistance. The body was still hung on it. The soldier with the halberd stepped forward and broke down the Huren's body bit by bit. Those pieces of meat kept throwing down the city wall. Those silly people who looked at had root pain. The nonchalant who climbed up could not get up. The people behind are trapped on the ladder, and the people below are waiting. There are more and more soldiers, and more people are waiting. But when he climbed up, he was stabbed to death. Then, little by little, the corpse was broken by the Qin army, and it was almost the second one. Then he was killed as usual. The soldiers of the Qin army assassinated them with great interest. Soldiers of Zhao Jun on the side saw it itch. He also picked up the spear and pierced the Huron. How many people are there below? Li Xin asked a soldier. A lot of people, very dense. Junhu said, arching his hands. Throw grenades like me. Li Xin stepped forward as he said. Take out a grenade. Pull out the rope. Green smoke was blowing from under the wooden handle. Almost throw it down the city. The grenade that was still in midair exploded in the air. Shrapnel splashing everywhere splashed into the human soldiers climbing the ladder, and the soldiers waiting to climb the city below. Boom! Ah! The Huren soldier began to crawl on the ground and roll in pain. Few were killed directly, but the flying shrapnel can kill people in pain. There was no surgery yet. The bullies who were shot didn't even know how to deal with them. It won't take long. A variety of sequelae such as wound infection or excessive blood loss will directly kill these people. All it takes is a matter of time. The shouting soldier. Grenades that keep dropping. Huren completely collapsed. Haven't officially boarded the city yet. Hu people have been tortured without any combat effectiveness. The soldiers began to escape spontaneously. The Wang Khan guards at the back drew their bows and arrows again, and the captain of the guards looked at the retreating soldiers coldly. The captain of the guard waved his hand. Arrow rain lifted off again and fell. Relentlessly kill the soldiers who escaped. But the soldiers seemed to have one thing determined, that is, they must escape anyway, must run away. After a shower of arrows, down a batch of soldiers. But more soldiers have crossed. Rush to Wang Khan's guard. 83. Talking about the carriage. The scenery of the grassland at the foot of Yinshan Mountain is very good. It is a pity that the widows want them to be useless. King Qin said, eating the meatloaf in his hand. Shang Wen and King Qin drove at the foot of Yinshan in the same car. Shang Wen has never eaten meat since he saw the bloody suppression of the Huns. So I simply ate 2 pancakes and didn't move anymore. Shang Wen heard King Qin's words and felt that King Qin's knowledge was a bit short. So he folded his hands and said, my lord, this grassland is a great advantage. Not for nothing. Oh, what advice does Mr. Qin have? Come on. King Qin put down the meatloaf in his hand and sat aside. My lord, do you know how many overlords this grassland can produce to threaten my central plains, and how much benefit can it bring to my Darkin? Shang Wen asked. Widow don't know, sir. What's the answer? Qin Wang said. My lord, Shushan speaks bluntly. The minister saw the order from the king. Only Jian County will be established in the Hetao area. The rest of the vast areas are discarded. Is that true? Shang Wen asked. Yes, Mr. Qin. Only the Hetao area is considered rich. You can raise horses for the widows and grow food for the widows. There is really not much benefit in other places. King Qin waved his hand and said, the king made a mistake. Shang Wen said solemnly, my lord, this grassland can not only raise horses in Hetao, but also in other places. Why can the Xiongnu go south frequently? It depends on horses. Moreover, the northern nomads graze all over the place. You can do a little training and you can work hard, so you can frequently go south. Going south, my central plains is only farming and relatively fixed. There is not much ambition to expand abroad. The nomads are different. They will live on the grass and move many times within a year. Once they encounter natural disasters, they will raise troops to go south. Rob me Huaxia. Shang Wen paused and then said, now, The king sent troops to the north to destroy the entire Huns and obtain large grasslands. These grasslands are as wide as the territory of the Chu kingdom. Now the Hu people intend to destroy our army, but its combat power is no longer our kin army. The combat power is comparable. Maybe it won't take long before the territory of the state of Qin will be greatly expanded. Its entire territory will be the sum of the territories of the 6 eastern countries. With such a large pasture, wouldn't the king give it away? Shang Wen asked. Well, what's the use of a widow who wants such a large territory? King Qin asked. My lord, this grassland is indispensable. Not only does it not occupy it, but also greatly expands it. Shang Wen said. If you don't account for it, there are 3 disadvantages and endless troubles. Shang Wen stretched out 3 fingers and gestured. If you do, there are 3 benefits. Shang Wen said. Oh, tell me about it. King Qin asked. The king is now taking the entire grassland and not taking it. There is one disadvantage. Other ethnic groups in the grassland such as the Shi and Hu people will definitely fill the vacuum left by the Huns. Then the king will drive away a wolf and come again. Wolves. Second, even though Darkin got the entire Hetao plain, I had to draw a lot of manpower and material resources to passively defend. Thirdly, part of our military power in Darkin will be firmly nailed to the Hetao plain, especially the cavalry unit. In the future, the unification of the 6 countries will be less helpful. Shang Wen broke his fingers and finished speaking. He was a little reluctant to say, but there was no way. This was a hastily thought. King Qin snorted and stopped talking. There are 3 benefits, Shang Wen continued. First, our great Qin army will change passive defense to active defense. The cavalry team will go forward and hit potential opponents severely. Completely control the grassland area. For our great Qin Guanzhong, the Central Plains has acquired a vast territory as a reaction time, Shang Wen said. Secondly, the territory occupied by Darkin this time is unprecedented. At least 7 counties can be set up. These populations can come from the 6 eastern countries, or the people of Darkin. With these immigrants, Darkin can firmly control it. In the grassland area, the Great Qin dynasty has completely resolved the great troubles in the northern part of the Central Plains. Third, after our Darkin emigration, these areas will be the main source of meat for our Darkin. The future rations of our Darkin army will be able to consume a large amount of meat products, and the combat power of our Qin army will be 10 times higher. And, Shang Wen was about to continue. King Qin shouted loudly, Good, good. My dear Qin general will eat meat. This strength is not increased tenfold. King Qin said. What the king said is extremely true. In addition, after this army ration eats meat, my Darkin's food can also be adequately prepared. Shang Wen said. Well, what Mr. Qin said is, after this army ration was changed to meat, my Qin soldiers not only had enough to eat, but also could eat well. Qin always had strict restrictions on farming cattle, unless they were sacrificed. They were not allowed to be killed at will. But the grassland can kill 100 cows and 1,000 without any damage. Such advantages. I blame the widows. King Qin knocked his head and said, if it weren't for Mr. Qin's prompt advice, the widow would almost cause a catastrophe. King Qin said, my lord, the most urgent task is to emigrate. These foundations lie in the people. It is not my Darkin soldiers. Even if my Darkin soldiers die. However, there is no foundation on the grassland. I Darkin must immigrate, and I must prepare before the next year. It is midsummer now. It will pass. The grassland has already begun to prepare things for the winter. Shang Wen said. Mr. Qin is right. But this immigrant, it's hard to move this people. I don't have a large population in Darkin. If King Qin thought and said, there are only a few million people in Qin state, plus, it supports an army of 1 million. If immigrate, it will definitely affect production in the coming year. And it takes a long time for this immigration to be effective. Thought of this. Of course King Qin has to think about it. Your Majesty. The minister thinks that this immigrant can transfer some of our people from Darkin. The rest will recruit people from the 6 eastern countries. In this way, our great Qin can not only obtain the grassland, but also draw up the people's power of the 6 eastern countries. In the future, the 6 countries can be unified. At that time, the forces of the 6 countries will inevitably be stretched. Shang Wen said, "Meow meow." King Qin clapped his hands and said, "Mr. Qin said very well." King Qin nodded Shang Wen and said, "My lord, I don't know what you think of the unified 6 countries." Shang Wen continued to ask, "Unify the 6 countries? Of course we must fight." Looking at it now, except for the Zhao kingdom, the Chu kingdom, and the Qi kingdom, the other 3 kingdoms are not my dear Qin's opponents. King Qin said confidently, "The minister believes that the unification of the 6 countries is a series of civil wars after all. Although the king of Qin has the ambition of reunification, he has no ambition to reshape the source of China." Shang Wen said. King Qin was shocked when he heard it. "What does this mean?" "My great Qin country, from the beginning of Xiaogong, I went out of the east for the purpose of unification. Is this a problem?" King Qin looked at Shang Wen puzzled. 84 I'm not a fool. "Sir, is this?" King Qin asked in surprise. "Your Majesty simply regards the unification of the 6 countries as the unity, not the unity of China." Shang Wen said, "Although these 6 countries are divided in the central plains, the overlord who occupy one side, but at the root, it is my Chinese sons and daughters. The reason why my Chinese sons and daughters are chaotic, it is because of the vastness of my Chinese territory that I have to do it. Now this is the case. The 6 eastern countries occupy one side. To put it bluntly, it is the dispute between the border areas." Shang Wen said solemnly, "The dispute over the realm." King Qin said thoughtfully, "Yes, my lord, this is the dispute between the border areas." Shang Wen emphasized. King Qin took a deep breath. "Sit aside." This was the first time that King Qin heard such opinions. But Shang Wen is not the first to see such history. Shang Wen doesn't really hate history. It's just that they don't want to see the same race, but they are killing them like a deep hatred. Shang Wen also looks at history. But after hurriedly watching it again, I never saw it again, because there are 2 words to summarize Chinese history: civil war. A history of civil war, and do everything in order to defeat the opponent. More cunning than Machiavelli. Shang Wen really can't see how much history is useful to him. So Suo X and G began to study science in angrily, and then began to study weapons, because this aspect is still more profitable. Speaking of, China has fought for more than 2,000 years. This problem has not been solved so far. Shang Wen felt incredible. It's hard to understand. Why does one nation and one country have to fight for more than 2,000 years of war? This problem has not been solved yet. Some people say that it is a dispute between the border areas, but Shang Wen thinks it is not. This is the cohesion of the country and the nation. There is a big problem with the cohesion of this country. In the process of agglomeration, other factors often produce a large centrifugal force, such as taxes, or infighting in the palace. In short, there are big reasons for this. The invasion of foreign races has accelerated the cohesion. This is really a joke. Shang Wen has heard of research conducted by universities such as Harvard. These scholars are willing to use numbers for research. Study it like this. Shang Wen felt incredible. But just smile. When facing this problem myself, Shang Wen can only use Zhenyu to elicit this question of in-depth thinking. Shang Wen stopped talking. "I don't know what to say, how to say. This problem is a historical problem that has been difficult to solve for thousands of years. I am also Chinese and Chinese, but I can't say anything." "Mister has a clever plan?" King Qin asked. Shang Wen wanted to list a lot of words to illustrate the problem. "But I thought about it. These words may not solve this problem." Shang Wen had no choice but to stop talking. "The minister can't help it," Shang Wen said. King Qin had no words. It seems that this question completely stumped this eternal emperor. This war-torn warring states will be unified, but how to unify this nation is really difficult. This people's heart is not defeated. "It is not my Darkin who can attack." Shang Wen can only say so much. This is the age of the warring states period, when China was born. But this age, the cohesion of our Chinese people has never been unified. Even if it is the great unification, or the Han and Tang dynasties. It was just gathered together for a short time, but then it was scattered all over the place. King Qin was speechless, and Shang Wen had nothing to say. What came out was the sound of the army advancing quickly. There is also the sound of wheels. That sound is the footsteps of the wheels of history. Puff puff, ding. The Hu Ren who retired and the Wang Khan guards fought together. The two sides are in a mess. The guard is desperately blocking the retreating soldiers. The soldiers who escaped knew that it would be difficult to survive if they did not pass this level. But anyhow, he is also his own. These guards are very vicious, and they don't let these rascals go. When you come up, you will kill you. At this time, the humiliated people who were killed were staggering. But the Hu Ren who followed afterwards watched his blood surge. Dissatisfaction with treatment yesterday, and the injustice between the tribes in the past, aroused the anger of these people. And now the guards are massacring, become the fuse. Huron broke out all at once, directly rushed forward and slashed the guard with a knife. Fight. Kill such a beast. A soldier shouted and rushed forward, and was hacked to death by the guard soldier riding on the horse. The Hu men who climbed into the city dismounted and fought on foot, while the guards were on horses to supervise the battle. The enraged soldiers were full of anger. Charge up regardless of recklessness. A stubborn man, one hand pulled down the guard soldier, and then killed the guard soldier with a stab. Turn on the horse. Charge. We won't work for such a Wang Khan. Kill. As he said, he rode into the guard. Kill. Kill. They are going to mutiny. Kill them all. Archers, shoot arrows. Kill. Kill them for me. The captain of the guard brandished a machete, controlling the frightened horses. Swish. A shower of arrows went down, and groups of Huron were killed. The guard cavalry began to charge from the two wings. Wherever he went, there was blood spray and broken limbs everywhere. The Hu people who had been suppressed for a long time broke out completely. These soldiers come from different tribes. Usually because of the grassland water source between the tribes, there have been battles. Now, these people are handing the most difficult siege to these people, obviously to die. Then, the mutiny came naturally. Motu, Hupanatu, hurry, take the other people and run around. It is Wang Khan who sent us to death. Then, by the way, several people from Wang Khan were killed and led them to rush towards Wang Khan. I led the rest of the men and horses to take the opportunity assault Wang Khan's big tent and kill this useless beast. Najili said fiercely. Quickly, behind the guard, there was a billowing smoke, and the flames of war ignited in the Huron barracks for a while. The grievances between the various tribes are usually very deep, so they almost fought. Najili took the opportunity to attack the bigger count, intending to kill Wang Khan and seize Wang Khan. Random. Completely messed up. Fighting everywhere. It is impossible to tell who is fighting with whom and why. Many people fight inexplicably. Do this. Hu Ren fights himself. Sima Shang said in disbelief. Why don't we rush down and rush for a while? Zhao Jun, a school lieutenant, suggested. No, it's the time for the humiliated people to be in chaos. At this time, when we go in, it is likely that they will be united. The chaos will not go on. Instead, they will eat us. We just have to sit back and watch the changes. Li Xin looked at chaos. Said the Huron Zhang Tuan with a pot of porridge. It's definitely going to be a fight, but it's not now. We have to wait. When the Huron can't move, we will go out again. Li Xin said. 85 Lima Sami killed. Li Xin and Sima Shang watched the Hu people fight each other on the wall. Such a fight is too bloody. The fighting between the Hu people was fiercer than between the Hu people and Zhao Jun. Yuan's bows and arrows were covered indiscriminately, and only Wang Khan's guards did this. A dense rain of arrows covers a battle group that has been unable to distinguish you from me. Whether it was from the King Khan guards or other tribes, they fell to the ground with arrows. Those who didn't get lucky with the arrow wanted to step forward and kill those she arrow guys, but those who were also alive dragged them hard. In this way, Round after round of bows and arrows arrived, until this group of people died. So far there are corpses on the ground. Lee Xin's face twitched as he watched. These shameless people have been killed and lost any reason. The mind is completely crazy. The Central Plains seldom has such a way of fighting. Now Lee Xin finally knows how tough these northern nomads are. The level of bravery is no less than that of the Qin people. Teams of Huron cavalry rushed past. But Wang Khan's army lay down bows and arrows desperately. She killed them. Wang Khan waved the treasured sword in his hand with a disheveled head. Charge! The Huron cavalry who had been killed lay on the ground full. The cavalry who followed up could no longer rush through this wall of flesh. Even so, still charging. Such desperate play is really frightening. Charge! Motya led a cavalry team of 100 men and began to attack Wang Khan's army in a roundabout way. The guards who fired arrows simply had no time to defend, and the team charging ahead was just too right. The bow and arrow are almost as good. Even the bowstring was broken. Najili saw the right time and ordered Motu to lead his men and horses rushing over. As long as he opened a hole, it can smash the entire Wang Khan army. Puff puff. Motu, who was extremely ferocious, flew past. The waving machete flew past. The splashed blood has not yet landed, and 4 or 5 guard soldiers have been killed. The machete directly cut through the chest of the guard. The spluttered internal organs flew to the guard behind with blood beads. Block him. Hurry up and block him. Wang Han saw Motu rushing towards him, and quickly yelled at the left and right to block the killing god. Motu is the kind of weird guy who gets excited when he sees blood. The place where the machete passed was splashed with blood and minced meat, and this guy was extremely happy to see such a scene. The more people killed, the happier and more excited. Ha ha ha. Motu, who was so successful, grabbed the head of a guard soldier with one hand, and firmly grasped the head with his fingers. Suddenly, the head was directly crushed. Giants splashed all over the ground. Motu's hands are white and red. The guards saw their heads alive. All were taken aback. But Motus people cheered with excitement, brandishing a scimitar, and rushed to the guard again. The guard soldiers who had been frightened were staggered and killed by the Motu rushing forward. Many people were killed without knowing what was going on. Quick. I saw the scene where my head was pinched. Wang Khan collapsed to the ground in fright. Soon, Motu led his troops into Wang Khan's army account. You are that Wang Khan. Why is it messier than a little lamb? Motu grabbed Wang Khan's collar with the big hand that crushed his head. Just because of you little sheep, how many of us have died? Mo, like a chicken, mentioned Wang Khan and threw it on the horse's back. Puff. A head was cut off with a sound of metal and bangs. Motu handed his head to Najili. This is the damn Wang Khan. We have died so many warriors because of his incompetence. Najili raised Wang Khan's head high. Now, my heroic Najili, leading the warriors into the Cloud City, grab their food, kill their men, and enjoy their wonderful women. Najili shouted. The husky around has begun to go crazy. Najili, Najili, Huron shouted with a machete. Najili, Wangan, Wangan, Najili. Motu shouted loudly. After Motu shouted, the people around were silent. Najili King Khan. Najili King Khan. Everyone began to shout loudly. Hus morale began to rise. No. We are a little late. Lee Xin hit the wall fiercely. What I wanted was to take advantage of the fire and rob. Unexpectedly, Lee Xin only paid attention to the battle between the guard and the Hu, and ignored that Jili's sudden counterinsurgency. At this time, the guards began to retreat one after another, temporarily withdrawing from the battled group. Just such a good opportunity was missed. Lee Xin was very angry. Pass middle. Before Lee Xin's ling was spoken, there were shouts of killing. Lee Xin looked at it, and a shower of arrows soared into the sky. Then the black fell one by one. A large area fell in the densest place of Hu people. Then I looked again, and a row of black waves appeared on the hillside in the distance. Li Xin quickly took the binoculars and looked. "It's the general." Sima Shang picked up the binoculars and looked over. "I saw a Li flag in the distance." "Just shout out." Li Xin also saw the Li flag at this time. Needless to say, this is Lima's army. After all, it is a celebrity. Li Hong secretly admired. Judging from the number of battle flags, there are at least 50,000 horses. Such a huge man and horse lie silently around the Hu people's army. And he watched the Hu people slaying calmly, attacking at the most appropriate time. At this point, the 3 waves of bow and arrow strikes have been completed. Then came the cavalry's bow and arrow, wave after wave. Huron's position was disrupted. The attacking army spread out as the word pin, interspersed directly, dividing the Hu people's army into 2. Thus, Hu people can't support each other. As long as time permits, you can eat all the Huron. Li Xin watched all this silently. "General, are we going to attack?" A Qin army lieutenant couldn't help pitching his hands while watching the city kill. "No need," Li Xin said coldly, his eyes fixed on Lima's command arrangement. "Hu people's resistance has become very weak because a part of the Hu people soldiers began to rush out toward a reserved gap. This gap must have been deliberately arranged by Li Mu. The direction of this gap is the direction of Huron going south. It is also the direction that Qin people blocked. It seems that Li Mu has already speculated that the Qin people might send troops intentionally, deliberately set aside a way towards Qin Jun. Almost all thought of it. Li Hong sighed secretly. It's really exhaustive. The situation on the battlefield has begun to come to an end. The besieged Huron was repeatedly killed by Zhao Jun with bows and crossbows. 86 Lima's cold sweat. A row of bows and arrows shot to the besieged Huron. Huron desperately broke through, but was unable to break through. This scene is a bit like Chengping. It's just that the target is different this time. Li Mu stood on the chariot and looked at the Huron who was killed by Shi. It didn't take long for the Huron to be completely killed. Zhao Jun, who was dismounted, began to dispose of the corpse. First, a row of soldiers with halberds and spears assassinated the corpse one by one. Puff, puff. The sound of such assassination kept ringing on the battlefield. Some non-dead people want to fight back. What ushered in was countless spearheads. Looking at the battlefield, there are almost corpses everywhere. Various poses. Hurons, Zhao Juns. The gate of Hong city opened. Sima Shang and Li Xin walked out of Hong city to greet Li Mu. Li Mu looked at the Qin banner in front of him with unusual disgust, although the scout's report mentioned this Qin flag. However, as a Zhao countryman, when I saw it really, still a little uncomfortable. Looking at the banner is a lieutenant surnamed Li. Li Mu coldly watched the banner walk in. Meet the general. Sima Shang dismounted and knelt down to march in salute. Wang Jian's army and Li Xin have seen the general. Li Xin dismounted just holding his fists in salute. On the battlefield, you don't need to be polite. Li Mu waved. I, Zhao Jun, would like to thank Qin Jun for helping me in the critical moment, Li Mu said with a polite fist. Where? Qin and Zhao are all from China, so they should be humiliated together. That's right. Li Xin said quickly, making excuses. Both sides understand. This time the Qin army came for the 200,000 Huron army under the city. After Li Mu received the military information from the border, he immediately led his army. On the way, I heard Tan Ma mentioned the arrival of Qin Jun. Then, Li Mu comprehensively analyzed the known military situation. It can be concluded that the Qin army's aid was only to completely eliminate the Hu people's army. What national justice? In fact, it's all excuses. But thinking of the Qin army destroying the 300,000 Xiongnu army overnight, and then sweeping the Xiongnu tribes. This time, the appetite was still great, and he directly targeted the 200,000 horses of the Hu people. What are they going to do? The Qin army had already contacted the Hong county of Zhao state in destroying the Xiongnu. If you go to the east, you will be the Hu people. If the Hu people are eliminated this time, then you can go south from Yan state. and Zhao's Handan will be safe to defend. Thought of this, Li Mu felt very helpless. Zhao Jun's current strength is almost stretched, and there is no chance to breathe. Qin attacked several times. It is simply difficult to rest. Now it has captured a large area of grassland. A large number of cavalry must be formed. Speed. Maneuver. It is simply difficult for Zhao Jun to deal with. After Li Mu said these things, he didn't say anything. Then we have to enter the city. But in a flash, Li Mu saw the stirrups on Qin Jun's horses. Turning his feet immediately, he asked Li Xin, "General Li, what is this?" Li Mu pointed to the stirrup and said, "Back to the general, this is the stirrup." Li Xin said, "Stirrup, stirrup," Li Mu muttered while looking at the stirrup. "So that's it. With this thing, the cavalry combat power of the Qin army has not only improved, it has increased several times." When Li Mu first received the report of the Qin army's elimination of 300,000 Huns overnight, he couldn't figure out how the Qin army did it, but he saw the stirrups equipped by the Qin army. Li Mu suddenly figured it out. "General Li, could you have a try?" Li Mu asked. "Yes, of course," Li Xin said calmly. But there was 10,000 unwillingness in my heart. He knew that Li Mu was commanding. His eyes were all above him, from the look in his eyes when he saw the stirrups. How could he not know the function of this stirrup? It is estimated that from now on, Zhao Jun will be equipped with this stirrup. Attacking Zhao has no equestrian advantage. Reluctantly, Li Xin had to pretend to be generous and let them see enough. Li Mu couldn't help but smile when he saw Li Xin's expression. Li Xin looked calm, but the twitching of the corner of his mouth could guess what it was. Li Mu couldn't help being overjoyed. "It seems that I have found the secret of Qin Jun's victory." Li Mu turned on his horse. Stepping on the stirrup with both feet, it feels very solid. You can free your hands and ride more securely. The waist is stronger. With both feet on this stirrup, you can slash and assassinate with all your strength. Li Mu secretly felt the benefits of this stirrup. Run 2 laps. Li Mu couldn't help feeling jealous about Qin Jun's affairs. "My own men and horses have never been equipped with such things." Li Mu carefully observed the differences between Qin Jun's horses, and suddenly saw a grenade hung on the horse's back. "What is this?" Li Mu picked up a grenade and saw. After the horse returned, Li Mu picked up a grenade and asked, "General Li, what is this?" He saw Li Mu holding the grenade in his hand. Li Xin was almost out. Almost all Qin Jun's secrets were leaked to himself. Going back, he must be decapitated. Li Xin's back is cold. "General, this is a grenade. It can split everything like a thunder." Sima Shang said. Sima Shang has seen the power of this thing. Seeing Li Mu asked, he hurried forward to answer. "That ate in Li Qixiu." "Oh, how to use it?" Li Mu asked, playing with the grenade. "General, this thing is extraordinary, too sharp." The general still don't look at it. Li Xin hurriedly stepped forward to persuade him. Li Mu heard this. "I feel that there is a big problem even more." So he smiled and replied, "General Li made a joke. You and I are both soldiers." "Are soldiers still afraid?" "I wouldn't be afraid." "Try it," Li Mu said and handed Li Xin a grenade. Helpless, Li Xin had to take the grenade and open the back cover. Pull out the rope. The grenade with green smoke was smoothly thrown out of the open space by Li Xin. Li Mu looked at the smoking grenade, thinking it was some kind of equipment that set fire. Boom! There was a loud noise. Li Mu's ears were all buzzing. Li Mu was stunned. His eyes were lost at the moment the gunpowder exploded. Li Mu looked at the thick smoke after the grenade exploded, and he didn't feel relieved for a long time. Zhao Jun was taken aback when he heard the explosion of a grenade. Many Zhao Jun horses were frightened. Zhao Jun, who was shocked, woke up and quickly controlled the horses. No wonder the Qin army can wipe out 300,000 Xiongnu overnight. The power of this grenade is so great. This is to invite the thunder god down. Li Mu really couldn't think of anything that could be compared with this grenade. Such a powerful grenade can of course wipe out 300,000 Huns overnight, and it can sweep all tribes in a short time. With this grenade, as long as a few thousand or hundreds of people can come and go freely in this army. Li Mu took a deep breath. if it is used on my Zhao Jun. Li Mu was startled with a cold sweat. 87 reward. Not good. Qin Jun. Zhao Jun, who recovered his senses, saw a huge Qin battle flag appearing on the distant mountains, immediately shouted. With that said, those Zhao Jun took up their weapons one after another and formed a formation. Li Xin recognized that it was a banner only owned by King Qin, and when he saw Zhao Jun holding up a weapon, he thought it was not good for King Qin. Prepare to draw out his saber. But the sword has not drawn half. It was held tightly by a big hand. What are you doing? Put it down. This big hand belongs to Li Mu. Li Mu saw soldiers taking up arms one after another, which might have caused Li Xin's misunderstanding. Then he stepped forward and held Li Xin, who was drawing a sword, turned around and berated the soldiers to put down their weapons. Don't be impulsive. Don't let go. Li Mu scolded again. The soldiers put down their weapons reluctantly. That big banner is the king's banner of King Qin. Along the way, King Qin did not encounter the remaining force of Huran's. Instead, they came directly through the Great Wall. And Najili realized that it was not good the day he saw Li Xin's impact, and he chose the retreat route early. So, on the surface, it was heading towards the Great Wall, but in fact, halfway through, the remnant army turned to Dai Jun. The weaker Dai County retreated. Take the mountain road to leave this place of right and wrong. For Najili, there is one more important thing that needs to be done. It's not time to avenge blood and hatred. The Qin character is flying high. Li Mu saw it clearly. This is the king flag of King Qin. Some fine sweats appeared on his forehead. Did King Qin also come? The Qin army marched in 5 neat rows. The cavalry cleared the way ahead. The center is the chariot. The left, right and rear are also cavalry. In this way, the mobility of the cavalry was brought into full play. Wang Li Mu glanced at the army flag and found a big flag with the word King. Could it be Wang Jian? Li Mu was a little flustered. If the Qin army attacked the city at this time, Zhao Jun would definitely not be able to defend it. Can't keep, because all Zhao Jun are outside. There is also a part of the Qin army in the city. This way, flanking back and forth, as long as one charge, Zhao Jun will surely destroy the entire army. Li Mu kept his hands behind his back and made a few simple gestures. The next lieutenant saw this. Understand immediately, quietly turned and left. Immediately, a team of people bypassed the north gate and entered the city from the south gate. The goalkeeper quietly strengthened the effort of the goalkeeper. All this was done under Li Mu's silent arrangement. I saw the Zhao Jun banner with the word Li in the distance. King Qin stuck his head out and asked Wang Jian, the opposite is General Zhao Jun but Li Mu? Wang Jian looked up on horseback. Back to the king, it is indeed Li Mu. Well, let's go. I will meet this Li Mu, King Qin said in a deep voice. Wang Jian originally wanted to come forward and persuade him, but forget it. It's hard to move with Qin Wang's Xing style. The front cavalry phalanx was separated from the left and right. The chariot troops quickly stepped forward. King Qin's king car took the initiative to move forward. Only then did Li Mu relax. It seems that King Qin is very courageous. This kind of situation must not be stage fright. Once they fail to show up, it will be a blow to morale and the dignity of a king. A carriage stopped. King Qin got out of the car. Zhao Guo followed. Wang Jian followed closely and stared at Li Mu. Seeing King Qin get off the car, Li Mu immediately clasped his fists and saluted. General Li Mu of the state of Zhao pays homage to King Qin. His tone was neither humble nor overbearing. Okay, what a great general of the state of Zhao. You don't need to be polite. King Qin stopped and waved. When Wang Jian saw that Li Mu saw King Qin, he didn't kneel on one knee, but just clasped his fists and salute. I was very angry, but thought that Qin Zhao was a worldly feud. And it didn't take long for the Qingping battle to kill 400,000 Zhao troops. Had no choice but to give up. The anger in his heart faded. Instead, I admire Li Mu's approach. This is my great general of the state of Qin, Wang Jian. Qin Wang generously introduced Wang Jian next to him. Wang Jian stepped forward and bowed briefly. Li Mu had seen Wang Jian a long time ago, and simply returned the gift. "This is a widow guest, King Qin Shangwen, Mr. Qin." As he spoke, King Qin pointed to Shangwen and said, "I have seen the general." Shangwen saluted politely. Li Mu looked at Shangwen with interest. This person was able to get the position of King, and he will definitely be an important figure in the Qin state in the future. Li Mu couldn't help taking another look, but he didn't see anything special. Li Mu watched it for a long time. King Qin coughed slightly. At the end, General Li Xin pays homage to the king. Li Xin bowed on one knee and saluted King Qin. "Oh, you are the General Qin who rushed to help Zhao Jun." "Good, good." King Qin stepped forward and helped Li Xin up. At this time, Li Mu felt that he was a little rude. He bowed his hands and bowed to Shangwen, then turned his eyes away. "The widows will definitely give them a good reward. Without your timely assistance, it would be difficult to have a battle to annihilate the main force of the Hu people." King Qin deliberately exaggerated Li Xin's role. The king won the award. Li Xin bowed his hands and thanked him. "Get up." King Qin waved his hand. When Sima Shang heard what King Qin said, he was very unfair. Isn't his defense of the city no credit? This is obviously raising one's own army. Degrade Zhao Jun. Sima Shang wanted to step forward. Li Mu waved his hand to retreat. Sima Shang didn't see Li Mu's gesture, and went straight forward. "Prepare to discuss with King Qin." "Oh, look at this general, he must be the defender in the cloud." "The general is injured, so you don't need to be polite." King Qin waved to Sima Shang. "Zhao Jun also has a great contribution. This king does not hesitate to reward. Come here. Reward this general Zhou's daughter, 1,000 cattle and sheep." King Qin said proudly. Sima Shang wanted to have a theory. Before he could speak, King Qin gave a reward. On the contrary, Sima didn't know what to do. Xi Qin Wang. But the guard and I, Li Mu, are both generals of Zhao. I'm afraid that King Zhao is not easy to explain. Li Mu immediately responded after listening. "If you accept it, it will surely result in eloquence." Li Mu did not have anyone to speak for himself with King Zhao, and King Qin could put himself to death without making a sound. This is not so good. This reward is to show the wish of the widow. Isn't it possible that the general can't accept this? The general is worried about King Zhao, and the widow should go back to repair a book. "Why is this?" King Qin said helplessly. Li Mu was a little embarrassed. Not accepting will directly refute King Qin's face. Moreover, King Qin had already spoken directly to King Zhao. If accepted, this, for example, causes eloquence. He was originally a general. I am afraid it will cause the consequences of self-respect. Li Mu suddenly thought about it. King Qin, it is better to give this reward to the generals of Zhao Jun. It can eliminate the main force of the Hu people. It is all the soldiers' lives. Those of us who lead the soldiers really can't claim any credit. King Qin couldn't help but admire Li Mu a bit when he heard Li Mu cleverly avoiding his rewards. General Li is very sympathetic to soldiers. "Okay, just do what the general said." King Qin said along. Avoid this topic here. 88 Misunderstanding. Xi Qin Wang, Li Mu and Sima Shang still thanked them with fists. King Qin also ignored this. After all, in the future, Qin and Zhao will still be rivals. No one has seen General Li Mu try my Dakin weapons. "How do you feel?" King Qin said proudly. "Dakin's weapons are extremely sharp," Li Mu said truthfully. "Ha ha ha." King Qin said with a smile. "It's just that there is still something unclear. Do you still want King Qin to advise?" Li Mu said with a fist. The attitude is very flattering. What Li Mu did was to discover Qin's secret weapon. Judging from the weapons of Qin state equipped just now, Li Mu speculated that there must be something sharper than this. Because the grenade is so powerful, it can't do it anyway to destroy 300,000 overnight. Then, there must be several weapons that Qin state has not taken out. Li Mu did this to uncover these weapons. How can this grenade destroy the 300,000 Xiongnu army overnight? Li Mu really doesn't know and wants to find out. Li Mu said sincerely. And Li Mu's heart was very anxious to know the power of Qin's secret weapon. Judging from the current situation, after Qin state resolved the immediate matter, he would definitely turn his head and look for Zhao Guo's troubles. Now I must understand the specific situation of Qin's state. Ha 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 ha. King Qin laughed. Obviously King Qin knew what idea Li Mu was fighting. As expected, Li Mu was a general, and he could infer from the small objects that Qin's state was equipped with more firearms. What a Li Mu! What a pity! What a pity. This Li Mu is from Zhao and cannot be used by Da Qin. King Qin secretly admired Li Mu's talent in his heart, but regretted Li Mu. Such talents cannot be used by Qin. The firearms I am equipped with are not of this kind. King Qin turned his head and pointed to the grenade hung on the horse. Then look at Shang Wen's reaction with the corner of his eye. It's a pity that Shang Wen is distracted again. At this time, Shang Wen was looking at the city wall that was dilapidated by the war. In my mind, I am planning to produce cement and other building materials. Because this rammed city wall is too weak. If you attack with firearms, you will soon enter. In this regard, let Qin Keqing demonstrate it. King Qin had no choice but to push this matter to Shang Wen. King Qin was reluctant to show his sharp firearms to Zhao Jun. If it is shown, Zhao Jun must be prepared. Mr. Qin. Mr. Qin. King Qin called twice. Shang Wen was still looking at the city wall blankly. I was wondering how to siege the city, whether to develop a musket and other issues. Wang Jian knows from Meng Tan that Mr. Qin always thinks about the problem and is always wandering in love. So he stepped forward and gently moved Shang Wen with his elbow. Shang Wen hasn't responded yet. At this time, Shang Wen was thinking about coking, increasing the output of iron, and then building a musket. The type of musket Shang Wen is under consideration. Seeing that Shang Wen did not respond, Wang Jian moved Shang Wen again. Shang Wen just recovered from his thoughts just now. Oh, what's the matter? Shang Wen looked around and asked Wang Jian in a low voice when he saw that Wang Jian was moving himself. Mr. Qin, just show General Li Mu how firearms are. King Qin asked suggestively. Shang Wen couldn't understand all of a sudden. What does it mean? Demonstrate. Why so? Shang Wen was stunned. But look at King Qin again. King Qin didn't give any instructions. Do you really want to demonstrate it? But this is my Darkin's latest weapon. I will demonstrate it before it has been put on the battlefield of Zhao Kingdom. Forget it. Don't think about it. Shang Wen can't figure out what these politicians think, so just don't want to. It doesn't matter much just to demonstrate. The minister will prepare now, Shang Wen said with his hands turning around and ready to go. When King Qin heard Shang Wen's answer, his heart suddenly became anxious. This Mr. Qin didn't understand this at all. Hey! He was so angry. Li Mu saw King Qin agree so simply, and this guest king was also ready to go. Secretly happy, but then suspicious. Is it too smooth? Shang Wen was ready soon. For the large rockets, Shang Wen prepared 10 rounds, one at a time. The bazooka uses 5 flat rockets, the way of sending 5 pieces of song. As for the others, there are no more. Incendiary rockets can no longer be produced, because the catkins are basically running out. A little inventory is left for the grenades. Don't dare to recreate it at all. Li Mu looked at in surprise. Such a long distance. The speed is so fast. Even the most powerful crossbow cannot reach this distance. Li Mu's face solidified and looked at the explosion. King Qin looked at him uncertainly. After all, with such a powerful weapon, he was exposed to Zhao Jun without fighting. Naturally not reconciled in my heart. Let it go. The rocket launcher flattened out one rocket after another. This distance is only 200 steps, but the killing power is huge. Then came Qi. The distance suddenly widened. Li Mu was even more silent. Because of these weapons, Li Mu couldn't fight at all. If you face it directly, it is undoubtedly looking for death. Legionary combat will be ruthlessly attacked before the Qin Jun is far away. From far to near, you can't get close at all. A cold sweat appeared on Lima's forehead. If it is to defend the city, then it is impossible to defend it at all. The power of rockets is right in front of them. There is no way to organize defense forces. Before Shang Wen finished his haircut and walked to King Qin's side, he saw that King Qin's face was not good. Li Mu is contemplative. Wang Jian was a little helpless. Shang Wen just understood what Qin Wang just meant. Don't let it show. Shang Wen panicked suddenly. I made a big disaster myself. The weapon's special features were exposed in advance. Has caused Zhao Jun's Jing feeling, especially this military genius Lima's Jingju. This can be done like this. Shang Wen walked into King Qin with some fear and went forward to return to life. King Qin also waved in a bad mood. It seems that he really got into trouble. I didn't understand King Qin's meaning at all. But who knows that this Chinese language is so rich and colorful? Being able to say the truth in reverse can also make the other party unaware. The education I received, but science for Chinese language and history, it only stays at a certain level. Shang Wen complained a little. Who can understand this thing? I would have refused directly if I knew it. General Li, how is it? King Qin asked Li Mu. Shang Wen complained in his heart. How about another one? How this is so difficult to understand, so angry. This language is really broad and deep. He caused trouble by himself. 89 business opportunities. Shang Wen was indignant. King Qin asked Lima's views on weapons. When Shang Wen turned his head to look at Li Mu fiercely, inadvertently noticed that Lima's eyes were a bit similar. It seems that I have seen it in some scene. This look is very common. I seem to be familiar with it. I can't remember where I have seen Shang Wen, but I must have seen it. General Li thinks what kind of tactics are used for these weapons? King Qin asked sincerely. Now that it has been shown, there is no way to make up for it. Might as well take the initiative to clarify. Take advantage of the trend to suppress Zhao Jun's momentum. This, Li Mu doesn't know. Li Mu hasn't completely emerged from the weapon display just now. What Qin Jun showed may be just a few of them. Maybe there is something more powerful than this. If you talk about specific tactics, it's just asking knowingly. The Qin army was able to wipe out the 300,000 Xungnu army overnight. The tactics must reach a certain height. I can't say anything at all if I say it now. The biggest problem with these weapons was that none of Zhao Jun was an opponent at all. First of all, that great power is difficult to deal with. Ha ha. King Qin smiled and looked at Lima's unspeakable expression. King Qin thought that he just had to go back, launch an attack on Zhao immediately. Zhao could definitely be beaten down. Instead, King Qin showed pity for people like Li Mu. Wow! King Qin drew out the sword he was wearing with him. This is an iron sword, extremely sharp. King Qin looked at iron sword. The surrounding Zhao Jun was extremely nervous. What did King Qin do with his sword? Is it going to be a siege? Seeing Zhao Jun nervous, some are already going forward. Qin Jun did not show weakness. Immediately face each other. Ha ha ha. What are you nervous about? King Qin said with a smile. This is the iron sword that my dear Qin recently forged. General Li, let's see what happens. King Qin handed the iron sword to Li Mu. Li Mu took it forward with both hands. Li Mu looked over and found that the craftsmanship of Qin's iron sword had quietly surpassed the 6 eastern countries. Li Mu also has an iron sword, but the craftsmanship is similar to that of a bronze sword. But this iron sword made by Qin state was not only unusually sharp, and the toughness and hardness of the sword have achieved a perfect combination. It seemed that there was not the kind of brittleness peculiar to iron swords. Li Mu tapped the blade lightly with his fingers. Indeed so. It seems that Qin Jun has solved the problem. General Li Mu, would you like to give it a try? King Qin said. This. Li Mu was a little surprised. What does King Qin mean? Come here. Bring 2 swords. King Qin ordered. 2 iron swords were drawn from the 2 soldiers. The two soldiers stepped forward and stretched out their iron swords. Li Mu saw something surprising. The two soldiers of Qin Jun were holding iron swords. This shows that Qin Jun can be forged on a large scale. Li Mu felt even more worried. Since the last time he fought Qin Jun, Qin Jun's equipment has undergone such a big change in just a few months. It's amazing, General Li, give it a try. King Qin said. Oh. Li Mu was relieved from the shock just now. Picking up the iron sword, slashed at the two iron swords forcefully. Bang! The two iron swords broke at the sound. Li Mu touched Jianku with his hand. There is not a trace of fracture. It shows that Qin Jian has done very sharply. Li Mu picked up the two severed iron swords on the ground. Touch the sword. These two swords were forged, only higher than their own iron swords. Li Mu couldn't balance it anymore. Qin Jun's equipment has risen to an unsurpassed height. If on the battlefield, Zhao Jun, holding a bronze sword, was facing the charge of Qin Jun, there is simply no way to resist it in your hands. King Qin's iron sword was specially forged. And look at the two iron swords equipped by Junhu. At least several bronze swords can be cut easily. This is the advantage. If Zhao Jun resists now, Qin had no advantage at all. Those rockets with huge damage in the distance. The offensive began at almost 7 or 8 miles away. This distance. If Zhao Jun launched an offensive, he would not be able to rush forward. Not to mention Qin Jun's grenades and iron swords. It seems the state of Zhao is going to be destroyed. He could no longer stop the fierce Qin army. Oh, I remember. Seeing Li Mu's hopeful eyes, Shang Wen finally remembered. This look is really at the weapon fair. Shang Wen only needs to bring out 1 or 2 shocking weapons each time, and those military personnel purchased by various countries of this look, especially those that can't be bought. Those purchasing staff usually have this look, envy, jealous, but helpless, because they don't have such a weapon in their hands. Shang Wen thought of the arms trade. This is the case only in the arms trade. If the arms trade is launched against Zhao, or the 6 eastern countries, let the 6 eastern kingdoms fight enough to avoid the Qin army's combat power consumption. This consumption figure Shang Wen once sounded particularly scary. From the reform of Shang Yang to the end of the Qingping War in Baiqi, the Qin army had eliminated 1.8 million troops from the 6 eastern countries. By the time the Qin states' 10 years of unification war was completed, this number soared to 2.6 million. This is almost the sum of all American forces. Shang Wen felt that the ancient battles were too cruel. Now I have reached this era. If Qin Jun continues to fight like this, without construction, this positively generated China will also be smashed into pieces. And those potential risk factors. It is even worse. In the chaos in the late Qin dynasty, more people died. Wait until it stabilizes again. It is estimated that more than half of the people died. Instead of doing this, it is better to start the arms trade. The businessman went forward again. The soldiers are behind. Let them fight first. He also happens to use those shotguns, smoothbore guns, flintlock, sold to these people. My company is basically losing money. Thus, Shang Wen smirked. King Qin and Li Mu are discussing iron swords. Seeing Shang Wen, I didn't know what weird laugh came out. I think this guy is too incomprehensible. It seems that at a glance, there is nothing to say. Upon seeing this, Wang Jian quickly moved Shang Wen with his elbow. Only then did Shang Wen realize that he was a bit gaff. Hurry up and shut up. Since General Li Mu likes it, the widow will give it to General Li Mu. King Qin pushed the sword to Li Mu. Li Mu was a little worried. Pick it up. This is King Qin's thing. I'm afraid it will give rise to the truth again. But no answer. At first, King Qin couldn't keep up his face. Come, I also like this sword very much. I also want to use this sword to study Qin's forging iron sword technology. In a dilemma, King Qin forced Li Mu abruptly. What's this? There are many swords like this. Such a sword should be accompanied by a general like General Li. King Qin said happily. Li Mu, just accept it. At the very least, Few people can reduce a strong opponent. 90. The disappearing barbarians. Seeing Li Mu excitedly took the iron sword in King Qin's hand. Shang Wen showed disdainful eyes. This cold weapon will soon enter the museum. As soon as the musket is out, who will fight? There is simply no way to resist the sharpness of the musket. You use cold weapons. It takes a long time to have well-trained soldiers. But it only takes a few weeks to train a musketeer. And it's powerful. According to the current equipment is leather armor. Even if someone prepares iron armor and bronze armor, they still can't resist it. The penetration ability of the musket is very strong. In the beginning, it was not as good as a bow and arrow. But the bow and arrow is a long-range killing weapon. The musket has both, and the killing effect is very obvious. The bullets were made very big at the beginning. It is more than 11 millimeters. This is almost the same as the caliber of M1911. Those who were shot were either dead or injured. In the absence of modern surgical procedures. Think about it. These must be fatal. Excessive bleeding, wound infection. Think of such a horrible scene. Shang Wen shook his head. After Li Mu took over the iron sword, he found a very good reason for King Qin to leave. Pursue the remaining Huron remnants. King Qin understood Li Mu's meaning. Just not let King Qin enter this cloud city. To prevent the Qin army from taking the opportunity to capture Yunzhong County. Ginzhou is a feud after all. King Qin sighed in his heart and gave up. Li Mu and King Qin bid farewell, led the army to chase the Huron. Watching Zhao Jun's cavalry unit leave. King Qin also got in the car and left. Shang Wen got into a car alone. This time I didn't look for bad luck. Shang Wen still knew this sense of self-protection. Qin Jun also began to pull. The goal is the Great Wall of Zhao Kingdom. Reunited with the Qin army, which had only 1,000 men, Caller Qin state cavalry forcefully stopped the horse. Then quickly took out a letter from the cylinder behind him, presented both hands to Wang Jian. General Meng Tan's urgent letter. Wang Jian took the urgent letter and scanned it quickly, waved the cavalry to leave. Wang Jian caught up with King Qin's carriage and presented the urgent letter to King Qin. After seeing it, King Qin asked, "General, what do you think?" Wang Jian folded his fists and said, "Feasible. Just do it." King Qin said with a final decision. Qin Jun began to drive quickly towards the Great Wall of Zhao Kingdom. At this time, Li Mu's army also began to chase in the direction where the remaining Hu people fled. Li Mu did not completely eliminate the Huron, but to rush to help. According to the current defense situation of the Zhao Kingdom Great Wall, there is no way to stop Huron from leaving. Moreover, if the Hu people are wiped out with the help of the men and horses in their hands, then the loss of their own combat power is also relatively large. Since the Qin people want this vast grassland, they only need to hand it over to the Qin people. All I have to do is to drive the Hu people out of the country. Report. As Zhao Jun inspecting the horse quickly drove up to Li Mu's. Report, General. Suddenly there is no trace of the Huron ahead. The soldier Zhao Jun said with a fist. Li Mu frowned when he heard the news. This area is all mountainous. There are not many possibilities. When the Hu people retreated, they basically had 20,000 to 30,000 troops. Such a large force. It can't be without a trace. Increase the search. Be sure to find the remnants of the human. Li Mu ordered. Here, Zhao Jun's soldiers beat their horses and left. Li Mu took out a map and looked at it. Thinking about Huron's intentions, Huron suddenly disappeared. So what is the intention? Li Mu looked at the signs on the map and thought, is it an ambush? This may be but how big it is. Huron is newly defeated. It was not possible to confront Zhao Jun head for the time being. What they have to do now is to leave this place of right and wrong quickly. Sima Shang said that someone killed Wang Khan, seized the position of Wang Khan. This ruled out the possibility of setting ambush, because those who seize the position of Wang Khan have to establish prestige. Setting ambush can certainly achieve great results. But if it is not handled well, it is very likely to cause huge losses. He will be ruined by himself. So what to do? Li Mu, who has been dealing with the Huns for a long time, knows the special characteristics of the northern nomads. Look at the map carefully. Li Mu thought. At this time, Meng Tan was in the process of repairing, preparing for the next sweep of the Huren and knocking down the rear of the Huren. Meng Tan arrived at the section of the Zhao Kingdom Great Wall early. Jing felt Meng Tan, and put the scout under the Cloud City. On the way to Cloud City, a Huren scout was accidentally captured. What Meng Tan wanted to discover from Huren. But no matter how tortured, Huren just didn't speak. Meng Tan did not find anything from the search. But Meng Tan always felt that something was wrong there. Helpless, Meng Tan killed a Huron. Vaguely Meng Tan realized that there was something wrong. This kind of Jing feel told Meng Tan that Huren must have changed. When the Qin army occupied the Great Wall of Zhao Kingdom, they did not find that the Hu people sent scouts to investigate. So why, when I arrived, I suddenly sent a scout there? Could it be a coincidence, or a nonsense who noticed it? Meng Tan carefully speculated about the various possibilities of Huren. Meng Tan suddenly thought of something, and went to check the corpse of that Huron. Judging from the dress of the Huron's body, it is not the costume of the Hu people's Wang Khan guards, which means that the scouts sent must not be Wang Khan's people. If Wang Khan sends out the scouts and perceives the danger, it is impossible to delegate such a task to a non-director. If you do this, if you find Meng Tan's army behind, it is possible that the military will be in a mess. When the time comes, Huren is really defeated. From the perspective of clothing, this is the costume of a certain tribe, a certain tribe, a certain tribe. Could it be that someone in the Huron's army has noticed something wrong? If so, leaving without authorization will definitely be punished by Wang Khan. So how to avoid Wang Khan's punishment? How to do it? Meng Tan thought about it. Thinking about it, Meng Tan finally thought of the boldest one. Kill the Huron Wang Khan and establish himself as Wang Khan. If this is true, then it is very likely that Huren has already started to leave when he rushes to the city. Even if he rushed to the city and went to war with the Hu people, some of them had already evacuated, failing to achieve the goal of complete annihilation. Thought of this, Meng Tan then sent a large number of scouts. After the scout was dispatched, he brought back an astonishing news. Li Mu had arrived at Cloud City, but it was strange that the army did not immediately attack, but quietly lie in wait. Meng Tan got the news that Li Mu had killed. I feel that I can no longer complete the task of destroying the enemy under the city, but I have to do something. Meng Tan looked at the map and thought, if the enemy partly evacuates, it must collide with Li Mu's army, plus the time to go back. Suddenly, Meng Tan slammed his fist on the map. Taking advantage of the new defeat of the Hu people army, sweep the Hu people tribe, pull the roots of the Huron, then waited for the remnants of the hurdles to come. 91 The Devil. Meng Tan thought of this. Immediately give King Qin and Wang Jian a copy of the book, and inform King Qin and Wang Jian of his guesses and plans. But this letter did not reach King Qin and Wang Jian quickly, because this letter was mistakenly staggered with King Qin's team. Then when he caught up with King Qin's team, Meng Tan's army has already set off for a day. In this way, Qin Jun wasted a day's journey in vain. When Wang Jian saw the letter, he didn't pay attention to it. This error was ignored. One thing that Wang Jian guessed again in his heart was where the Huren went. At this time the army was stationed on the spot. It was already dark, and it was impossible to find the traces of the Huron. Li Mu was also pondering Huron's intentions at this time. Li Mu carefully looked at the signs on the map. A route capable of marching. Li Mu had already sent additional manpower to search, but there was no news. Li Mu felt that something was wrong. A strong army of Hu people disappeared. This is definitely not a good thing. But where is it? Li Mu was puzzled. The night is already very deep. King Qin got up and walked around after dealing with some political affairs. Stretch your muscles and bones. Zhao Go obediently served some tea. When King Qin finished drinking, he was about to go out of the account. Zhao Go picked up a cloak and walked out of the camp with him. King Qin came to Shang Wen's tent without knowing it. I saw Shang Wen's tent still lit. It's so late. Mr. Qin hasn't slept yet. King Qin said to himself, think of things during the day. In fact, the main responsibility is to blame myself. If I could handle it well at that time, there would be nothing for Mr. Qin. What Mr. Qin is good at is weapon manufacturing. He insists on asking him to do things he is not good at, which is really difficult for him. Thought of this, King Qin would take this opportunity to apologize to Shang Wen. Zhao Go saw that King Qin was about to enter Shang Wen's camp. "Open your mouth and want to announce." King Qin immediately reached out to stop him when he saw this. Before Zhao Gao yelled out, he swallowed it abruptly. King Qin lightly entered Shang Wen's camp, and saw Shang Wen talking constantly. There were a lot of drawings on the ground thrown on the ground. King Qin bent over and picked up one and looked at it. I saw that the symbols marked above were all symbols that I couldn't understand. And the style of the weapon is also very strange. King Qin then picked up another one and looked at it as well. King Qin wanted to ask, see what Shang Wen is thinking about. Constantly adjusted ruler. Shang Wen painted all muskets and artillery structural drawings. For some necessary parts, Shang Wen specially made detailed planning, especially some special parts. Hydraulic device. Shang Wen decomposed about more than 20 pictures. The distance unit used is the current centimeter. The marked symbols are all commonly used symbols nowadays. Of course these King Qin couldn't understand. The history of muskets is hundreds of years. The firearms of various periods are constantly developing, solving some problems in firearms. What Shang Wen has to do is to jump directly to a situation that can be solved by the current materials. There are two types of muskets that Shang Wen plans to manufacture: shotgun and rifled gun. As long as the development of the musket is aimed at the 6 eastern countries, this gun is powerful at a distance of 50 yards. However, after the distance was opened, the accuracy of the target's hit was extremely reduced. The rifled gun was mainly equipped with the Qin army. This type of musket must be equipped with Min-I bullets. This loading is accurate and powerful. They are higher than the muskets of the 6 eastern countries. Prepare for the future unification war. The exit of the musket will bring a lot of money. With just one item of gunpowder exports, a large amount of gold can be earned, because the 6 eastern countries will not make gunpowder. In addition, Shang Wen will also develop artillery. For artillery will greatly accelerate the cruelty of the war, so as to quickly dissolve the final strength of the 6 eastern countries. What Shang Wen had to do was to export iron artillery, because Shang Wen knows clearly these artillery will explode after a period of time. As a result, the artillery can no longer be used. In the end, I got here to buy it. The Qin army is mainly equipped with copper artillery. These artillery must be equipped with a precise artillery aiming system. These can be moved directly from the rocket launcher. Then it is processed in gunpowder. Then there is the depiction of the rifling. For recoil, Shang Wen can only look at the processing density of the iron products to be absolutely equipped with a hydraulic system. These all need to be manufactured before they can be continuously improved. And these are all based on iron smelting output. Thought of this, Shang Wen felt worried, and at the current level, the changes were very limited, because the chemical process is basically just getting started. Leading to the further improvement of gunpowder, there is a great threshold for not moving forward. You have to do it yourself. Shang Wen's most worry is the development of explosives. Thinking about the explosive nitroglycerin, Shang Wen's scalp numbs. Why he has to be Nobel for a while. If this thing doesn't work, it will go to the West. But who will? Is it possible to find a substitute for the dead? King Qin saw Shang Wen stop writing, resting his chin, as if thinking about something again. Without turning his eyes, he looked at the drawings on the case table. It seems that there is a problem that cannot be solved. King Qin sat cautiously and watched Shang Wen thinking about the problem. There was no movement at all. Fear disturbed Mr. Qin's thoughts. King Qin understood that the Qin army had new weapons again. With new weapons, Qin will move faster in the pace of reunification. The night was quiet, but it was unusually quiet in a small village built by a river. Puff. There was a sound of metal piercing into the body. A man who went to the bathroom at night was killed. Ah! A sharp woman shouting awakened the people in the village. Asshole! Come on, kill everyone. A husky commander said. Bang! A door was knocked open. The man who was about to see what happened was hit on the ground. Before he could see what was going on, he was chopped and killed by a gangster. The few Huron who rushed in quickly turned to the back room and saw the half-naked woman, all moving stupidly. Soon they came together. Then the woman began to scream, "Asshole!" The stubborn man rushed in with an angry knife. Seeing a group of non-human beings surrounding a woman, that woman has been pressed to the ground. The hustle and bustleman lifted the scimitar and chopped down those few people. Those nonsense people didn't understand what was going on, so they were confused. The woman panicked and tried to escape, and the Huron commander was killed at the same time. Holding a few heads, the commander will gather his subordinates. Throwing the head down, he said loudly, "Wang Khan has repeatedly instructed us to go in quietly. Now, it's because you didn't control your group. The matter has been exposed." He stared at the Huron fiercely. You, Huron pointed to several people and said, "Stand up for me." Huron Kianfu said coldly. Those few people stood up with guilty conscience. 92 Introduction to Muskets. Puff. The machete slashed fiercely on the neck of a Huron soldier, and his head flew down in the direction of the machete. Puff, puff. Hack and kill several times in a row. All the soldiers who stood up were hacked and killed. The soldiers around were shocked. Normally, when China attacked China in the south, nothing like this happened. Especially just playing with a few women during the attack, which is nothing. In the future, remember that you must share the overall situation before doing things. If you don't listen to Wang Khan's instructions, kill, said the commander and left with his head in his hands. The soldiers didn't know what this meant. However, after the commander left, some talented people suddenly realized that Wang Khan seemed to mean that he should try his best to be as clear as possible during the attack. That means all the living, kill, and not much time is given. It must be done as soon as possible. The Huron who understood the above, began to kill. All men, women and children in the village were killed. In order to prevent the surrounding villages from discovering abnormalities at dawn. Therefore, even those chickens and dogs did not let go and kill them directly. For the village, the original purpose was to take the opportunity to get some food. The population was killed, even babies. These people have not let go. Idiot. A human centurion kicked the human soldier who was about to light a fire to the ground. No fire is allowed. The Huron centurion looked at the fallen soldier fiercely. The few soldiers next to him saw a bad situation and hurriedly stepped forward to persuade them. If you are one step late, you will most likely be killed. In this way, in a quiet small village, all the people were killed in silence. After killing all the people, the Huron quickly assembled and began to leave. This is just a small force. The village behind him became unusually quiet. Shang Wen looked at the drawings and suddenly realized what was wrong, so he quickly looked for other drawings to check. When Shang Wen turned around to look for it, he suddenly found King Qin sitting quietly on the side with his eyes closed. Suddenly surprised, kneeling to the ground quickly, the king, Shang Wenqing said in fear. When King Qin heard the sound, he opened his eyes and saw Shang Wen who was kneeling on the ground, and he immediately stepped forward to help him up. "Mister, get up quickly, sir." Shang Wen was lifted up by King Qin. Widow came here to apologize to Mr. Qin for the daytime affairs. King Qin said frankly. The king, Shang Wen was about to say that he didn't understand King Qin's meaning. King Qin already waved his hand not to continue. Widow is wrong. It is wrong, King Qin said decisively. As he said, King Qin solemnly stood in front of Shang Wen, saluted with both hands, and bowed greatly. Shang Wen was a little panicked and didn't even know what King Qin meant. "Mr. Qin," King Qin apologized. Shang Wen didn't say anything. Zhao Go said when he saw it, but couldn't see it. "My lord, this." Before Shang Wen finished speaking, King Qin, who had finished his salute, grabbed Shang Wen's hand and said, "It's already 3 hours before the widows deal with some things. But Mr. Qin is still working hard and doing his responsibilities for my dark in forging sharp weapons." King Qin said with emotion, "These things, I don't know how much effort it takes to complete. How can a widow be at ease?" King Qin continued, "My lord, this is nothing," Shang Wen said with some persuasive intentions. In fact, Shang Wen is just plagiarizing these things, As long as you understand the structural principles, you can draw them on the drawings in detail. What I did was nothing more than trivial work. Your Majesty, this is the musket drawn by the minister. Please take a look at it, Shang Wen said as he picked up a painted musket drawing and presented it to King Qin. King Qin listened to the musket. This vocabulary I had never heard before, quickly took over the drawing and looked at it. My lord, please see, this musket uses gunpowder to burn, and the gas expands in a short time. It generates a lot of pressure in a small and confined space. This pressure can quickly shuffle the projectile and kill the enemy, Shang Wen said with finger gestures. Oh, King Qin carefully looked at the schematic diagram of the musket. This kind of musket is powerful. If it is hit, it will not be dead or wounded. Even if it is lucky to survive, it will still be left with a lifelong disability. Those who are hit will not get it in time on the battlefield. The rescue, then he will also die because of excessive blood loss. Shang Wen continued. King Qin nodded and continued speaking. The power of this musket is not only here. Its power lies in its huge penetrating ability. Nowadays, the armor that is commonly equipped is leather armor. Soldiers need to wield a lot of force to slash it. However, this kind of musket can easily penetrate this leather armor. Not only that, even soldiers equipped with iron armor and bronze armor can also be killed. Shang Wen said with both hands gestures. Oh, it's so powerful. King Qin said. Yes, my lord. Not only that, this type of musket can be biographed in large quantities with a little training. The physical fitness and experience requirements of the soldiers are not very high. It is easy to organize a powerful army, Shang Wen said. Easy? King Qin asked next. Yes, it's easy, Shang Wen said. Soldiers only need to be trained to keep in mind a few loading steps, then raise the gun, aim, and hit. Then, reload, aim, and hit, Shang Wen said as he raised his gun to aim. Isn't this Tycoon's crossbow? King Qin said when he saw Shang Wen's gestures. Basically. But with the beginning of the crossbow, the strength of the crossbow slowly decreases over time. It is impossible to carry out a long-term strike. Moreover, compared with the power, it is far inferior to the musket, Shang Wen said. The power of a musket lies in its huge penetrating ability, and, in terms of physical fitness, the requirements are not very high. In addition, the bullets, gunpowder and other things used for loading, the weight is very small. Basically, bring it with you with 60 rounds. Soldiers can still run and jump quickly. They are flexible and free, Shang Wen said. Well, the gentleman will make a few pieces for Qin. So let's take a look at the power of this musket. King Qin said. My lord, this musket is powerful, and it still has shortcomings. Shang Wen truthfully stated the flaws of the musket. For example, loading is more troublesome and powerful, but the duration of the bullet is extremely limited. After 50 steps, the killing effect of the bullet begins to be significantly weakened. Another reason is that gunpowder is easy to suffer, and the requirements for weather are relatively high. It cannot be used on rainy days or when it is wet. Shang Wen explained these shortcomings. 93 Initial mention of arms trade. But these are not problems. Shang Wen took a big turn. On the one hand, these problems will be solved, mainly technical. Just like this musket, it is a type of flintlock. It needs to be installed with she medicine, flint, and metal pieces to fire the musket. But there is another way in the future. Basically compress the above requirements into a bullet shell. Shan En said with interest. King Qin listened in a daze. Because many words were not heard by King Qin, let alone understanding. Shang Wen looked at King Qin with a puzzled face, but didn't want to disrupt himself. Shang Wen had to change the topic. The other is to make up for it through cues and tactical arrangements. Shang Wen finished speaking and glanced at King Qin secretly. King Qin's face finally stretched out. It seemed that King Qin could still understand the tactical arrangements. Soldiers can line up in 3 rows to send she arrays, and take turns she. This can make up for the trouble of musket loading. Moreover, Subsequent soldiers can calmly she and form a powerful firepower net. Prevent the enemy from advancing, Shang Wen said. King Qin nodded and said, express thumbs up. This is the same thing as my Darkin's crossbowman she. King Qin said in a reminiscence. That's it, Shang Wen said. In addition, the rifled gun is even more powerful than this type of musket. The barrel of this type of musket has a spiral rifled line. In this way, the projectile will fly out at high speed under pressure. In this way, the projectile can fly. It's farther. In comparison, this rifled gun can almost hit 150 moves, Shang Wen said as the she-shot drawing of a rifled gun. Oh, so far. Isn't this about the same distance as the crossbow? King Qin said. Yes, it's basically the same, and it can continue to strike, and it won't stop because the soldier's physical strength drops. The accuracy is also very high. And the most important thing is that it is powerful, Shang Wen introduced. Well, that's great. King Qin applauded. Then the widow should be equipped with this musket. That kind of musket. Don't need it. King Qin said critically. My lord, if you want to equip this kind of musket, you need to prepare a lot of this kind of bullets. As he spoke, Shang Wen pulled out a mini bullet design drawing. That's the bullet, King Qin said. Yes, Shang Wen said. Then the widow is ready. King Qin said. My lord, this kind of musket is more troublesome to manufacture bullets. If there are only muskets, when soldiers are loading ammunition, it is very troublesome because of the internal rifling problem. The application of this kind of bullet is because the tail is coated with grease or wax. It's easy to fill. Mainly in terms of price, Shang Wen whispered. Money, it's not a problem to have a few people. Qin Wang said naturally. The king doesn't know anything about it. The funds consumed by the arms are very large. The funds given by the king have already been used up, Shang Wen said. Oh, King Qin was a little surprised. Zhao Gao, there is something about this? Qin Wang asked, going back to the king. That money has long been used by the king. As soon as Meng Tan's army started, the munitions were not broken, especially the rockets and grenades, which are basically in short supply. Mainly, Zhao Go said hesitantly. Say, King Qin said annoyedly. The main reason is that there is no capital. Many raw materials cannot be purchased in time. Zhao Go finished in one breath. King Qin agreed, thinking about how to solve this problem. Upon seeing this, Shang Wen took this opportunity to propose the idea of arms trade. My lord, the minister has a plan. Shang Wen stepped forward and said. Oh, what's your plan, sir? Come quickly. King Qin stopped thinking and asked hurriedly. My lord, the minister in the day saw that Zhao Jiang and Li Mu were very envious of my Darkin firearms. Why? We sell them to the 6 eastern countries at a high price. We squeeze money out of them. This can solve the problem of my Darkin firearms production. Shang Wen said. No, number. This way, the widow will dominate the world in the future. Isn't Qin facing the firearms made by myself? You, Mr. Qin, don't know the power of this firearm. No. Number. It won't work. Mr. Qin. King Qin immediately waved his hand firmly. Shang Wen had not said something, but King Qin had already denied it. My lord, the minister hasn't finished speaking yet, Shang Wen said. No way, Mr. Qin. This end is open. There are endless disasters. It can be said to be harmful to me, dear Qin. King Qin said, shaking his head. Obviously, King Qin was determined not to agree to this matter. Some of Shang Wen's original preparations were rejected by King Qin before he could speak. Even if I have a lot of ideas, I can't say it. Sir, do you have any other weapons? King Qin also realized that he was a little reckless. So recklessly vetoed Mr. Qin. Obviously, people's face can't be maintained either. So quickly turned the topic off. When King Qin deliberately didn't talk about it, Shang Wen had to give up. Let's talk about this later. My lord, there is this artillery, Shang Wen said with little interest. Shang Wen was not interested in talking anymore, but thought, if this continues, it is estimated that all weapons will have to stagnate. All, just sum up the courage to talk about it. This is a smoothbore gun. The principle is the same as that of a smoothbore gun, except that the material for all cast barrels must be copper. Iron tube artillery can be used, but the number of uses must be strictly limited. Shang Wen pointed to the smoothbore gun, said the drawing. "Oh, why is this?" King Qin asked. "This is because of the iron tube gun. During the launch process, there was a lot of hydrogen." Shang Wen said hydrogen and then realized that he had leaked his mouth. There is a very messy gas. After repeated firings, the artillery may explode, so it cannot be used multiple times. Copper artillery is not so special. Shang Wen immediately changed his words and explained. "In fact, this is just a processing problem. These problems can only be solved at the stage of converter steel making if they are to be completely solved. And this is a rifled gun. The shells fired by this kind of artillery are straight, far away, and more powerful than smoothbore guns, especially when equipped with this kind of shells. The distance is more accurate," Shang Wen said and pulled out one. "Special shells for rifled guns. The shape of this shell is close to modern shells. If this weapon is used to siege a city, wouldn't it be more powerful than the stone thrower?" King Qin said. "Yes, the power is not small, and it is equipped with wheels. When you are moving, you can drag it with a horse, and you can use it when you arrive at the designated location. It is very portable. It can be moved quickly with the army." Shang Wen briefly introduced the advantages of artillery. King Qin nodded, expressed very much approval. 94 envoys from all over the world. Lisa's mansion in Qin State was busy late at night. Since King Qin went northward, all major events have fallen on Li Si alone. From this point of view, King Qin trusted Li Si very much. Li Si also knew that he was carrying a heavy burden, so he was often busy until late at night to rest. After taking a nap for an hour or two, he was busy again. "How's the matter going?" Li Si immersed himself in the case and corrected the memorandum submitted by this place. After quickly reading a report, write a few words quickly and set it aside. Then from the other side, quickly pick up a memorial and quickly correct it. "Why don't you speak? How did things go?" Li Si stopped writing and looked at a small official who was kneeling on the ground. Back to the Prime Minister, Hanf didn't speak alive. Either he stammered and said for a long time. He just didn't recruit. The little official told the truth. "Oh, you won't think of a way," Li Si said fiercely. This, the little official said embarrassedly. "Master, there are envoys from the 6 countries asking to see you outside the door." A man who looked like a housekeeper stepped forward and spoke in a low voice. "You go to make arrangements first. He'll come right away." After speaking, Li Si waved his hand to make arrangements. After the housekeeper went down, Li Si stood up and walked to the little official, and said fiercely, "Do you know who Hanf is?" "Korean son," the little official said. "Right. Understand what to do," Li Si said. "The little one understands. The little one understands." The little official lowered his head and said, "Go down." Li Si said impatiently, "Small retire, small retire." The little official arched his body and slowly backed away. After the small official quit, Li Si said to himself with emotion, Hanf, it's a pity for your talent. But who allowed you to be appreciated by King Qin?" Li Si said with a fierce face. Thinking of Dang Ri, King Qin read some of Han Fei's legal opinions. Li Si felt very bad when he clapped his hands and praised, especially that Qin Shangwin. "Don't look at this guy as just a small guest. However, that mind is full of weird things." Li Si looked down on such a person in his heart, and was a carpenter at best. Somehow he is also a scholar. As an official in the same dynasty with such a person, Li Si hated his toothache. This time the war in the north went very smoothly. Half of the credit goes to this guy. "I'm afraid King Qin will be promoted to this guy's official this time." Thought of this, Li Sikai used his period of imprisonment to speed up and get Hanf down first. But the small officials suffered from the harsh Qin law, and the King Qin still trusted Hanf. Therefore, I have not done anything yet. But, seeing the past so many days, Li Si felt that the matter could not be delayed any longer. It has to be processed sooner. So thought of Zhengo. By Zhengo this model used Jian sent by South Korea to kill them. Thus, even if King Qin was angry, what he did was correct. Thought of this, Li Si happily walked into the lobby of the front yard. and just walked in. Li Si was taken aback. The envoys of the 6 countries are here, and the scale of the envoys sent is larger than before. What is the reason? The first thing Li Si thought of was, Li Si sorted it out. Slowly came to the hall. The halls of some cold spots suddenly became a little ambiguous. The envoys of various countries seem to have concerns, but it hinders other envoys. It seems that I can't say it. Li Si saluted the envoy. The envoy stood up and repaid the courtesy. Li Si stretched out his hand and motioned to sit down. The envoys of various countries give a little humility. Li Si is also welcome. Just sit down. But judging from the jealous faces of various countries, there seems to be something. But what is the specific thing? Li Si also tapped from the side. Because these people are all human beings, it is impossible to say their purpose all at once. I don't know the envoys. Come to my country, kin. What's important? Li Si went straight to the subject first. Explore the tone of various countries. Oh, me. The envoys of various countries seemed to not want to inform each other about something. No one wants to be the first to speak. Li Si looked at the envoys of various countries. I understood what was going on right away. This time the Kin army went northward to fight, and the limelight was not small. And the 300,000 Xiongnu army was wiped out overnight. The spreading countries are frightened. Although Qin has frequently fought against the 6 eastern countries in recent years, the main target of the attack was Zhaoguo. What is hateful is that Zhaoguo's side General Li Mu, Qin Jun, was defeated several times. The countries somewhat despised the state of Qin for a while. This time the northern Huns fought. Suddenly shocked the 6 nations. Lima's frontier army did not completely wipe out the Xiongnu all at once, but Qin Jun was wiped out overnight. This kind of combat power, as long as a simple conversion. It is clear that Qin Go intentionally concealed his strength. So, they came this way. It is very likely to be here to inquire about the news. The envoys of various countries have exactly this mindset. On the way they came, they heard that Qin Jun had beaten Huren recently. According to rumors, the Qin army defeated a team of tens of thousands with only 1,000 people. The envoys of various countries all heard the news of the Yabao. The specifics have not been confirmed. Therefore, as soon as they arrived in Qin, they couldn't wait to come to Li Si to find out the news. But who knows, the envoys of other countries have also arrived. For a time, the envoys of various countries sat together with their hearts in mind. Li Si looked at the envoys of various countries without saying a word. Wait patiently for the envoys of various countries to speak first. The current situation is that Li Si takes the initiative. Therefore, Li Si is not in a hurry. Wait patiently, Li Si asked, but the countries did not answer quietly, which was a bit strange. The envoys of various countries pretended to be calm and watched the actions of other envoys secretly with the corner of their eyes. Ahem. Zhaoguo's envoy Go Kai stood up first. This time, there was no such thing as Go Kai when he went to Qin as an envoy. But Wang Zhao summoned Li Mu to discuss it. Decided to send a capable minister with a card addressed as an envoy to explore the reality. And Go Kai Lao was cunningly aware that this was also the case among the envoys of various countries. And so, Go Kai stood up early and took the initiative first. In this way, it can become a force against the other 5 countries. I am waiting for the envoy to Qin. I heard that Qin went northward to fight against the Huns' invasion. I have won the victory, and I hereby congratulate Qin. Go Kai Yong, we are obviously already representing the other 5 countries. Congratulations to Qin for the great victory, the envoys of various countries said quickly. Seeing the envoys of various countries, Li Si couldn't help being amused. It is good. Since you are here to congratulate, then I will do my best as a landlord. Since everyone has come to congratulate the state of Qin, then I, state of Qin, can't treat the envoys badly. Now it is late at night. It's better to go back to rest first. Let's talk about it later. How? Li Si stood up. The gesture of seeing off the guests has already been made. The people have begun to see off guests. The envoys of various countries had no choice but to leave. Looking at the envoy who left, left. Lisi snorted coldly. Congratulations. He turned around and left. 95 armament problem. It was just getting bright. A Qin army cavalry quickly rushed into the Qin army camp stationed near the Great Wall of Zhao State. After arriving at Daying, he turned over and dismounted. Give it to the gatekeeper general. Left. This is not an important military report. It was a memorial from the Qin army camp. The person who wrote this memorial is Wai Liao. King Qin didn't sleep all night, mainly because Shang Wen mentioned the arms trade. King Qin didn't know why he did it. Is it because you are afraid that Qin Jun's family dominates? Still another purpose. Could it be that so-called company? If once exported, orders for weapons will definitely emerge in that direction greatly. In this way, King Qin strengthened his judgment. Zhao Gao took the memorial from the guard, approached it quietly, and put it into King Qin's case. King Qin did not sleep. All this little bit of movement suddenly noticed it. Zhao Gao. But there is a memorial, King Qin said while lying on his back. Yes, Lord, it is the memorial of Master Wai Liao. Zhao Gao said respectfully. What is Wai Liao doing in the rear base camp? King Qin sat up and took the memorial and began to read it. After only a few lines, King Qin was stunned. Looking down, I really can't stand it anymore. Quickly, go and invite Mr. Qin. King Qin said anxiously. Zhao Gao had never seen King Qin so anxious. There was no reaction at first. Forget it. It's better to go. As he said, King Qin had already stood up, but dizzy. The heel is not firm. Zhao Gao hurriedly stepped forward to help. After King Qin stabilized, he began to put on his shoes and hurriedly left the big account. The memorial reported a very important thing. In the beginning, only some firearm accidents were mentioned. King Qin saw that this was the result of weak weapons production. But then, Wai Liao found out the source of the accident. The source is that the Xianyang arsenal has no money to drive the arsenal to start construction. Production is basically discontinued now. The last batch of firearms did not use catkins as a pyrophoric material. As a result, the batch of hand grenades equipped had serious quality problems. Fortunately, Qin Jun still has a certain amount of inventory. But that batch is no longer usable. What is more serious is the rockets that occurred remotely. Because of the rain on the road, these rockets could not be ignited and could no longer be used. This is a serious logistical problem. King Qin has realized that the situation is not good. The war against the husbands in the north is still ongoing. At this time, the supply of firearms is cut off. A large number of arms problems have also emerged. This way down, the advantage that Qin Jun occupied gradually ceased with the passage of time. This is a very dangerous thing. Shang Wen sent Queen Qin away and fell asleep by himself. King Qin hurried in at this time. Shang Wen slept so badly that he didn't wake up at all. Upon seeing this, Zhao Gao quickly stepped forward and called Shang Wen. Shang Wen, whose eyes were blurred, was called out in a daze. King Qin urgently handed a memorial from Wai Liao. Shang Wen couldn't understand the memorial written by Wai Liao at all. The main text is Qin Xioswen. Now I see the appearance of King Qin. I had to reluctantly take a look. Infer from a few only words. Shang Wen understands. This is a problem with arms. This problem is big. Because of the rain, the arsenal, the suspension of production, and the inability to ignite. A few words. My lord, what does this mean? Shang Wen could only ask King Qin through only a few words that he could understand. Your Xianyang arsenal has stopped production. There was a problem with the last batch of grenades. There was no catkins to ignite. The grenades did not explode. This batch was not used. There are also rockets that cannot be produced and used. Qin Wang said in a breath. Mr. Qin, think of a way. King Qin urged. This. Shang Wen began to think about it without saying a word. Some of these problems are known to me. First, there are not many catkins collected by the arsenal. After producing a large number of incendiary rockets, they dare not reproduce them because the remaining catkins can no longer be replenished in time. If they are to be replenished, they must wait for the coming year. So, just stop production. To solve this problem, a fiber must be found. This fiber can burn as well as catkins. Another important issue is funding. The number of firearms consumed by the Qin army in the northern battle is an alarming number. Qin Jun has already begun to like this powerful weapon, and so carry all over your body. What I don't know now is how much inventory is left in the base camp. Shang Wen looked up at the anxious King Qin. He opened his mouth and said, "My lord, the minister still doesn't know what's going on with these problems. The minister needs a field visit to do it." "Yes, you can, forget it, and the widow will also go with you." After saying that, King Qin had let Zhao Guo pass the order. King Qin also left. Shang Wen had no choice but to send King Qin to him, then rubbed his eyes. Really sleepy. 5,000 men and horses were drawn out of the Qin army. The rest is left to Wang Jian. Li Xin led 5,000 men and horses and guarded them around King Qin. This 5,000 horses returned quickly. While Liao was very busy at this time, the grenades that had problems began to be sealed and inspected in large quantities, especially the latest batch, and the batch of rockets that were caught in the rain. While Liao didn't know what to do. This rocket is very powerful, now wet by the rain, as long as it is dried in the sun. But this is gunpowder, it will explode. While Liao knew the power of this thing, "I don't know what to do," had to be temporarily sealed. The troops who came back from the Huns and Hu tribes were clamoring for firearms, because now they use firearms more and more frequently. Proficiency is getting more and more adept. Suddenly stopped posting. They are not used to it. And the soldiers love this weapon very much. Especially during the king and suppression of the Xiongnu tribe. He rushed into the big tent several times and was caught off guard by the Huns. The Qin Jun who got it was very annoyed. But then a method began to spread widely. Just use a grenade, no matter there are people or no one. "I want to throw one more." The stubborn Huns were immediately killed and stunned. Qin Jun generously went in to get people. It is suddenly out of Suppeline now. All the soldiers were a little worried. For a time, generals from many directions gathered in the bigger camp. What they need is a handy weapon. While Liao delivered the news to the main generals urgently. But when the news came, many soldiers began to whisper, especially those who go on the expedition. Because of this expedition, the number of firearms used was very small, and some were not supplemented. The only firearm must be used with caution. The previous waste of firepower began to recede. 96 Target Yandu. In Xianyang of the Qin Kingdom, the envoys of the 6 countries were coldly put in the post house regardless. That's all Liss has to do. However, there is also an extremely tricky thing at hand. That is the weapons produced by the arsenal, and a batch of unqualified ones have recently appeared. Li Si thinks this matter is difficult to handle. In this matter, the difficulty lies in the production of weapons. This firearm cannot be stopped. According to the situation in the 2 months since the war began, thanks to firearms, the performance of Qin Jun's combat power was extremely fierce. The Huns were wiped out in just 2 months. In this regard, the firearms have the greatest credit. Thought of this, Li Si thought of Shang Wen with hatred. This time the supervising army is Shang Wen, and his military merits are calculated. This guy can be considered the greatest credit. Coupled with the attention of King Qin, it is very likely that he will be given the same position as Yaoqing. Liz walked around a few times. He looked at the arsenal that was difficult to handle. "I want to take the opportunity to remove him. But where does this thing start?" Li Si was helpless. There is no way. Li Si had to go there in person. This fashion article is slumbering, because he knows the reason for the accident in the arsenal. A big reason comes from insufficient funds. The rest are all technical issues. Want to solve this problem, must have money. Judging from Qin's current financial resources, it can certainly be affordable. But there is a problem. Qin Jun is not only responsible for food and grass, but also for firearms. Take a closer look. Just know, this battle is over. Qin was also poor. King Qin knew better than himself about this. Therefore, this arms trade is best opened up. Otherwise, this huge war machine may be difficult to turn. As for the problems with those firearms, Shang Wen really has no choice. First of all, there is no good material to replace those catkins. Next, Another process must be added to the gunpowder processing, which has to add money. No money, no way. In the final analysis, it is still a matter of money. When Shang Wen thinks of money, he is no longer jealous, and he wants to sleep even more. I am afraid that the company is going bankrupt now. This mess, alas, sleep. After the Hu people were defeated by the Zhao Jun, they were broken up into pieces and marched in units of thousands. The purpose this time is Yango. Najili. The investigation has been done a long time ago. After Li Xin's team appeared, he had a foreboding feeling. Therefore, the escape route was delineated as early as possible. They passed Zhaogu at Dai County. There is no burning along the way, just marching at night. Wait until the border of Yan State. Bypass Yan's defense against Zhao's. At this point, that Jili is still sure. After all, the Chinese army is mainly infantry, and their advantage lies in the cavalry. High speed. The maneuverability is strong, and the tactics that the Hu people are good at are surprise attacks. Now I disperse all the army. Then they marched separately, so that the movement was very small. Even if you find one of them, it doesn't matter much, as long as the army finally reaches the capital of Yan State within 7 days. By suddenly Xing rushed in, looted it all. Then he can expand his strength and wait for further support from his subordinates. Thought of this, Najili was very satisfied with his plan. No one can think of this plan. At this time, Li Mu was also wondering where the Huron was. But in the past few days, no traces of Hu people have been found. Hu people are probably no longer in Dai County. The Great Wall of Zhao State was not attacked. Then the most likely place for Hu people is the country of Yan. Thought of this, Li Mu began to pay attention to the territory of Yan Kingdom. After coming out of the mountains of Daijun, it was basically a plain. On the plains, the cavalry is most suitable for rapid combat. So the most likely reason is that the Hu people army is already in the country of Yan. Come here, Li Mu shouted. The final will be. A lieutenant stood up and said, pass the order on. Let the people underneath pay close attention to Yan Guo's movements. Li Mu ordered. Here. The lieutenant turned and left. What Wang Jian considers is how to combine Meng Ten's actions. Take a look at the current situation. Still no movement of the Huron was found. The Great Wall of the state of Zhao also showed no sign of being raided. Then the last possible direction is only the Great Wall of the Kingdom of Yan. As long as the Hu people pass through Dai County, they are basically plains. This is very conducive to cavalry operations. He now has 35,000 cavalry troops in his hands. Basically, the number of people who escaped by the Hu people was 20,000 to 30,000. Own a certain advantage. Now he has another card game. Heavier cavalry. Considering that Meng Ten's power is mainly to sweep the Huron tribe. Take the opportunity to pull out the roots of the Huron. So what I have to do is to prevent the Huron from suddenly killing out. As long as the army is driven under the Great Wall of the Kingdom of Yan, it is enough to prevent the human from going out. Don't worry about the rest. So Wang Jian turned around and gave the order. At this time, Jili was very happy to think that his plan was about to succeed. Because his army has appeared on the plains of Yan State, there are good harvest scenes everywhere on the plain. The ground is full of men and women harvesting crops. See here. Najili was very excited. There was a kind of natural plundering pleasure of nomadic tribes. But I have to restrain this excitement. There are plains everywhere here, and as long as one's own men and horses let go and run, they will be able to kill Yandu within 3 days. In this way, you can suddenly get in. All this is my own. Food for the winter, the warmth of a Chinese woman, and those slaves. Thought of this, Najili drew out his scimitar excitedly. Human warriors, you must have seen it. There is a lot of grain in front of you, and there are beautiful Chinese women. Najili drove the horse back and forth. I know you have some complaints. Complaints? I won't let you burn them on the road. Najili said calmly. But, now, take the scimitar in your hand. Ride your steed. Kill. Najili said with a sudden change of tone. Kill. The more than 20,000 people gathered together shouted in unison. Yan Ren in the distance was suddenly shocked by the shout. Immediately, the old man who went to the battle to kill the enemy realized something and quickly shouted loudly, Run, target, Yan do, kill. Najili shouted loudly with all the strength in his body. The Hu people's army began to charge. The earth throbbed and trembled. The Yan people have already felt this horror. The four have already begun to escape. An army of Hu people rushed out of a forest. It began to impact like a billowing black wave. Yan Ren shouted and ran away, but it is simply not comparable to the speed of horses. Soon, he was hunted down by the Huron army. A scream. A man was killed. The corpse was stepped directly over by thousands of troops. Those who ran away were constantly caught up and killed. Those women were robbed on horseback. Husbands shouted constantly. A group of savages rushed over excitedly. 97 dynamics of all parties. The Hu people carried out a bloody massacre on the people of Yan, and wherever they passed, blood was flowing everywhere, and the bodies piled up like mountains. They vented the anger of defeat in the city of Yansong on the innocent people of Yan, and their butcher knives were raised everywhere. Hu people have been killed crazy. The woman was mercilessly insulted. Men depend on Huren's mood. All rebels are killed. Hu people set fire everywhere. The fire burned everything. A beautiful village disappeared. What replaces it is hell. At the same time, Mengtan's army also began a frantic sweeping operation. All the young men of the Hu people were called up to the battlefield. Those who are left are old, weak, sick and disabled. These people are not opponents of the Qin army cavalry at all. Mengtan's army equipment is the best. The supply of firearms was very sufficient, so they began to attack and sweep tribes one by one. Those Huron youths who resisted were directly hacked and killed by the Qin state cavalry, or they were smashed into flight with horses. Those old people who hurried out of the tent to pick up bows and arrows were directly killed by the crossbow. The powerful crossbow passed through the old man's throat, and half of his neck was sawed short. The other half fell to the ground with his head hanging. Those from the Yan country who were arrested saw Qin Jun killed. One after another picked up things that could be used as weapons. Sticks, stones smashed at the Huron fiercely. Those Huron only saw the Qin Jun rushing in front, but they were directly killed by the Yan Ren who was attacked from behind. Qin Jun rushed past the Yan people directly, killing all the Huron who wanted to resist. When they turned their horses to prepare for the second round of attacks, they were stunned. Those Yan people who were once captured have already begun to retaliate wildly. Huren's wife was mercilessly insulted. Those teenagers were besieged in the crowd, and the Yan people relentlessly beat them with clubs. Perhaps the only way to vent their deep hatred. The Qin people did not launch a second attack. Instead, a small team was sent to investigate, because they don't need to attack anymore. Those Yan people have spontaneously launched an attack. Cut off Huren's head. Several people kept insulting the Huron women, even the babies. Hatred has blocked everything. They grilled those babies on the fire. The crying baby soon died, and then the skin changed. Some people have already started to chop off the baby's arm with a knife and bite. The person next to him also made the same action. These Qin troops have also participated in the battle against the Huns, and they have also seen such a scene. But they have taken it off. Those Huns and Hu people also did not regard Zhao people and Yan people as human beings. In their eyes, these people are beasts. But they can talk. Now the other way around. They deserve it. The soldiers of the Qin army didn't mean to sympathize with them. The veteran will not take care of it. The recruits were a little scared by these people. And some troublesome veterans will lead the recruits to participate in the killing. Others, as if not happening, tidy up their harnesses, stand aside and watch, or sleep, wait for these people to kill. Almost. The Qin people began to organize everything. Huron's horses, cattle and sheep were all driven away. Those who are alive will be escorted to build roads. But after this battle was fought, no gangster was arrested at all, and all those people were killed. Almost all in the cruelest way. There is no way. The Qin army formed a team, and the team moved forward. Separate an escort team to send away all the horses, cattle, and sheep, along with the Yan people. Needless to say, they will follow. As for the vast grasslands, the Qin army would still burn them all down. The entire pasture is a sea of flames. In order to prevent the Huron from having fodder to continue to survive, Qin Jun still does not have a large population to fill in, because the war is not over yet. This is the primary purpose. The rest will wait until the end of the fight. In this way, the two armies slaughtered wildly. The worst sufferer is the Hu people's army. The looting of the Hu people is destructive, but the Qin people have two routes to eradicate. In this way, the Hu people lost their foundation and could not continue to fight the war. But Qin Jun can be bigger and more powerful. Lima's horse probe finally spied the Huron's movement, and he had already reported this conjecture to Wang Zhao. Wang Zhao is thinking differently. What he thought was taking advantage of the Hu people to rob the country of Yan. I add another fire from behind to annex large tracts of Yan's territory. Wang Zhao told Li Mu about this idea. Li Mu did not agree, but Zhao Wang insisted on implementing it. However, Li Mu had no choice but to withdraw and prepare to go. Li Mu is really unwilling to do this. If you do this, you will definitely be the one who has been severely injured. And now the Qin army's combat power has suddenly risen to an astonishing level. I haven't made some relevant adjustments and preparations yet, but now I have to send troops to take advantage of the fire. Li Mu really couldn't express his feelings. Qin Jun's equipment has reached an unattainable level. If the Huron is resolved, he must immediately turn to Zhaogo. The Qin people only need to rest for a year, or a few months, and a large number of cavalry can go south. At that time, I'm afraid I won't be able to stop it. Oh, Li Mu had to walk out of the Zhao King's palace, rectify the troops, and take the opportunity to send troops. Shang Wen crushed a ball of gunpowder with his fingers. If these people can invent granular gunpowder from this clump gunpowder, I really save a lot of trouble by myself. Unfortunately, the initiative of these people is still poor. Mainly no one dared to do this. Qin Fa is so strict. Who dares to mess around? Shang Wen thought so. These are the rain-drenched rockets. Shang Wen clapped his hands and said, "Yes, Mr. Qin," said an escorted officer. "Nothing. Just take all these rockets apart carefully, pour out all the gunpowder and reprocess it. You can use it again," Shang Wen said comfortingly. "These wet gunpowder may be able to make granular gunpowder. Its power is several times that of these gunpowder. You are a blessing in disguise. Such things in the future, as long as there is no danger, it is still necessary to encourage," Shang Wen continued. What? The escorting officer and Wai Liao, who was watching from the side, shouted in unison. Could it be wrong? Many inventions were produced in accidents. This is not wrong, Shang Wen said while looking at the two. This, then, the escort officer said hesitatingly. Oh, what a pity, Wai Liao said. What a pity, Shang Wen said, looking at the two different expressions. Qin Fa has orders, such things should be cut according to the law. Wai Liao said. What? Shang Wen shouted now. Such an accident, as long as you find out the cause, and then pursue the responsibility. Why is it still? Shang Wen said anxiously. Shang Wen said here. Suddenly one thing came to mind, immediately turned and left. 98 back to Xianyang to save people. If you follow Wai Liao's words, then those who are in the Xianyang arms factory may have been arrested. If possible, he would be beheaded. Thought of this, Shang Wen really didn't dare to think about it. After all, these can be regarded as their own employees. Even if you make a mistake, find out the reason, and then investigate the responsibility. But there is no need to kill people at will without knowing the whole story. Thought of this, Shang Wen hurried to find King Qin. See if you can get yourself a pardon. These people have not yet reached this point. Shang Wen quickly ran to King Qin's account, which was supposed to be reported. Shang Wen is really anxious. Human life is as big as the sky. Shang Wen had no choice but to rush. How dare those guards of King Qin let Shang Wen rush like this? So without hurting Shang Wen, stop it outside. Shang Wen's physique is not comparable to that of ancient people. Those guards set up Shang Wen. Shang Wen struggled vigorously. This is human life. He had to use his heart. Shang Wen will not be able to escape the guard. He shouted, I want to see King Qin. I want to see King Qin. Let me go. Let go of me quickly. King Qin was watching Li Si's report, saying that the envoys of the 6 countries had recently arrived in Xianyang and came to see him overnight. The purpose may be to investigate the movement of Qin's weapons. King Qin looked down on the behavior of the 6 eastern countries. But there is no alternative. These diplomatic rhetoric still needs to be done. The question is how to do it in order to achieve the best results. Thought of this, King Qin felt that he should go back and have a look. But this trip, some are not very satisfied. After all, what I came here to do was not in line with my own thoughts. At this time, King Qin heard someone making noise outside the account. He scolded, "Who is making noise?" Zhao Gao hurriedly walked in from outside the account. Returned to the king. It was Mr. Qin who was making noise outside the account. Zhao Gao said respectfully, "Oh, it's Mr. Qin. Please come in." King Qin said, "Here." Zhao Gao went down and invited Shang Wen in. Shang Wen came in if his clothes were disheveled. "Farewell to King Qin." Shang Wen saluted. "Oh, Mr. Qin, what's the important thing?" King Qin asked unhurriedly. "My lord, the minister is here to save people." Those escorted civil servants, as well as the artisans who make arms in Xianyang city, are innocent. "Please let them go," said Shang Wen, knelt down and said, "Sir, get up quickly. Sir, get up quickly." King Qin walked down and said with an empty hand. Shang Wen didn't stand up because he knew that King Qin hadn't agreed yet. These are human lives. Because of the slightest mistake, it is necessary to kill. This is too harsh. My sir doesn't know something. My dark-in-law is very strict. It definitely makes sense. My sir's reckless request for release, I'm afraid it's wrong. King Qin said. Hearing such remarks from King Qin, Shang Wen is really anxious. My lord, this is not Qin's rigorous law. It is something that can be properly resolved if these people are killed. Then who will make firearms for my Da Qin? If these people are dissatisfied, then this firearm was made. The secret must be announced in the 6 eastern kingdoms. At that time, Qin will dominate the world, and it will definitely be hindered. Wouldn't it hurt me, dear Qin? Now the king, you only need to let them go. Then they will be grateful for their mistakes. Mistakes must not dare to repeat. Shang Wen finished. He didn't fight for reason. Instead, Qin was sidelined to dominate the world. King Qin cared about this most. If someone threatens this matter, it must be treated with caution. King Qin gasped after hearing this, thinking carefully about what Shang Wen said. Furthermore, this accident is not man-made, but inevitable. The firearms must be made of materials. It must be that the funds are not available. The materials have been exhausted. The front line is tight. It caused this to happen. Fortunately, my Darkin officials act strictly. Did not happen. Unfortunately, congratulations, Shang Wen said respectfully. When King Qin heard this sentence, it shows that Qin Fa's role is worthy of recognition. However, this kind of reason has not been properly dealt with, so it will be dealt with seriously according to Qin's law. It is really disappointing. Dear Qin not only wants the population and land of the 6 eastern countries, it also has the hearts of the 6 eastern countries. 6 countries. People's hearts are toward dear Qin. I will be my dear Qin willingly. Shang Wen said a little moved. The king, the minister said, what the king does is not really dominate the world. To do this truly dominate the world. To do this is to break the regional view of the Chinese people in the 6 countries. Condense the heart on dear Qin. Let the world dominate. China sees it. Dear Qin is China's dear Qin. Dear Qin is China's hope. It is my China's future. Shang Wen finished in one breath. This is the only way to save these lives. Please think twice. The king, Shang Wen raised his arms and knelt to the ground with a loud cry. King Qin thought of Shang Wen in silence and said something. These days, King Qin kept thinking about what Shang Wen said. Qin ruled the world. Not only the land and population of the 6 countries must be captured, also win the hearts of the people of the 6 countries. Qin unified the world to gather the hearts of these people. Okay. The widow depends on you, King Qin said with a wave of his hand. Zhao Gao, you can take the widowed king's order to Xianyang to release people. Be quick. Qin Wang had already written quickly. Here, Zhao Gaoing said. Then Zhao Ge helped Shang Wen. King Qin quickly finished writing, and handed it to Shang Wen himself. At this time, please Mr. Qin. King Qin said. The minister has lived up to the king's life. He resigned after speaking. Leave with Zhao Gao. Come here. Go and tell Li Xin that General Li is here. King Qin watched Shang Wen leave, turned around and ordered. Zhao Gao quickly drove the carriage on the repaired highway. The speed is fairly steady. The main reason is that the road is very smooth. Zhao Gao kept pumping his whip to speed up. Shang Wen looked anxiously at the scenery outside the window. Qin Jun repaired the road basically along a straight line. No matter how many rivers or mountains there are in front of him, Qin Jun's determination to build the road cannot be stopped. Only Qin stated the intention to repair such a fast path. Their purpose of building roads is to prosper. Just like Rome, the road is where ambitions extend. A crowd of black people in the distance. That was the transfer of the Qin army, and the Huns who were building roads. If it were not for these Huns, the state of Qin would not know how many people would be recruited and how many people would have died to complete such a huge project. The sound of the whiplashing on the cock resounded through the dirt mountain. The officers and soldiers of the Qin army yelled at the exhausted Huns angrily. Those Huns kept falling down. But Qin Jun didn't show any mercy. The body was dragged away mercilessly. That is a relief. Shang Wen also wanted to have mercy on them, but it has been impossible. The hatred of this nation towards China is already very deep, and these people are very cruel. When they killed their compatriots, they never had mercy. But our compatriots have sympathized with them like sheep. Take it, those wolves still eat us. Right now, the Qin army is a tiger wolf, and they want to occupy the territory of the Huns. Qin Jun is the teacher of tigers and wolves. There is no room for a wolf to covet. 99 save one more. Li Si was very happy, because he finally thought of a good way, that is, to wipe out all the main backbones of Shangwin Armory. For those male and female craftsmen who participated, a slight penalty would be fine. In this way, Shangwen's forces were attacked. Taking advantage of the gap that has not yet risen, it is completely suppressed. In addition, the output of the arsenal can be maintained, as long as those backbones are replaced by their own people. I took over by the way. Then, as long as you increase the workforce, you can build merits for yourself. Thought of this, Li Si was very happy. Thus, my foundation in Qin state has deepened. Li Si took a sip of tea happily and saw a memorial report from the investigation and punishment of South Korea. Li Si knew what was going on when he saw it. In other words, his classmate Hanf is about to die. Think about it as a classmate with Hanf anyway. Anyhow, I have to give it away. Such friendship is still worthwhile. Who made King Qin appreciate his talent? If you let it go, I am afraid that sooner or later you will have to climb on your own head. Your position is hard to come by. From being a small official of the state of Chu to being a doorman of Lubuai, the Xiangbang of the great Qin dynasty. Qin Wang was frustrated and melancholy. To today's Prime Minister of Qin, Li Si has too much bitterness unknown. Who knows this kind of inferiority complex? Li Si sighed. Come here, Li Si called. The housekeeper stood up. Come here. Li Si waved his hand, and the butler stepped forward. Li Si whispered something in the ear of the housekeeper. Zhao Gao quickly drove the carriage into the Xianyang realm. Go straight to the prison, no matter there are people or no one. I want to let them go, Shang Wen instructed Zhao Gao. Zhao Gao has first-rate driving skills. The riding whip patted gently. The car rushed towards Xianyang city. Shang Wen's mind is all about saving people. Shang Wen had experienced the harshness of Qin Fa. Those folks. It is the victim. The prosperity of the country is not done by exhausting the country's last bit of energy, but to accumulate strong strength. The carriage rushed to the front of the government office. Zhao Gofei got out of the carriage. Shang Wen didn't care much either. I also got out of the carriage, but after a long ride, my legs and feet were numb. One on the ground, with weak legs and feet, Shang Wen fell heavily. Upon seeing this, Zhao Gao hurriedly stepped forward to help. Don't worry about me, Go quickly and take the king's life. Go and save people. Shang Wen roared anxiously. Yes, yes. Zhao Gao was also at a loss. He quickly got into the car and took the king's life and rushed in. Shang Wen grinned and sat on the ground and rubbed his blood vessels. The legs and feet simply can't stand. Zhao Gao went directly to the prison. I saw that several prisoners had been pulled out. Was trembling tremblingly. There are also several heads on the guillotine, and there are already several dead bodies next to them. Zhao Gao gasped. Fortunately, I didn't come too late. Stop it! Zhao Gao called out loudly. Stop it all! Zhao Gao has recognized these people as the backbone of the arsenal. Zhao Gao worked as a post office in the arsenal, and often dealt with these people. Grandpa Zhao, save us. We were wronged. Yes, we were wronged. Several people who were already on the guillotine saw someone coming for help and immediately shouted, Grandpa Zhao. Several small officials stepped forward to say hello. Bold. Who made you kill? Zhao Gao yelled angrily. This. Several people looked at you and me. Don't let me go. Zhao Gao then shouted loudly. This. Several people looked at each other again. This is the king's order. Zhao Gao raised Qin Wang's calligraphy high. Here. A few people hurried forward seeing King Qin's Shuling. Let go of those people. Shang Wen staggered into the cell. As soon as I entered the door, I saw several headless bodies. Shang Wen felt very depressed in his heart. These people are people with a lot of technical experience. How much time does it take to cultivate a person with technical experience? How much strength? Shang Wen felt it was a pity. Who is it? Who made you kill casually? Shang Wen scolded. Several people hesitated and dared not speak. Shang Wen knew that there must be a big man to support them, otherwise they would not kill so easily. Saw the dark cell. Shang Wen knew that there must be a large number of people in the arsenal, and Shang Wen quickly stepped forward and drew a sword from the little official. Quickly walked into the cell. King Yijin cut off the chain of the cell. A group of people with beetles looked at Shang Wen. It's the people from the arsenal. All come out. Shang Wen said. A group of people all came out. How many people are from the arsenal? Shang Wen asked. It's almost all here, a man said dejectedly. When Shang Wen heard this, he was furious and waved his sword to cut off all the chains of the cell. Release all the people. Shang Wen didn't know why he had so much strength. Can cut these chains unexpectedly. Shang Wen kept waving the sword in his hand. The sword in his hand could no longer withstand such brute force, and it had already been chopped off. But Shang Wen still cut again, because the entire cell is almost all his own. Most of these people are innocent. What's even more angry is that someone died for this. Shang Wen felt that he was really sorry for these people. All the cells in the prison were almost chopped down. Shang Wen put his hand on the wooden cell. Suddenly saw a very remote cell. Only one person was held in this cell. Shang Wen thought. Anyway, step forward and ask. Shang Wen stepped forward with a broken sword. Who are you? What did you commit? Shang Wen asked. I saw the man with disheveled hair and looking out the window with blank eyes. Seeing that he did not speak, Shang Wen could see that this person had been hit hard. Maybe it's also the wronged person. Forget it. Save this suffering man himself. King. Shang Wen waved the broken sword and slashed the chain lock forcefully. Maybe it's exhausted. The chain was not cut off. Shang Wen had to exhaust all his strength and slashed again with his sword. After several attempts, the chain was finally cut off. Shang Wen opened the prison door, said to the sluggish person, You, come out. Shang Wen said. The man remained motionless, looking out the window stubbornly. Shang Wen felt angry when he saw that he was not moving. What's the matter with this person? He kindly rescued, but this person didn't react at all. Is there a problem with the brain? Shang Wen stepped forward and pulled the man's sleeve forcefully. The man turned around being pulled. Shang Wen could see from his dirty face that this person seemed to be. Shang Wen didn't have much impression for a while, but he always felt like he had seen him somewhere. Shang Wen stared blankly. When the man saw Shang Wen, a hint of surprise suddenly appeared on his face. Then he fell to his knees. Gin dot 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 gin dot 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 kin xian dot 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 xian dot 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 xian. The man stammered. Shang Wen could tell who this person was from the stuttering tone. This person is Hanf. Unexpectedly, Saving himself would also save Han Fizi 100 troubles. When Shang Wen saw Han Fizi, his expression finally appeared to be a normal person. Han fell to his knees. I stammered about what I wanted to say. Shang Wen knows that everyone in law has a stutter, so help up quickly without saying anything. What I wanted to save was the people in the arsenal. These people were innocent, but the one in front of me was wronged or was a victim of political struggle. It is sacrificed because of some Yeon's political interests. Shang Wen is really tired of this ancient political struggle. I have seen a lot of weight loss. For Han Fizi with a pale face, Shang Wen thought he should be saved. After all, it was a human life. Shang Wen took Han Fizi's hand and pulled it to the crowd in the arsenal, and then led Zhao Gao away. Zhao Gao knows all the officialdom system. Shang Wen didn't know. Zhao Gao will do all of this. With King Qin Swang Ling, it should be easy. Shang Wen thought of it truthfully. For those who were hacked, Shang Wen had to order them to converge. Compassionate family members. Count. There are 18 people in total. The death of these people is really wrong. Shang Wen didn't know who did it and why. But these people should not die. The arsenal is not functioning now. Anyway, I have to rest for a while. Shang Wen asked them to gather at the arsenal. He said that there was something important to discuss, so he sent him away. Shang Wen wanted to comfort these people's hearts. Shang Wen found Meng Zi from the crowd and saw the tattoo on his face that symbolized criminals. Shang Wen's mood fell to the lowest point. There are many people with such tattoos, and most of these people are the management of the arsenal. This is the branch part of the big tree. I have seen adults, Meng Zi said in a low mood. Oh, Shang Wen sighed heavily. Sir, Meng Zi said, Lao Meng will follow me back to the arsenal, Shang Wen said. Shang Wen didn't know what to say. Everyone's mood is abnormally low. The salary offered by myself is very high, but in this way, the risk is also high. Such things happen now. Who would dare to do it? Because of this, I have to lose a large number of skilled craftsmen. Thinking of this, Shang Wen didn't know how to describe it. I don't feel like doing anything anymore. Don't stay there. Get in the car, Shang Wen said straight to Meng. Oh, here. Meng Zi was in a daze, but he got into the car anyway. Shang Wen took Hanf into the car. Zhao Gao drove to the arsenal in Bipo. Men Lao, how much money is left in our account? Shang Wen was silent for a long time and finally said, Oh, sir, on the account. On the account. Meng Zi could not say anything, hesitated. Let's talk about it. Shang Wen knew very well that he might not only have no money on the account, but owe a lot of money instead. There is no 1.5 on the account, and Meng Zi didn't want to continue. And I owe a lot of money, right? Shang Wen said calmly. Meng Zi did not speak, but bowed his head and arched his hands. Money, money. The most lacking thing now is money. Without money, nothing can move. After a battle, it was originally an opportunity to make a fortune, but now it has become heavily in debt. This arsenal was opened. Think about it, paper and pen. How much money can these things buy? And that lighter has been completely unilaterally provided to the military for use. That's all for profitable projects. And the money made in this area can't make up for the big hole in the military industry. Once the war is fought, if the military cannot provide enough funds, it will not function at all. King Qin was extremely compressed in terms of funding. I simply couldn't get enough funds to start the work. I used to barely start the work. Now, it's all about the good luck. The most urgent thing is to give some comfort to those who died. After all, the dead are bigger, Shang Wen said. Let's do it. Sell the house that King Qin gave me, and part of the money will be distributed to those in custody, and part to the families of the deceased. That's it. Shang Wen decided that. Meng said straight. Shang Wen waved his hand to indicate not to go on. Hanf watched Shang Wen doing this, and deepened his understanding of Shang Wen. When discussing with North Korea, he opposed the extermination of South Korea. It was this person who came out to relieve himself. And it is not recommended to destroy the 6 nations immediately, although it only temporarily delayed Qin's reunification. He bought time for his country after all. Hanf has a good impression of Shang Wen. This time he was arrested for no reason, saying that it was South Korea. Hanf was shocked. But after Lee Si visited him, Hanf understood that all this was harmed by his classmates and friends. For a while, nothing was lost. This time Shang Wen made a rescue. I am very grateful to Shang Wen, but he can't help much. It is really ashamed. Shang Wen is also very depressed now. Shang Wen was helpless, so he closed his eyes and went to sleep. Came to the arsenal. Shang Wen handed over the aftermath to Mengzi. Mengzi told everyone that Shang Wen had sold the mansion given by King Qin to comfort everyone. Everyone felt very moved. Think about it, not long ago, I also made a lot of money in the arsenal. Now that the adults are in trouble, everyone is willing to help, but insists not to. Mengzi couldn't manage that much. Mengzi's going to sell the house. Looking at the bustling arsenal before, now it is deserted. Shang Wen felt uncomfortable. After wandering around, Shang Wen had no intention of eating. I don't have the mind to think about other issues. Lying on a bed casually fell asleep. Bang! Lee Si slammed the inkstone to the ground, seeing Hanf being removed by himself. But now he was rescued by Qin Shang Wen. Lee Si was very annoyed when he thought of it. His own poisoned wine is ready. At this time, just one step away. This one step, Lee Si remembered. Hate toothache. Anxious Lee Si went round and round. Someone said that Qin Shang Wen had a king's life in his hands. Lee Si didn't see the kingly fate. No one dared to look at those idiots. Lee Si didn't even know the above. Thought of this, Lee Si began to speculate wildly whether someone had told King Qin about the framing of Hanf, or it is the matter of the arsenal. If it is like this, own future. Lee Si thought of this. Just turn back and forth. Calm down. Lee Si kept hinting at himself. But this kind of thing can't calm down at all. My lord. My lord. A servant outside the door knocked gently on the door. What's the matter? Lee Si said very impatiently. The messenger of the 6 nations asked to see King Qin. The servant said, let them wait. Lee Si was in a very bad mood. At this time, the messengers of the 6 nations came to disrupt the situation. It's just